All right.
That's Maddie, right?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Maddie always knows what to do. Perhaps a ladder. All right.
Round 5 of the Sinquefield Cup here in St. Louis, the capital of chess in the U.S. With the rest day on tap, the best players on the planet came into the game going all out for victory. World champion Magnus Carlsen bounced back from a terrible loss to beat reigning Grand Chess Tour champion Wesley So, vaulting Magnus back in the hunt in a tie for second place. Vishwanathan Anand ripped apart Fabiano Caruana's king in a game for the ages and sent a clear message to the field that the former champ is focused and ready to take down his young rival. The players have rested and are set to charge into battle once again. Round 6 action coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 6 of the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, the most thrilling chess event of the year, held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. Yesterday it was the free day, so the players had a lot of time to rest, prepare their novelties, and today they're surely going to bring their A game to the tables. I'm very, very excited to see what they have in store for us. Let's go to the studio and start the day with Yasser, Jen, and Maurice.
Thank you, Christian. I'm Jennifer Shahadi. I'm here with Yasser Sarawan to bring you the conclusion in these last 4 days of the Sinquefield Cup.
Right, because we play all in a row. Jennifer, wonderful to be with you as always. I feel recharged after this rest day. I'm looking forward to more dramatic action in the thrills and spills of the Sinquefield Cup.
And let's see where we stand after 5 rounds. Coming out of our rest day, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is in the clear lead with 3.5 points, but some tigers behind him, including our world champion Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand, who seems to have really found his form.
Indeed, Vishy, undefeated in the tournament, just played a brilliancy, but look how tightly grouped the entire field is. Not a big gap between first and last, and we have 4 games to go.
I always love to see that, because that really means that every single one of our games today could be critical to the final standings and the hunt for the Sinquefield Cup. Let's take a look at our format here. Well, it is a 10-player round robin, so anybody in that lower group who wants to win the title has got to get going. We do have 4 more rounds. Today is 6 out of 9 rounds, and there will be a playoff on August 12th if there is a tie for first after 9. And let's take a look at our Grand Chess Tour standings as well. Well, Magnus Carlsen is so far dominant there. He's played 2 events and he won them both, so that's a good way to get going.
Right.
But MVL also doing quite well, and of course, since he's leading this tournament, he could really see himself near the top after this event. Meanwhile, there's lots of players who've only played 1 out of the 2 in Paris and Leuven, and they will be playing in the St. Louis Rapids and Blitz, so that will determine a lot more.
Yeah, and there will be a very special wild card in that St. Louis Rapids and Blitz as well. One, Gary Kasparov may have something to say about the standings.
Yes, he will be joining the fray, and we're all so excited about that. And Maurice Ashley, meanwhile, in the Sinquefield Cup, looks at the road ahead for these players who are leading.
Well, as you mentioned, the top is not so clear right now, although we have a clear leader. The rest of the field is right behind, so there's a lot of work to do to solidify everyone's places at the top of the leaderboard and Certainly, we have to look at the 5-time champion, Vishwanathan Anand. He is now tied for second place. He played just a fabulous game against Caruana in the last round, and he has a tough road ahead with Karyakin, Nepomniachtchi, then Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and Grand Chess Tour champion, the current Grand Chess Tour champion, Wesley So. Magnus Carlsen also tied for second place. His road ahead, also a dynamic one, starting with Hikaru Nakamura, the 7-time Russian champion Peter Svidler, Jan Nepomniachtchi, also of Russia, and Levon Aronian, who has defeated Magnus a couple of times already this year. But the big one we're all looking at is, will he or won't he? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman who's made no bounds about the fact that he really wants to win this Sinquefield Cup. It'll be his first elite tournament that he's won clear first. He'll start off with Fabiano Caruana, then Sergei Karyakin, the 5-time champ Vishwanathan Anand, and close it out with the Russian Jan Nepomniachtchi. And his pairing to start off right away is Fabiano Caruana. You see how close their classical chess score is. These are two of the best young guns in the world right now, potentially challengers to Magnus Carlsen. But that doesn't matter right now. It's round 6, and they'll be doing battle. Caruana needs a win if he's going to bridge the gap. He needs to get on his horse now, as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave most likely will be playing a Sicilian Najdorf. We expect to see sharp chess in this game. And this matchup, everyone loves to see Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. It's been one-sided forever before finally Hikaru was able to break through and defeat Magnus. You see here that Magnus has never defeated Hikaru here at the Sinquefield Cup. All of their games, 4 games, have ended in draws. Will that change today as both players will be looking for victory? Well, we'll see as the rounds are set to begin. The round is set to begin in just a few minutes.
Well, and how does the rest of the pairings for today pan out?
Well,
Jen?
let's take a look, Yaz, because all of the pairings here at the Sinquefield Cup with just 1.5 points separating last from first can be absolutely crucial. The 2 Russian friends, Nepomniachtchi and Svidler, will be facing off. Of course, Carlsen versus Nakamura, such a exciting matchup as always. Aronian versus So, Caruana versus MDL, and Karyakin versus Anand. Now, in that critical Carlsen-Nakamura match, remember when people always used to make fun of Hikaru because of his terrible score against Magnus?
Yes.
It was like really nice to see that in Bilbao.
That finally Hikaru got off the schneid and won a game, and won a nice game too, and he did it with black.
That's right. So it's the same colors today, and that was the last classical decisive game that they had. So Nakamura no doubt feeling okay today. Meanwhile, we've got Maxime Vachier-Lagrave coming into the chess club, and you know I noticed that he does color code his wardrobe a little bit. So he's playing black today. You can tell by his outfit. Last time he wore that glistening white shirt, he was playing with the white pieces.
To just reinforce to his opponent that I'm white and you're not.
And Maxime on the rest day actually did something quite fun in which we played. Danny Wrench of chess.com and some of the chess bras got involved too on the mega chess set outside in the patio of the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Right.
And what they did was they played bullet chess, which, you know.
Oh my gosh.
But bullet chess with the mega chess, so they had to run around.
Right. That's real exercise.
Oh, yes. And apparently it's good to play queenside openings so that you're closer to the clock. I actually played Danny as well in that set. And, man, it's really a good workout.
I know. I remember from a previous year, the arbiter got taken out, I think, by Danny Wrench when he made a move. The arbiter was too close to the chess clock, and there was just a real tackle.
Yeah, it's good things that I got my little Fabian out of the way.
Exactly. Well,
and what would you predict in the opening of Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura?
Well, I mean, 2 players that are almost impossible to guess. They're both very, very universal in their openings and their approaches. It's all about mood. I'm going to be guessing an E4. And like you say, Hikaru has to make a move. He hasn't played successfully so far in the first 5 games, and I'm sure he'll be in a combative mood. He'll probably go for Najdorf if he can get it. I noticed that Fabi, when in his game with Ian, when he played E4, was about to face the Najdorf. He very cagily played Knight C3, Knight E2, and so was able to get into a better close Sicilian. Maybe we'll see some caginess by Magnus Carlsen in this game. Also, I just wanted to say, in round 5, one of the subplots of this tournament is that Wesley and Fabi are playing for positions in the candidates tournament as two of the highest rated players in the world. And both players lost in round 5. Perfect for Magnus, whose gap between the #1 rating and the #2 rating players in the world had closed to a mere dozen points. He increased his gap thanks to those results of round 5.
Even the happiest person of all will be Vladimir Kramnik sitting there.
Of course, cheering him on. Absolutely. Absolutely. And there you see the players getting ready for the clocks to begin.
And we have so many games between Carlsen and Nakamura since Bilbao, just because of not only their Blitz and Rapid games in the tour, but also a Chess.com Blitz battle that they played. So these guys face each other so many times, and as you predicted, it would be hard to predict this game, as we don't see a Sicilian.
No, I see one D2, D4, and Knight G8, F6. Also in the case of Hikaru, hard to predict what defense he might play. He's shown a favoritism towards the Leningrad Dutch.
We're not going to see that today.
No, because we've got Knight F6.
But everything else is still possible.
Right, from a Slav to a Nimzo to a King's Indian, by the way.
It seems like we do see a potential Nimzo, but now after Knight F3, we have to see whether he's going to go for the Bogo or steer it into Queen's Gambit declined. Now, the Queen's Gambit declined is often, actually this didn't happen, it was C4, E6, Knight F3, D5.
Pardon me.
So this
C4,
move order.
E6.
So offering up a Nimzo to Magnus. Magnus playing Knight F3 instead, and now D5. And yeah, this is a very popular move order to wait until the knight goes to F3 to play for D5.
Exactly.
Can you explain why that is?
Sure. In a very straightforward Queen's Gambit decline, let's say I play Knight C3, inviting a Nimzo, which Black refuses, and we play into a Queen's Gambit decline position. Well, one of the ways that White has been combating the Queen's Gambit decline is he puts his knight on E2. So let me just put up a classic Queen's Gambit decline position on the board for a moment. With the knight on E2, White has given himself the option, which Botvinnik proved very popular, successful in Botvinnik's repertoire, is to play F2 and F3, followed by E3, E4, grabbing the center. Now, in the particular move order that Black has, chosen, sorry, it's actually C4, E6. Black waits for White to commit his knight to F3 before playing D5, so that whole idea of F3 and E4 is not an option for the first player.
And do you agree with this treatment? If Black is going to play the Queen's Gambit decline, you way prefer this type of move order?
By far,
okay.
by far.
And probably Nakamura was going to play a Nimzo. That's the thing. The Nimzo also has like a nice theoretical reputation as compared to the Bogo, which is okay, but a little bit less fun for Black.
Right, exactly. And at least in a Nimzo, you can get double pawns, and the positions can very easily become double-edged.
So now we understand the madness between some of these like early transpositional things. I always tell my students that in D4, you really got to watch out. In E4, you got to watch out. If your opponent plays E4, you got to watch out for being checkmated or quickly.
Yeah.
When your opponent plays D4, you really got to watch out for getting tricked into an opening that you don't know anything about.
Right. Exactly.
Because of various move orders, starting with Knight F3 or playing Knight F3 or G3 at a certain moment. And that's why you see so many cagey little move orders here. But moving on to other games.
Yes, let's take a look at, first we're going to go over to Maurice. Maurice, what do you got for us?
Well, we got a great opening in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. These two have played this exact position recently in April, and it ended in a draw. The big move is always, always, always bishop to F2. That's the main move in this position. Instead of that move, Fabi essayed this novelty, queen to D3. I don't find it anywhere in the database, and it looks as though he already has his opponent thinking this early in the game with this move. Remember, Fabi also played bishop to F2 and famously beat Nakamura in that great game in London from last year where he sacrificed his queen for the two minor pieces and was able to dominate. But this time, playing queen D3, and we know MVL is a huge specialist in this line. He blitzes out moves in the Najdorf, and he always plays the Najdorf. So, and the main lines at that. So Fabi knew where this was going, and he got a chance to put this queen d3 on the board, the latest wrinkle in this deferred poison pawn, if you will, with the move h6 in the position. And already MVL is on his back foot.
Well, a quick question for you, Maurice, before you go away. You know me, I'm a pawn grabber, but the whole point of this move, a2, a3, and is that before the queen went to the square d3, the queen was protecting the rook on a1. Why is that important? After a3, queen takes b6 would actually just, you get your hand caught in the cookie jar there, and knight a4 traps the queen. Fair enough. Bishop e7 was played, queen d3, this novel move that you just said is not in the database. Queen takes b2, okay? They call it the poison pawn for a reason. You know, black is reaching into white's position, but in this case, he's attacking the rook. Now, my first thought was knight b3, the queen's trap, rook a2, game over. Not so. There's some complications that could, if you continue the game from knight, there's a knight takes e4 move, and, you know, what's better than being one pawn ahead? Well, 2 pawns ahead. Can MVL possibly get away with grabbing the pawn? Queen takes b2, Maurice.
Well, you know for sure that Fabi analyzed this
of course,
with his second and with a computer all the way down.
Right.
And that is what MVL knows he's facing right now and why he's uncomfortable. And he is someone who's famous for having one of the best supercomputers in his home, that he crunches out all these variations to make sure that they're okay. Queen d3 came as a surprise to him for sure, or at least it seems like it must have come as a surprise to him in this position, as he hasn't moved yet, and normally he blitzes out moves now. So we're helpless. We got to go with the computer variations as well to see what is it that Fabi has looked at here. Queen takes b2, knight b3 is given as the best move. Knight takes e4, now knight takes e4. I'm just following the engine's top suggestions. Bishop takes, and here, automatically, I want to play the move g3. I don't want to move my king, and yet the engines give king d2 as best. King d2, yes. I was equally surprised by this crazy move. And now the threat is, of course, to take on d6. It's impossible to completely defend this piece. Castles in this position allows bishop to e2, and suddenly this rook is going to show up along this line, and the queen is looking kind of funky on that square as white is threatening to trap the queen in one move. The engines actually give the move rook to d8, and instead of this move, which looks like it should trap the queen, suddenly d5.
Wow.
Insane move. Now you take the queen, suddenly takes, and the bishop is guarding the rook, and there's a pin on the line. So this is just one variation that I'm just flicking out, following the engine's first suggestions. And you know, Fabi has looked at scores of these.
Yeah.
All right? The ready you see MVL has taken off the jacket, because this is just one variation we looked at real quick with the engine. He now has to calculate this himself and figure out, wait a minute, first of all, taking that pawn on b2 is probably the worst thing I could do, because this guy has prepared that one 6 different ways from Sunday. But what's a reasonable move? Because white threatens to simply castle queenside, and this whole demonstration with queen b6 went nowhere. Right. Just a loss of moves. And so here's MVL. The principle of the poison pawn is to take that pawn on b2, and Fabi has figured out a way to confuse his opponent about capturing it, and MVL knows it. So we have a critical moment already in this game, and he's showing discomfort, which he never does this early in a Najdorf.
No, for sure. So it's really a challenge that has been thrown down. Will the gauntlet be accepted? But sorry, I just can't leave this game alone. After those moves that you were showing. Knight b3, very human move. Knight e4. Knight e4, very human move. If you play bishop takes e7, of course, I get to rescue my queen with the move queen takes e3 check. And we know Fabi hasn't prepared that.
He would be up a pawn in that endgame.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
nice
knight
endgame.
e4, bishop h4. Now, come on, king d2.
Well, but g3,
No,
if
yeah,
g3, bishop e7, and I guess
Right.
the idea is like you just you're just gonna castle, and there's so many moves for black to play to try to trap my queen. So,
But now keep in mind that's 2 pawns. You've got to you better checkmate or capture the queen, because the 2 pawns is going to cost you the game.
so
now,
after
king
g3,
d2 yes,
after g3, a lot of white players would maybe reject looking at that. That might be why Maxime isn't that well prepared for this, because why?
Well, as Marie said, queen d3 is a completely
Right.
novel approach by Fabi, very creative. But again, you got to ask the question: why did you play the poison pawn?
But
you
if you're-
played the poison pawn to take on b2. If you don't take the pawn on b2, then the move queen b6 is simply misplaced.
And by the way,
But looking further
let's-
along this
Sure.
variation,
Yes,
so
please,
after bishop
Jennifer.
e7,
Yeah.
suppose what would you play here for white? Would you just play like a normal move, bishop
Well,
g2, with the idea of
bishop-
castling and then trying to trap the
Yeah,
queen?
but here's the problem. What Maurice is pointing out is that, okay, after d5, the queen's going to be coming back, and if you play knight here, bishop f6, and black is just, oh, wait a minute, knight a4. Hold on. Oops. I
This is a little different. Okay, let's see
so
this.
maybe I have to do it a different way.
Maybe we
then.
have to revert to your g6 idea, yes.
Right. G6 to give the queen the ultimate retreat square on
But
g7.
still knight c3, right?
Well, knight c3 will run into bishop f. Then my queen gets trapped again by knight a4. Whoa,
Bishop
these
e7 was too natural a move. Guys.
Too
Bishop
natural.
f6
is top
testing
choice.
move.
What's that? Oh, bishop f6. Okay.
Yeah, bishop f6 immediately.
You're saying bishop f6 here.
Because you're up 2 pawns, so if you can play queen takes a1, you get.
But there was knight e7, knight takes d6 check, right?
It's a poison. It's a knight off. Who cares?
Right.
Your king moving up. Now there's
okay.
black.
Rook
Black has
d8.
no worries about any
Exactly.
threats here.
Queen
Because your
c-
rook is so beautifully poised to just
No.
recapture on
Queen
c8.
c3 check also is going to trade queens.
Yeah.
Also,
That's a
now
nice
because
move.
of queen c3 check, now I really do begin to understand why king d2 is actually the engine's first choice. In those variations where the bishop voluntarily comes back to f6, the c3 square is already covered.
Yeah,
And-
the c3 square is covered.
But
That's funny.
cover it, protecting it with your king. Maurice, this game just blew up, and we're like a move. What is that? Half a dozen moves or something? I mean,
We're in
what?
a grandmaster's laboratory right now. This is a grandmaster's laboratory. This is what the modern player does. The modern player lives with engines. The modern player lives with the assessments that engines give, and they are looking at variation on variation on variation many times over. And Fabi has got this one all the way figured out. That game, for example, that he played against Nakamura back in December, I mean, they played so many moves, and the argument at the end, Fabi said that Nakamura relied too much on engine analysis, in fact, because when they got to the position, the engine said it was equal, and Fabi had assessed it as better for him based on the 2 pieces being dominant and black not being able to get out with his queen to cause any trouble, and he was able to win a beautiful game. These players combine engine analysis with their own personal assessment of a situation, and if the engine says king d2, they'll perk up. I mean, you see a move like king d2, you will perk up and say, wait a minute, this is something somebody will fall for, because nobody's expecting you to play a move like king d2, and if it's just sound, if the queen is just getting trapped, then you just play it. There's not any just normal assessment by strong players. The 3 of us sitting here go, king d2 so early, what are you doing? And
Yeah.
no doubt Fabi would have said the same thing when he was analyzing it. But the engine's going, no, but it's better for white. Don't worry about it. Keep following me. I got more moves for you. And that's where the modern player is right now. That's why the engine analysis is so critical these days. You can't live without it.
Right.
And I totally agree with you, Maurice. The great thing about king d2 is it's a move that's so weird that the chances that your opponent hasn't looked at it are higher, which makes its surprise value so much greater, especially when it's like so difficult. As one of the players who faced Maxime was saying, it's so unusual the way that he just plays the knight orf every game, as opposed to most other elite grandmasters who mix
Who
it
are
up.
switching it
I think it
around,
was
yeah.
Hikaru who said that
Yeah.
it's very unusual, but somehow he makes it work.
Yes.
So if you want to find something against Maxime's knight orf, it better be really deep.
Exactly. Now, sorry, I was just going to say, I find myself drawn, and this is fascinating, fascinating stuff. 2 pawns, who's got the initiative? I'm looking at the move after king d2. How does the engine actually assess it and after, for example, d6, d5?
Well, the engine right now is saying that black is slightly worse, although up by 2 pawns. The move d5 gets met by knight to c3.
And it's the same problem as before. I can't play bishop f6.
Bishop f6 is not playable again because of knight to a4. So you're chasing him to where he wants to go with the move d5.
Yeah.
The move that the engine gives here is knight to c6, developing a piece.
Okay.
And now we continue, knight takes check. And if king to e7, then knight c4, queen has to drop back to f6, and now queen d6 check.
Wow.
Forcing king to e8. I mean, the story's not over, obviously, because this queen can go to this square, but g3 now, and this bishop is trapped.
Right.
And the variations continue. White is being considered better here, despite this funny business of your queen and king on the same line, but black has no way to take advantage of it. The king has not castled, so now the rook can't come in the game easily. White has already gotten a pawn back. You just feel the compensation already. Bishop going to g2. This knight's going to hang. Knight b6 will always create some issues over here as well. So this position is fine for white.
Compensation. I mean, we're about to lose our piece.
Is unquestionably compensation for white in this line. And as MVL looks at it, I mean, a bomb just landed on the chessboard.
Absolutely.
I mean, just a giant bomb. You would not expect a move like this in this line when so many players have been here before.
Right.
So much so, I'm going to explain to you how dramatic this is. There have been 212 games played in that position. I'm pulling chess base up now. 212 games played in the position before the move queen d3. Of those 212 games, bishop f2 has been played 211 times. Bishop f2 is basically the only move. The only other move played in that position was bishop to c4. No one else has played, but for the move bishop c4, no one else played anything but bishop f2. So as far as MVL is concerned, bishop f2 is the only move and nothing else to think about. Fabiano has now introduced a novelty this early in the line, move 10, when lines that go until 20, 25 moves. He's introduced a novelty on move 10 that's huge. There's a bomb landed on the chessboard. Right. And his opponent is staring at it and saying, oh, man, I know I'm in the doghouse. This is preparation up the wazoo here. He is the best Najdorf player on the planet we're looking at right here. He is just simply the best Najdorf player on the planet, and he's looking at those variations and
he hasn't taken the pawn yet.
And I don't think he's...
He'll play knight c6 maybe or something.
I just can't see him taking that pawn. If I had to bet something, I just cannot see him taking that pawn. As principled as it is, man, you're going to walk into the lion's mouth.
I think he's going to look at these variations for quite a bit, and if he sees king d2, I'd have to agree. I think he'll come across king d2 and see these wild variations, and then maybe decide not to take the pawn. If he's not going to take the pawn, Yaz, what move do you think he'll play?
Well, that's the problem. You know, the challenge has been laid out there, and every fiber of his being, he wants to take the pawn and prove the nature of the poison pawn. If you play a move like knight c6, well, you're basically allowing theory to be rewritten because, as Maurice says, everybody and his brother in this position has played bishop f2 and queen d3. If you get away with the move queen d3 and castle, so for example, you could castle.
Yes,
okay, let's just throw. But now after castles, in these Najdorf positions where it's white attacking on the king side with moves like g4 and so on, and black attacking on the queen side with a move b7, b5 and so on, black has come a cropper. He's totally misplaced his queen, and he's used a tempo.
C7, right?
Absolutely, the queen belongs on c7. Possible argument for a5, but not b6.
And furthermore,
b6 steps in front of the b pawn and slows the counterplay down dramatically.
I hate this too because it's like after castles, I mean, I'd almost try to look for a way not to get castled, because it also seems like this g4 is coming with even more force because of that battering ram on h6,
right?
Which is a bigger problem than a3. Like a3 for white it's not the greatest thing in the world. We'd rather have the pristine structure with the pawn on a2, but it's much less ugly than having a pawn on h6, which can go so easily be steamrolled with g4, g5. And
precisely, and again, the queen is sitting in front of the b6 pawn. So yes, castles is a bad move. Maybe second best beside queen b2 is knight c6, but then again, after knight c6, you're not getting what a lot of Najdorf players really like, which is, putting your knight on d7, putting it on c5, acting against the e4 pawn. And let me just
But after knight c6, maybe there's some variation where we can try to take the pawn, depending on where you play. Like, what's your move now?
Okay, that's a good question. After knight c6, I don't want to castle long, because then you'll trade everything on d4, and I won't get it I don't get to prove that your queen is misplaced. Here, I would be equally tempted to play bishop f2, but also I'd be probably tempted to play knight b3. Again, just to avoid all of the trades that would occur on the d4 square. Again, your queen's, at least in this case, you can make an argument that you've kind of kicked my knight out of the center. You could go queen c7 back, and you've got a kind of a normalish position, but I think that somehow in that whole challenge, White has benefited a little bit more than his opponent.
Yeah.
Maurice.
Well, as a Najdorf player myself, and one who did play the poison pawn in my career, although not with the wrinkle h6, this move after knight c6, as you mentioned, knight b3 is virtually necessary. The Indians actually think that castle, at first anyway, that castle was the best move here in allowing this endgame. But the endgame black would take in a heartbeat as compared to what he faces in the main lines. So my question to the Indian immediately was, what about this move bishop to f2? This is a very critical move. And now the Indian says, well, knight g4, at first giving black the edge in this line because of this push all the way here, and then queen takes b2 and the move knight to b3 until we arrive at this position, and then the Indian flips its opinion on what's actually happening. He gives the move bishop check, and you want to know White's next move?
King d2.
King d1.
Of course.
Yeah, sure.
Close.
King d1 in this position. Of course, this queen is funnily placed on this square. The Indians continue with the move bishop to f2, challenging. You just never seen a position like this. It's so chaotic in and of itself. Ooh. Knight to e3 check, and now king to d2. This is just inexplicable stuff.
So backing up there, that's a really cool line, though. So the idea is that after bishop f2, if you try to trap my queen, I go bishop takes g1, and I've got the fork on f2, right?
Yes,
that's a beautiful trap.
Right. Actually, here the Indians give even another line. Queen takes on a1, knight takes, and then just take this guy for nothing, and you've collected 2 pawns. You've collected the rook in the corner. You've collected this dark square bishop. You're threatening check. You're going to pick off yet another bit of material on h1. So complete decimation of White's pieces in this. This is just absolutely insane. There is no grandmaster in the world who's going to tell you that they can confidently calculate this position from scratch. No one. This is just chaos, and this is complete engine analysis that Fabiano has cooked up, and you see his clock. He's very secure. He knows all the variations from this moment, or at least most of them, what he's looking for. And MVL has been in this position for 20 minutes now, and he is looking for the way out, what to do against a supremely prepared opponent, like both of them of the digital age.
This is amazing. I mean, I would put out a prediction there that Maxime's going to think for another 10 to 15 minutes, because these lines and the labyrinths that are created after queen takes b2, it's going to determine the rest of the game and perhaps his fate in this game. So he is going to think here for another 10 minutes, I think. This tank is not coming out soon.
Oh, easily. Again, this is a bombshell novelty queen d3, and the variations that Maurice has been showing is so complicated. Recall having a conversation with Gary Kasparov, another great Najdorf expert, and he confessed to me, he said, there's so many complicated variations, and his notebook was so packed.
I was wrong. Look at that.
With so many variations that he really, privately, he feared that he wouldn't be able to remember them all.
Wow. Wow.
So-
Not private anymore.
I know. By the way, funnily enough, I had it on my board that a lot of Najdorf players love the knight d7, knight c5, rather than sticking their knights on c6. I had it highlighted. I wanted to point out why I thought the move knight d7 wasn't very good. And that's the move that MVL ended up playing. The reason that I didn't think it was any good was after knight d7 castles, knight c5. Why else did you put your knight on d7 if not to disturb the white queen? I thought the white queen could actually just very nicely either slide over to... I have three really good squares. f3 is one of them. g3 is actually another very intriguing square.
Although you got to worry about knight h5 sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah, well, I
Or
could beat that with queen g4, right?
Yeah, I
and
guess that
another
looks good.
really funky square is actually h3.
Sacrificing a pawn?
Yeah, sometimes you see these ideas in the knight are very often for white. White is willing to drop his e4 pawn so that he can get in the move f5, attacking the square on e6, and sometimes getting black's king stuck in the center. I really like white's attacking chances here a lot. I played the Najdorf when I was very, very young. I decided it was too complicated for me.
But what if Maxime thinks it's getting too hot in here and just decides, hey, I'm going to develop with knight c5 and then I'm going to play bishop d7 and queenside castle? If you think the attack is really ugly, you can sometimes try that.
Let me just pick a
Okay,
queen
so
h3.
so bishop d7.
And what you were suggesting was bishop to d7 with the idea, you know what? I'm just going to get out of dodge.
You have a quick e5 coming at me?
E5,
Yeah.
E5 looks really good.
And now I'm
Jen.
I'm just
And your
attacking you
king.
before I get castled.
Right. You're going to have me for lunch, but I'm going to have you for breakfast.
Oh,
I get you just in time with the move e4, e5. You spotted it right away. Maurice.
Now, there's an interesting subtext to this particular position in that these two, as I mentioned before, played in April in the Grenke Classic, and they drew the game. Just to let you understand, that line went differently in this position here after a3, bishop e7. This is when bishop f2 happened, and then queen c7 was the move. Bishop f2 is the standard move, and then queen c7. And the queen then went to f3, and then knight bd7. I got two moves in there. So now you look at the differences between this position, the queen's on f3, and the queen's on c7 with the bishop back on f2. In the game they have right now, as we pull that one up, the queen is not on f3, it's on d3, and bishop f2 has not been played. The queen did not go back to c7, so he didn't get the chance to force this bishop back. And in the game this other game, let's pull it up. The first game they played in this position after knight bd7, then castles. Right, so we have castles on the board. Now the move b5. This is black's main source of counterplay in this position. Putting the bishop on b7, the knight on c5, and getting to hit at this pawn. That's a tempi in the line, the speed of the variation. But the way that Fabi has played it, first of all, his queen is not stuck on this long diagonal. Nothing for him to worry about, although there's going to be a tempo with knight c5, but he can pick and choose where he puts his queen, as you did, yes. And second of all, he hasn't been driven back with his bishop on h4. That's why e5 keeps coming with potency in your line, where e5 is strong because there's going to be a capture on e7 that's going to keep the king in the center of the board. So that small difference is going to be a huge difference in that this bishop has not been driven away from h4, and white is able to complete his development and continue the attack. And he's prepared, because as soon as knight bd7 happened, Fabi castled instantly because he knew that's what he wanted to do. And MVL is appreciating these nuances for sure and wondering what is prepared right now against them. And I should point out, by the way, guys, every other board, it's like they're paying homage to this game because they're so essentially solid positions with not too much dynamism and wild action that we almost don't even have to go to those games yet because there's nothing super critical about them. They're going to build slowly towards a later stage for the denouement in those games, while this one, it's immediate. We're out the gate like Usain Bolt, running fast, and we'll see what he comes up with. Does MVL, because this is just already so dangerous, he could be blown off the board inside of Fabiano's preparation.
We do have one
Fantastic
interesting.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
please.
mean, I'm really spellbound by this game, but we do have one kind of interesting moment in Carlsen Nakamura. But
All right, let me go up to that one.
because that is
Yeah.
such a key game for our standings. Well, the move G6 was just played, and I just wanted to point out that B2 was hanging, but after bishop takes B2, instead of G6, bishop takes B2.
Right.
We would have this bishop takes H7 check move, and
Right.
it seems like a great trade to get your kingside pawn and rip your kingside open in exchange for that pawn on B2. And
Right. Trading H7 for B2 is no fair deal for black because the black's king's shield will be compromised.
that's right, and so that forced Nakamura to play the move G6, and you kind of like Magnus's position here, don't you guys? I mean, there's that isolated queen pawn that we're playing against.
Well, sure, but I'll remind our viewers that there was the game Ian Nepo.
Nepomniachtchi.
Thank you. Nepo white versus Hikaru, who is black. Hikaru had neglected this move G7, G6 in that game and actually suffered a very painful loss at the hands of Jan. So obviously all of the players are looking at their opponent's game, seeing how they're playing, and Magnus said, okay, well, even if Hikaru does play the superior G7, G6 and not allow me to win like Nepo wins, I still have a superior position for white. I like this variation versus, say, a Najdorf or a Berlin, where I don't have anything particular. Let me go for this. This is obviously a position that Magnus really likes. He likes his opponent to have weaknesses and to be able to grind. The isolated queen pawn position fits very nicely in the world champion's repertoire.
And you were also intrigued by the all-Russian battle we have today at the Sinquefield Cup between Nepomniachtchi and Peter Svidler.
Right. Now that game, both players, well, I think actually Peter actually used quite a lot of time in this game. It was a Rui Lopez and Peter with the move castles. He invites his opponent to allow a martial gambit, something that Peter Svidler has played all of his life. Nope. Jan got in the move d4, and you'll remember the game of Nakamura. Was it? No, who was Peter playing against? Yes, it was Nakamura where he went knight e5 to d7, right? Well, they get a very quick and easy theoretical position. Now this move, knight g4, I really like this move a lot. When you're playing against the central pawn duo where the white pawns control or occupying d4, e4, and control all of these squares across the center of the board, one of the things you really want to do when playing against such a structure is to trade minor pieces. You're behind in space, get rid of a couple of minor pieces. And this move, knight f6, g4, really fits the bill. I don't quite understand why Peter spent such a long time getting into this position, because I think he's actually doing just fine once he plays knight takes e3, puts his pawn on c5, puts his queen on c7. This anti-martial play, I don't think is going to really give white much of an advantage.
That's right. So both he and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave have reached into the tank in the beginning of this game, but you kind of understand the rationale more for Maxime, who is, of course, now facing the very natural move for white, 11 queenside castles.
Right. Now let's just go to the game of Levon Aronian and Wesley So. We'll take it from the top. We also see this knight f3 on move 3. And now there goes in variation with bishop b4. This has become very, very topical line amongst the elite players. Many like adopting black's approach, which Wesley has done. Overall, you'll say that black has no pawn weaknesses. He's got a safe king. He's got pretty decent development. His only real problem in the position is the bishop on d7. Having said that, white has a little bit more action going for him in the center with this pawn on c3. And we're up to date with the position. And, okay, I have a slight edge for white, but I think Wesley will be pleased with his defense as black. In the game, also very important game between Sergey and Vichy. You know, we made a mistake. We overlooked the fact that Sergey also became a father during the tournament. I think around...
Yeah, right. Actually, just before the tournament, Sergey Karyakin. It was not become, though. It was his second. It was like his second baby.
Second child,
exactly.
Yes. So a shout out to Sergey's family, and congratulations to everybody there. I'm sure that's why Sergey's been wearing such big smiles.
I know. He's been really happy. So yes, it's very exciting. And you know, with the standings so bunched up, maybe he'll have a really good gift to bring home to the family.
Absolutely. Okay, let's take a look. Vichy, just coming home from one of the most memorable victories he'll have. That'll be in his anthologies of best games yet.
Oh, and by the way, if you can't get enough of that beautiful move, Queen B4, I took a look at the Spanish broadcast, which is also archived on the St. Louis Chess Club's YouTube channel.
Right.
And
between Alejandro and Yvette, who are commentating in Spanish.
Grandmaster Ramirez and WIM Yvette, and yes, Garcia. And it's just so exciting to see moves like that in Spanish broadcasts, because you know the language has such a flair for the dramatic.
Right.
And so just like you hear both of them like getting so excited and screaming like the most beautiful move, and then
goal.
belleza, like and then also Vichy Anand came by to talk about the game in Spanish.
Yes, his Spanish is absolutely fluent. Now I'm going to go look it up. Like you said, it's archived on the St. Louis website.
That's right, La Ronda Cinco.
Okay, Bishop F4, a London system that Grishuk and Gadakamsky have made very popular, the highest levels. Vichy just said, okay, you've got one good piece in the position, this bishop on F4. I got an idea, let's trade him off. And the players very quickly got to a position where two pairs of pawns have been traded, and we're currently at this position. And this looks quite balanced. I don't see any problems.
Speaking of big news, sorry to interrupt, but Maurice has got to be excited by this move by MVL.
Well, once again, the Najdorf bites.
He is not going to be castling anytime soon. He's just played the move G5. Maurice, what do you think about this move?
Najdorf players, boy.
This is funky stuff right now. I mean, he is not one known to back down, and he does not want to see any of the computer preparation, the deep lines that Fabi has in store for him. Let's point out, by the way, after castles, that he himself doesn't dare castle, because if there's just a very typical G4 attack that he's going to have to face, he cannot take this pawn because suddenly the bishop on E7 is undefended, and so that's not a great line. He also, knight C5, another move typical of this position is queen E2, again preparing G4. And if you try any funny tactics like this one, for example, takes, and bishop takes, thinking that you're up a pawn, you'll have to wonder what happens after knight F5 drops on the board, another typical Najdorf tactic, and suddenly you don't dare touch this because you're going to get killed after this double check. You cannot go here because it's mate, and you also don't want to walk into the open fight where you have no choice. And this move, knight to E8, and suddenly your king is just done to the world because of rook to D6, and that is mate. So not easy to find simple continuations, and he has to go deep into his bag of Najdorf tricks, and he's used to it. We saw the way he confused a very powerful world champion, a position that Magnus Carlsen had. You saw how MVL mixes it up. He, I think, is the most chaotic defender of everyone on the tour.
That's right.
I won't call him the best defender. I'm not qualified enough to say who is. But in terms of chaos and mixing it up when something is going wrong, the way he starts cooking up some weird stuff and make you go, what is that? And look at this already. Fabi's out of his preparation. MVL has played that move and said, all right, do your worst, find some moves. Now, this could just simply
take
lose
the pawn and knight G4, I guess, is the idea, right? Knight G4 kind of trying to win back the pawn and also reinforce the E5 square.
That is the point. It's a typical sacrifice in the
Yeah.
Najdorf is to play the move G5. And this line after knight G4, now the pawn is hanging, queen D2, guarding it, and black is able to get a piece to this square. Rook G8 is a move right now.
And why? And do you want to show why I can't just take it and then play knight F2?
Oh, you're asking for it in
Yeah,
that line.
of course.
Asking.
But this will be fun at least.
Knight F2. First of all, the exchange is I don't even, my brain doesn't compute exchanges. Exchange sacrifices
Knight
are
E6
typical
is
in this
working?
position. Well,
Not yet.
I mean, my instincts had something like queen G5, but I'm just going to go with the computer, which says knight D5.
Ooh, that's a
suddenly
nice one.
is the spiciest move in the position. Very concrete threat of mating one plus the queen. And if you do take here the knight F5, and that E7 square is looking very tender. Indeed, queen D8, of course, is impossible because of knight G7 or
Just
even
winning
knight
the
D6,
queen, yeah.
winning the queen in one move. So
Beautiful.
you just don't want to go into these types of lines because the tactics are going to be in White's favor. White is way better developed right here, knight G4, queen D2. White is so much better developed that you go into these lines, you're going to get killed with some kind of tactic. But that said, this G5 idea played in a Najdorf, I believe you had mentioned this story as was played many, many years ago when the Russians went to go play the Argentinians in the Olympiad, and they played this line. They had prepared the line against the Russians, the Argentinian team, with G5. And G5, and they had cooked up some juicy preparation. I remember those guys like Spassky, who was playing for the Russians.
Geller, Karas.
I should say the Soviets.
Right.
Geller and Karas.
Right.
And they played this move G5, and all the Russians, the Soviets were sitting there like, wait a minute, is this right?
Yeah.
And I think it was Spassky who first refuted the line with G5, and then the rest of them came in order, and they were able to completely blow this novelty off the board. But since then, G5 has become a common theme in the Najdorf, something to grab a hold of this E5 square, and black just needs to do it the right way. The way they did the first time didn't work. But since then, it's just been a very common technique, and of course, MVL knows it quite well. And here is Fabi. His preparation worked immediately, except now he's back in MVL country, where MVL is cooking up some mystical nonsense that you say, wait a minute, what's this about? But he's so good at it. He is absolutely the best chaotic defender in the world. He revels in chaos. And if he wins this game, guys, after facing such a powerful novelty, it'll just be incredible.
Amazing. Let me rescue you from the story, first of all. There's Gothenburg. It was the inner zonal, and I brought the position of the Najdorf up on my screen. Now, again, what happened in today's game was the queen b6 poison pawn variation was played. In those days, in the 1950s, the inner zonal, what had happened is that the Argentine players had been training together, and just by coincidence, they were playing against the three Soviets, so it was Najdorf and Vilnik. I don't remember the Argentine players as well as I...
Najdorf was definitely one of them.
Yeah, as I remember the Soviet names. So what happened is this is standard fare. Now everybody plays queen c7 here. And what the Argentines had been prepared at home was what later became known as the Gothenburg variation with g5. And this was a novelty, and all three of the games achieved this exact position, and the Soviets became aware that the other two Soviets were there, and they waited. They waited for Efim Geller. They waited for Geller. Geller took the pawn on e6, a very common tactical strike in the Najdorf, and went check, king f8, and Geller played bishop b5,
right?
and everybody played the same. And then the Argentinians all went into the tank because it was this move that was not a part of their preparations. And the Soviets won a memorable series of games and this Gothenburg variation. But the point there is that this move, g7, g5, appears quite often in many of the Najdorf themes. So let me get to the current game where g5, the current position I was going to say, where black has just lashed out with the move g7, g5. Oftentimes, he does make the sacrifice of the pawn on g5 specifically for control over the e4 square with knight on d7 to e5. Even if black ends up a pawn down, he'll have a mighty knight on the center of the board. You kind of get almost like a Benko gambit kind of compensation with a great knight on e5. Now, one of the things I really wanted to do was point out that the queen on b6 was misplaced. However, in the variation that I really want to achieve, which was knight takes e6, right? I want to just refute this variation, knight takes e6, f e6, and play e5. It actually turns out the queen is really good on the square b6 because in a lot of these variations, and you've seen them, where a queen lands on g6 with check, there's a queen on c7, and after the move king d8, the king ends up trapped. Now the queen's actually better placed on b6 and defends the pawn on e6 and so forth and so on.
There is more idea than just taking the pawn on b2 after all.
Right, it's deeper. So I'm looking at all of these sacrifices to try to refute this move g5 other than accepting the pawn on g5. And this was one of the lines that I was looking at. But I think black is actually just fine here, whether he places king to f8 or king to d8. I simply can't make this line work for white. But normally speaking, when your opponent plays a move like g5, you don't want to play to his agenda. You want to, change the script and do something like e5 and knight e6 to really change. Having said all of this, Maurice, I think when Fabi played the move queen d3 in castles,
that he already studied this?
That he had to have at least considered g5.
But don't you think he would have spent most of his time on like queen takes b2?
Of course.
Most of it.
Of course. You want to make sure that that move has a reputation. But this is some this is opening theory at the highest levels
I don't think
in
he
the
saw
world.
g5.
Really?
I don't think they looked at g5.
Because it's such a I mean, how many times in a Najdorf have you
Yeah,
tossed out at g5?
Okay, but g5 is definitely a thematic move.
Right.
But the thing is, if we went through the same discussion the last time over this move queen d4.
Right.
With Anand, if he had
Yes.
seen queen d4, would he be thinking so long in that
Right.
given position? So it's an abstract argument, but it's based on body language and how long a person is sitting there thinking about the position. If you had prepared this move g5, if Fabi had prepared g5, then he knows what to do right now. He already sees that MVL is playing by the seat of his pants. He knows queen d3 is a novelty. He knows MVL has not seen it before. MVL was not ready for it. Nobody's going to be ready for something and spend 20 minutes thinking about their next move. So he knows he caught him in some opening preparation. Then he castles immediately after knight bd7, so he had that down. Why, if he's so prepared against g5, would he be sitting here right now thinking so hard about the position, wondering what MVL has cooked up, or maybe you think maybe he's trying to remember what his preparation
That's
was?
what I think.
I don't.
Sometimes the truth is somewhere in between also, that you
Right.
kind of like, it flitted through your mind in certain variations, but you didn't spend much time on it.
Right.
So you're trying to remember what your conclusions were, and if your conclusions were rock solid enough, or if you should just start thinking for yourself at this point.
Yeah, but also I suppose there's a couple of things. Let's suppose A, that he did consider g5, and then let's consider B, that against the move g5, he's got two very, very clear options. One is to capture the pawn on g5 and try to play the position pawn up, right? Another option is to not do a double capture and just play with the what kind of middle game position is he seeking to play?
Wait, you mean for black, or
no, as white. If
as
you're
white.
If you're Fabi and you said, I've seen this move g5 coming from a mile away, so you've got two options. You can capture twice, right, and try to.
But after takes on g5, I thought black is mostly playing knight g4.
Which is fine. No, sorry, sorry. What I'm trying to say is, you're white.
Yeah.
You can win a pawn or not.
Or you could play like bishop f2 or something like that.
Right. You can win a pawn or not.
We have the answer, by the way. He has taken the pawn.
He's taken the pawn. Okay. But maybe he also was thinking about these kinds of sacrifices with knight takes e6 and e5 and just trying to remember himself, well, does it work or not, right? And the answer is no, it doesn't. Right?
You mean a third option?
Yeah,
Yes.
not playing to your opponent's agenda and responding to the threat of G5.
So if you bring up the idea, if you bring up the idea that maybe he's just trying to remember his preparation, I think that is a valid point. We'll have to see whether or not he had not looked at this move or if it was just trying to remember the preparation. I think those two possibilities are definitely valid. But it's on the board.
It's on the board.
MVL, if this was not in his preparation, then MVL, being the beast at the Najdorf that he is going to be a lot more comfortable playing these wild positions because he just lives here. This is his kitchen. This is where he cooks up his home brew, and he doesn't care. You can aim at him the biggest guns you want to. He's going to play the Najdorf again and again and again. Even if he gets blown off the board in this game, you can rest assured that's not deterring him from playing his beloved Najdorf.
That's funny because we have a question to our hashtag Sinquefield Cup from Omkar Shakradeo, who asks, if MVL reaches up to the World Championship match and ends up qualifying, at that point, is he still going to play the Najdorf every game, or is he going to, at that point, switch it up? What do you think, Gaz?
No, I always say, go with who brought you to the party. And I was very upset with Tatev in the U.S. Championships where she was playing for first in the last round, and she ducked her beloved French defense. I mean, if the French defense had brought her glory, she was in first place, and she got afraid that her opponent had prepared more. Bobby Fischer goes up against Boris Spassky in 1972, World Championship match. Bobby Fischer knows that the Soviets have been, thinking about the Najdorf, how they're going to beat him. No, he plays the Najdorf. Of course, he switched it up a little bit more than does MVL, I want to say. But no, you go with your favorite weapons. That's what you do. I mean,
I should point out,
Maurice, please.
I should point out that in another game, something dynamic wrinkle happened in this game, the one between Sergei Karyakin and Vishwanathan Anand. In this moment, Sergei's bishop was under attack after knight takes on d5, bishop to g3, looking to wind up the position, maybe play a move like knight to e4. Also, e4 could come on tap at any moment. But in this position, Anand came up with a nice little move, knight to e5. Now, we've seen this move happen often enough when it's a capture, winning a pawn, that tactic we all learn as beginners. You take the pawn on e5 and you uncover this attack on this bishop. The point being that bishop takes bishop, which was actually played in the game, then your knight takes and goes back. But now he's doing it for positional purposes, as now this bishop is hanging on the square. Sergei took on d7, and Anand has a choice between taking on f3 or taking this piece on d7. He's sitting on the position right now, but it looks like either move has released the problem of his bad bishop on d7. Now that bishop is no longer a source of concern. It seems as though that black has equalized. And the way Anand is playing this tournament, guys, we might have to say, if you look at everyone in the tournament, he might be the one playing the best, most correct chess. Of course, Magnus had that moniker for some time as best player in this tournament as far as how you're actually playing the rounds. But after that loss to MVL, you can't necessarily give that one to Magnus anymore. But the way Vichy looks so solid, even MVL, who's leading the event, he's looked shaky in a couple of games. But Vichy just looks like Vichy right now. I mean, his fans have to be happy. He's playing smooth, classical chess. And, of course, with the odd super brilliancy tossed in.
Yeah, well, it was an event in November of last year where Vichy was in a very, very strong field where he won it very, very smoothly. Vichy's a fine wine. He just improves with age. He's looking very, very good here. Because the game of Fabi and MVL has captured our collective imaginations, I had kind of thrown the move knight g4 out there rather flippantly, whereas in a lot of these Najdorfs, black, especially when the white queen is on f3 and knight g4 is not available, it's very common for black to first play the move knight d7 to e5, gaining a tempo. And I had thrown out knight g4 without giving knight e5.
And knight e5 did in fact happen in the game.
Proper consideration. And indeed, absolutely, that's what I wanted to say, that knight e5 was the choice of MVL. He played it first. We're, again, since Fabi has captured the pawn, let's play the move Queen D2, defending the pawn on G5. And I was going to say Knight G4 is the most likely move. This is
That's right.
the very common theme, because this bishop is currently in a pin. You can't capture on H6 or play the move G6 because the bishop takes H4. Sorry, Jennifer.
Oh, no, and I was just going to say that actually in this position, now there are some lines where you have to calculate that the greedy exchange capture on F2, because without all my dark squares being completely kaput like they were before,
right.
Those variations might be a little bit more complex instead of like immediate resignation for me.
Right. So just to buttress your point, let's say White plays a move like King B1. You're saying that in these cases, then idea of Knight F2, if it doesn't lose right away, which it does, unfortunately, because of Queen F6, right?
Yeah, Queen F6 just double attacks.
Right.
Before my knight was on D7.
Right.
Right.
But,
yeah.
but it's something that White has to keep in mind, that this F2 square does fork both rooks.
But we are getting tremendous feedback on this game, of course. Walter first says, surprise Queen D3 answered with a surprise G5, MVL thinking like, everything you can do, I can do better. And we also have Tarjei Svensson, who says, after G5, it's time to find the popcorn. Chess is so much fun. And he also says that after this novelty, there's part of him that wishes to see MVL playing a world championship match against Magnus Carlsen.
So you can see some night
to see some excitement. But of course, Fabiano Caruana would also be a great contender with the type of excitement he's bringing. But we do have a special guest. You know, we've been talking here at the St. Louis Chess Club about our wonderful partnership with the St. Louis Fashion Fund, which kicked off with PIN, which was our opening ceremony for the Sinquefield Cup.
Right.
That included a design challenge, and we had the winner, Audra, with Maurice Ashley, to talk a little bit about that.
Well, I'm totally pleased as Pink to welcome Audra Noyes to this stage, as she's the winner of the Pin Designer Challenge. We had to work together, Audra, to come up with a nice piece, and of course, you are the fashion designer here. I'm just a chess player, and you definitely proved to be successful. I'm sure you're thrilled. How are you feeling now since this victory?
It's been great. I feel so honored to have won, not only just the recognition of being the first chess uniform and to win the first Pin challenge, but then of course the blessing of the scholarship as well.
$10,000.
Yeah, I think it's still a little bit surreal, and I'm excited for the steps to come. How we can continue this chess and fashion collaboration and get a jacket on some of these players.
Well, tell me, what is your inspiration for the pieces?
So, I think it all started with this idea of the rook and the bishop colliding that created the queen. I was fascinated with the history of the queen when that piece was included on the game, when it came from India to Europe, and in the design itself, you can see that, these two worlds colliding created something more beautiful, just like when the rook and the bishop combined created a piece that was, more powerful and kind of harmonizing into something greater. And we see that in our world today as well. And then when it came to the jacket, I wanted to think about, how do you brand chess? When you think of a soccer jersey or a bowling shirt or a tennis outfit, there's clear DNA. It's very recognizable of, what sport they're about to play, from a pro player all the way down to a kid at camp. And chess needed this. So that's what I really sought out to create with the jacket, and then in following up with kind of the capsule collection that I also presented these ideas that kind of trickle down from the jacket itself. So yeah, that's where it all started.
Now you're part of the fashion incubator here in St. Louis, the effort to bring fashion back to St. Louis, as it used to be a fashion capital many years ago. What does it feel like being here, living in St. Louis? I know you commute to New York quite a bit.
Yeah, like you, I'm kind of between two cities.
All the time.
Yeah.
What is that like?
I mean, I love what the incubator and the Fashion Fund as a whole is trying to do here. Domestic production, preserving the arts and building up the arts in a city, educating the younger generations with skill sets that need to be preserved, like sewing and pattern making. And it's one of the reasons why I was so passionate about coming here. St. Louis is definitely a change of pace. Working in kind of this co-op community with the other 5 designers has just been exceptional. I mean, they're all so talented, and we're all so different, which you probably saw at the competition. And it's great to learn from each other.
And we're seeing some images now of the show with all those great designers, all 6 grandmasters. Top players were teamed with the designers. I know Jennifer Shahadi, our own Jennifer Shahadi, was part of it as well. Alejandro Ramirez, Christian Chirilla, Nazi Paikidze. I'm missing someone. Eric. Eric was Eric was one of the judges for sure. So I feel like I'm missing one of the other grandmasters who was involved.
All of them,
but nevertheless, it was just a great show. You never see a chess opening ceremony like this one. I mean, it really was incredible. And Fabiano Caruana was the last one. Fabiano Caruana, we all helped to work on this idea of bridging the world of chess and fashion. And of course, the World Chess Hall of Fame is always getting involved in these novel ideas as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's so. When I moved here, I was like, chess capital in St. Louis. This huge chess piece outside. But I've learned so much from it. I mean, the strategy behind chess, our conversations, I think have really changed my design process. How I think, making sure that functionality trumps design is something that you kind of inspired me with. Thinking about colliding 2 worlds, fabrics and draping coming together, and the strategy behind chess, it fascinates me. And I think I've gotten a little bit better at my game, too. I beat my boyfriend once for the first time ever.
That's great.
Yes.
That's what we want to hear.
Yeah.
How does it feel that your piece is going to actually be in the World Chess Hall of Fame?
I can't wait for that. I've never had the honor of having a piece displayed in a museum or a Hall of Fame. That I'm thrilled for, as well, to show the process, our notes from our conversations, the sketches. I think everything leading up to the final product itself, I think is just as valuable and really engaging. And then also my little poem I wrote about the rook and the bishop. I can't wait for that. I'm excited for October.
Yeah, I feel like I want to take credit for being a part of the process.
Yeah, for sure.
Of course, I have no idea designing stuff.
I mean, I got a quite fashionable grandmaster. I must say, I drew a good name out of the hat.
Thank you for that. What's next for you?
Right now, I'm heading back to New York next week because I am not only shipping my fall collection kind of across the country and in Asia to my stores that stock Audra, but I'm also developing my new collection, which shows in New York Fashion Week beginning of September. So it's quite a busy time of year, trying to kind of pump out the new collection as well as get the last collection into stores. So August is kind of like the fashion chaos month. So trying to get as much sleep this week as possible.
I know Magnus Carlsen was part of Fashion Week.
Yeah.
So we continue the tradition. Audra Noyes, thank you so much for being with us, and I'm happy we won.
Yeah,
I tell
me
you. A lot of chess players might wonder, fashion, chess, what's up with that? But it's so cool to have these 2 worlds colliding and to show that chess is not limited. Chess is not just about making moves, but it's truly a part of world culture, and now bridging it with fashion.
Thank you, Maurice.
So those of you watching at home, when you come to a chess tournament, you got to step up your fashion game.
Yeah, I'm going to start working on mine.
Yeah, I'm wearing something from Q Boutique, actually. This is like a little rook necklace.
The chess
Yeah,
piece.
they're super on sale. So if you're coming to St. Louis and you're looking to get a present for someone, I highly recommend you pop in Q Boutique, and they're probably going to have some things associated with this October 5th show as well. So I'm really excited for that. But we've been getting a lot of requests, Yasser, for another game, for the game between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura.
Right.
Ole Morton Pearson says that GM Hikaru is deep in the tank after Magnus Carlsen plays Bishop B5. And we also have Matthew Parsons, who's spent several tweets actually saying, please get to Magnus's game. How's he doing here?
We got a lot of Magnus fans, definitely.
That's right. I mean, because it looks like we got a couple pieces attacking, a couple pawns on pre, right? Yeah,
exactly.
You got to like that.
Oh, for sure. Magnus's last move, Bishop B5, opened up a discovered attack against the pawn on D5. Queen takes D5 is on tap, as well as Bishop takes C6, or even the more thematic Rook takes C6. and after takes c6, bishop takes c6, white will get his exchange back. Having said all of that, we understand that the pawn on d5 is a weakness. Black might sit there and go, okay, fine, please get rid of my weakness. Please take this pawn on d5 or take my knight on c6. So bishop takes b2. Trade. If it was just all about a trade of this b2 pawn for the d5 pawn, Black will be very happy. However, there's deeper things going on in this position. After the move bishop takes b2, again, you could play rook c2 and the bishop would jump back, and I think Black would very much welcome this types of trade. Nothing bad is happening here for Black.
Maybe try to stick a bishop on e4 or something like that.
Exactly. But here the question is, what do we do? Let's see some interesting lines. Rook takes c6. Well, first of all, you don't want to play a7, a6 because there's rook takes e8. But after takes, you say, oh, your rook in the corner's trapped. I'm going to win my rook back. I'm going to win this pawn on d5. I'm golden, pardon me, until you analyze a little bit further and you say, well, bishop a6.
There's also bishop b7 possibly, right?
Or even, I wasn't even looking at bishop b7. Bishop a6 got my attention. I thought, well, bishop a6 turns the tables because I end up, attacking this rook on f1. Bishop b7, your bishop b7 may actually be a better move. So I'm sitting here saying, Magnus, of course, by the way, it was round 5 where Wesley gave up the b2 pawn and Magnus went on to win a splendid game.
And then he, by the way,
he's giving up the b2 pawn himself.
Decided to do a little bit of trash talking on Twitter, where right after the game he said,
who did?
Magnus Carlsen.
No way.
So after the game he said,
the soft-spoken, easygoing
Norwegian. He likes to make it a little fun, and he was in the park with his second and said on Twitter, another walk in the park on this nice Sunday.
Ooh, Wesley.
Ouch.
Ching.
But,
very nice.
It's actually all in fun. I think Magnus is often making comments like that, and I think it's kind of fun for the popularity of chess to get that kind of little boxing style trash talking in once in a while.
I love it.
Of course, he has tremendous respect.
Yeah, sometimes it can go a little bit too sharp. But let's take a look at it more seriously. Bishop takes b2, attacking the rook on c1 and just challenging white to prove the idea behind the sacrifice. I don't see any reason why queen takes d5.
Well, you're thinking bishop d6 on queen takes d5, but the problem is
I can get in a quick tempo against the queen with the move rook d8, and don't forget that this rook is still hanging down here.
That's not good.
So let's try that again. So let's go rook c2, right? We'll kind of drive this bishop back home to its fianchettoed square.
And now, last time we were trying bishop takes c6, we could also try taking on d5. How do you feel about that? You just don't like that after bishop?
For two reasons. I still see the move rook d8 as being perfectly sensible, but now that the rook has actually been driven to c2, the move bishop f5 also looks like a very nice gain of tempo. So let's see this again, just a second. Bishop goes back to c2. Let's just go like this, right? So at least in this case, there's no bishop a6, yay, and there's no bishop b7, boo, because of rook c7.
Yeah.
But after bishop, you've got, there's bishop d6. Ooh.
Yeah. So bishop f5, you were planning on queen takes d5, bishop b4, right?
Right. But suddenly I made a boo-boo, big error. Bishop d6 is something.
After queen d7.
This is the dream position that white wants to achieve, which is good knight versus bad bishop. This knight on d4 is going to be super when it gets to the d4 square or the e5 square. This is not a good variation for Hikaru, but after rook takes c6,
maybe just start. Well, if you start with rook d8, the trouble is bishop g5.
It's a little bit disturbing, right?
Yeah,
As is
we
rook
don't
c7.
want to play f6. It's kind of annoying.
Well, this is a very intriguing line of play. Actually, I didn't think it was going to be a problem for black. I may have to revise my opinion if, well, I don't like rook d8 for the, so let's try, well, I'm not sure I like this either. Rook c7, nicely posting up on the 7th rank with even evil intentions like knight to g5. And maybe this is a little bit more uncomfortable than I gave it credit for, because my first idea was to simply reject the sacrifice by Magnus. I didn't think it was that serious, but I can see that black still has a lot of work to equalize. Maurice, if I missed something special about Magnus's pawn sacrifice?
Sorry, I wasn't
it's
on
all
that
right.
game right now. I was busy
know where you're
going crazy on,
Yes.
on this position.
Right.
There's so much richness in this one right here,
Right.
and analyzing all these variations. The move knight h7 was played, and knight h7 is a move. If you're playing the knight, or if you feel like I don't want my knight to be over on h7, it just is not really well coordinated. You hope you'll be able to take with the pawn and bring your knight back eventually, but ideally you'd like to put your knight here on the d7 square. That way you can always bolster this knight on e5. If it ever gets challenged, then you just replace it with another knight. Instead, the move knight f d7, you think this is a good way to play, and you're still keeping the pin on this line. Unfortunately, white has a very solid move in this move g3, and normally this is not that big a pain. The problem is the threat is now to actually capture the pawn on h6, and you'll be up material in this position, even though you might have trouble pawns on this line. But if you could crash through on this side and black's not saying anything at all, then white's going to be good, and up the material is actually material anyway. Even if it's just one pawn up, it's a passed pawn on the 6th rank, and black still has to try to develop this side of the board. So that's not so easy to play. This is the move I'd want to play, but it turns out it's just bad. Knight h7, on the other hand, the move knight f3 by Fabi, really understanding the position. This knight is too much of a stalwart on that square, so you want to aggress it immediately, and also clearing the line for your bishop. So now, if this capture happens, suddenly this position, bishop back to f2 with Tempe, and you see this knight is offside. Threats like h4 could show up at any moment in this position. Also, bishop e3 and tie you down to defense of this pawn if you're not careful. This position is much easier to play as white, and although black got some dark squares that he wanted, he can't gravitate to e5. He wants to do this. That's the move he wants to play, but he can't do it. And this knight is just going to be somewhat offside. White has more harmony in this position. So knight f3 is a real challenge to the position after knight h7, knight back to f3. This is going to be a challenge to MVL's position, as Fabi is now settled in and is playing it positionally. And after this move, knight f3, he has captured on g5, so we're expecting the move bishop f2 to appear on the board momentarily. Still, I've got to say, with the knight on h7, my instincts are going with white in this position just because of the better coordination of his forces.
I agree with Maurice wholeheartedly. Knight on h7 is wrong square. You wanted on d7, but he had to do it for very specific reasons. On the other hand, black gets 2 moves in, knight h7, f8 to g6. He's golden too, because he's got some dark squares, including the e5 square in his pocket.
That's a lot of moves.
Yeah.
In this open line,
2 moves.
in this open position, that is a luxurious path. But this game is really just going to keep our eyes peeled here in round 6 of the Sinquefield Cup, because it could completely blow the standings open if Maxime was to lose this game, and we'd have like everybody in the whole tournament tied for first, or like a half point or a point behind. But we are going to take a break with a look at what I did on the rest day. You know, I got some exercise outside the patio of the World Chess Hall of Fame, playing a combination of burpees, push-ups, and squat jumps with Danny Wrench, who's IM at chess.com.
All right.
I am here with two-time U.S. Women's Champion, chess broadcaster extraordinaire Jen Shahade. We are at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We both love chess. We both love CrossFit. So we're going to do some burpee blitz.
That's right. We're on the rest day of the Sinquefield Cup here in St. Louis, so let's get some exercise in.
That's right.
Good luck, Danny.
Every time you capture a piece, you got to do an exercise for that specific piece. You'll see what they are as we go.
All right. Good luck,
Let's
Matt.
do this thing. All right. Here we go. Capture a piece, you got to do the exercise on your time and then hit the clock. Now I got to do the same thing. feet. Okay. Exercise and chest together. Match made in heaven.
I'm so excited. Take now, think later.
That's right, I'm gonna have to. Okay. Double thruster session. I'm just glad these aren't weighted, that's all. You went all in on the attack.
Yeah. We held on enough pieces last time.
Now the queen is 9 push-ups. Seconds. I gotta get going here. This could be the first ever Fawn promotion at Giant Chest. All right. And
All right, good game.
we got it. Just barely. Good game.
Gotta do this class now.
That's right. Gotta do the squats now. I'll do it with you since I promoted a Fawn. What do we decide? That was a lot of fun. And thanks for watching.
Yeah, good job, guys.
Play
Good job
Burpee
watching
Blitz.
that whole game.
Play Burpee Blitz near you. This is the best way to do it. Giant chest, exercise, and you can play at the World Chess Hall of Fame, so everyone's invited. Thanks for
All
watching.
right. Fun times. back at the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, where we have fashion colliding with chess, we have chess colliding with exercise. You can combine chess with everything, Yasser, because chess is everything.
True. It's perfect. It is absolutely perfect. And we have some really combative games going on in this round 6 across the board. We've got some really great imbalances that I'm really enjoying. And while MVL's game certainly has my attention, it's this game of Magnus Carlsen. After Magnus has played this move, bishop d3, b5, we were analyzing it. I didn't really come out of the variations that we were looking at feeling pleased about Hikaru's position. I haven't found a real safe route to equality. I want to put it that way. And after the move bishop b5, Hikaru has been in a tank for some time, and you can really see the differential on the two players' clocks. Magnus with an hour and 21 minutes versus Hikaru's 42, and Hikaru doesn't seem any closer to making a move after this move bishop b5 has been on the board. And Magnus, well, you know, except for that hiccup with his game with the MVL, he could really have been doing great in this tournament. And then having said that, MVL could also have had scored more points. But right now, Hikaru finding it difficult to get to a clear equality.
That's right, yeah. I mean, really the world champion looking good, especially when you consider the fact that in that game against Maxime, there was such a complicated position that Magnus managed to outplay his opponent in, and then he just made a couple of blunders which really cost him the win. But
Exactly.
Overall, he's been playing very steadily here in this tournament.
Exactly. He's been playing good chess. So again, Hikaru in trouble, well, having his difficulties. One player who's not having any difficulties at all is Vishy Anand, when he played that very, very instructional moment here with the move knight c6 e5 as pointed out by Maurice. We saw a couple of pieces being swapped off the board.
Oh, and now the big guns being swapped.
Exactly. After this move, queen a4, no weaknesses in the position for black. A very, very comfortable equality for five-time world champion Vishy Anand. Now,
Amarga Bali agrees with you. He says that Vishy was easily holding this one, if not winning. These positions are just like a bare piece of cake for him. All right.
A walk in the park.
A bare piece of cake.
All right. But the imbalance that I really like is going on between Levon Aronian and Wesley So. There we have the classic bishop versus knight matchup with a semi-open position of only one pawn being traded. Wesley has the knight, and he's really hoping that after his move e6, e5, that catches Levon off guard. He's putting a lot of pressure on the d4 pawn, and he's begging, please play the horrific strategical howler move d4, d5, so that this knight could retreat itself to b7, and then the awesome blockading square d6. That would be, in my view, a strategically winning if black ever gets his knight on d6 against this passive bishop. So there's no way.
For a second I thought you were saying that happened. I was like, whoa.
No, it would never happen. Levon far too aware that he shouldn't be doing that. Having said that, it's very tough for Levon. The dream move is he wants to play rook f5 and attack the queen and grab a pawn for free. No, you can't do that because e3 pawn is hanging. So this move e6, e5, really a double-edged strategic game going on between those two players.
Now, when you say that the d5 is a strategic blunder,
yes.
How would you quantify that blunder? Like, is it tantamount to like just hanging a pawn for nothing? Like, how bad is it?
Yes, although it doesn't quote blunder material, it really is one of those strategic howlers that just show that, first of all, when you have the bishop, you want to open the position, not close the position. And the move d6, d4, d5 does the opposite of what a bishop desires most, which is to have an open position. Conversely, like a really bad idea, let me just make a move for white for a moment. Queen f2. Conversely, a really bad idea for black is to allow the bishop to lord over in the center of the board. This great outpost of the bishop versus the knight. The bishop on d5 actually does great job here in these positions for white. So you don't want to allow your opponent, bishop, to be really active and have a great outpost. Bishop on d5 would be the dream square for white.
Right, or just anywhere on that diagonal. But the thing is, if we try to choose a really slow treatment, like bishop b1 to a2, you're going to have time for counterplay using that c4 square.
Exactly.
Which is going to be problematic for us. But
Right.
basically what you're saying then is d5 is about as bad as a move can get without giving up material.
Right. And I would expect Levon to play a move like queen f2, maintaining the tension. The one benefit that white does have in the position is the half-open f-file, and eyeballing the f7 pawn with a move like queen f2 fits perfectly strategically well into white's plans.
So how to defend that pawn?
That is a pretty good question. I'm not a big fan of the queen on g5. It does something at the moment. Maybe it's not the most purposeful square. Perhaps I would drop back or even consider the move rook d7. But the greater question then becomes, what happens if I treble up on the pawn? I don't really, as black, want to make the move f7, f6. I would be reluctant to give up more light squares,
Right.
in particular the g6 square.
But you could play like rook d7 and then after the treble just move the king, because if rook takes f7, there's that...
There's still the pawn on f3,
Yes.
that pawn on e3, I beg your pardon, that would be very costly because that's a check, and the bishop on d3 goes. So intriguing games across the board. I just wanted to get to the final game, which is the game of Peter and Ian. We left it around the parts where black had just played the move knight g4, a move I really liked a lot. I like these trades of minor pieces for black because, again, white's advantage in the position is the classical pawn duo on d4, e4, controlling a lot of squares. When you trade a lot of minor pieces off the board, then the pawns on d4 and e4 lose their potency, if you will. Bishop f6, opposite color position. The move b5, b5, b4 by Peter says to me that he's quite confident in his position. I had, funnily enough, I had expected him to play the move c7, c6, put his queen on c7, bring the rooks to the center of the board, and claim a comfortable equality. Let's go back to our tournament leaders game between MVL and Fabi, and I'm going to turn it over to Maurice to bring us up to date on this knight on h7, Maurice. What's going on in this game?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Well, okay, of course, after knight f3, h6, g5, bishop to f2, queen c7 happened in the game. And there are different methods white could use here. Well, this is the main two. Knight takes on e5 is definitely possible in this position. And now this knight is being accentuated with the fact that this castles is going to be difficult for black to execute. And the Indians like to move h4 to truly start attacking this side of the board and try to take advantage of this discoordination. If takes on h4, then black already has issues to face. Bishop h4, one move. Tactics with knight b5 even. Crazy stuff going on in another side of the board. The point here being, if this takes with check, king moves, and now you play bishop takes h4, and this king, this is not an easy line at all, but the logic of the line is that this side of the board is just so discoordinated that white is prepared. Mating ideas, queen h6 is coming, and just bombs are falling all over black's head as he cannot develop this side of the board at all. All of black's pieces are not talking to each other. Not a single one can relate to the other, maybe this queen or this bishop, but all this is just pieces standing on squares, not able to get into the game. So this is a critical line here. But Fabi decided to play another move, which is also a critical move, the slower route, the positional route. If you look at white's pieces, we talked about black's pieces not working together well. White's pieces are finding great harmony as they are lined up next to each other, these bishops, these knights. A trade could happen at any moment. h4 could happen. The rooks are connected. Just look at every piece connected to every piece. Here, black has this problem. The rooks Usually we know signal the end of development. That's not happening on this board. So black's position just lacks that harmony that you would feel like there's a certain kind of connectivity that keeps the pieces on a rope. That's the biggest difference at the highest level in terms of how you win chess games, is just that small disharmony that strong players exploit. They all know to put pieces on good squares, but sometimes the pieces just become that small disconnect, and that's what's happening in this game. And he did play bishop e2, bishop d7 is now on the board, and the Indians are screaming for the move h4. He's got to strike while the iron is hot. He has the lead in development. He's got to disrupt black's game right now because black is planning to castle and get out of dodge. And then once he does that, his rooks will be connected. He will have finished his development. So right now, Fabi has to come up with a way to show that you're still behind and I'm going to take advantage of it.
Right. I love that move, h2, h4, because it fits so nicely in white's attempt to exploit the knight on h7 and the rook on h8. In other words, after a move like h4 takes, the pin that is revealed after any trade on h4 castles. Black's happy he connected the rooks, but maybe not happy at all after you see the move rook h1 and this knight on h7 being pinned.
Just winning instantly, right?
Right. So I really like that move h4 to exploit the fact that, yeah, hey, it was you, black, who put the knight on h7 and setting yourself up for the potential of really getting yourself into trouble on the pin.
Or as Ben Feingold famously says, whenever they play b5, just play a4. Every time.
Whenever they play b5?
Whenever they play b5, play a4.
Challenge the pawn?
Yeah. It's
whenever they play g5, play h4.
Okay. It's just a way to remind his students to always remember the lever, because I find that it is something that doesn't come naturally to people. How to get your rooks into the game.
Right. The rook is the clumsy piece. Back to you, Maurice.
We have a pawn sacrifice in the game with Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, and Nakamura is walking around right now, so he must feel confident in his calculations after this sacrifice. In this position, he played bishop to d7 and allowed Magnus, or dared Magnus, to take the pawn on d5. We saw Levon Aronian earlier in this tournament get dared to capture a pawn on b7 by, I believe it was Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he said, a pawn's a pawn, I'm going to have to take it. I don't care about your compensation. Magnus said the same thing. Give me this pawn right here. That's a pawn. Nakamura's not one to sit and defend stuff. That's not his personality. So he gave the pawn up so he could play this move, bishop to e6. These bishops are impressive on this the two long diagonals. And it looks like one of those pawns is going to drop. Magnus has a couple of solid options here, queen c5 or queen e4. Queen e4 is interesting, pinning this bishop to the queen. If bishop takes on b2, white could either play rook to c2, attacking the bishop, or even play for this line, bishop takes on c6, as bishop c1 runs into the intermezzo, bishop takes b7, and this rook is trapped in the corner as this bishop on f4 is attacking it, and this bishop on c1 is also hanging in the position. So this leads to another pawn advantage for white after the complications are over. So we're here, move bishop e6 on the board. For the moment, the world champion is up a pawn. That usually spells doom for his opponent, but Nakamura willingly and confidently went into this line, and he's leaning back. He's not in that Nakamura concerned posture. He's just like, you got the pawn, no biggie. I'm going to prove to you that I'm going to be fine at the end of this. And queen e4, it looks like, was played in the game. There was Magnus playing the move queen e4, challenging Naka to prove real compensation for this pawn that he has just sacrificed.
Meanwhile, we do have the move h4 on the board of Fabiano Caruana versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and tough position for Maxime, and he has stepped into the confessional.
Well, let's hear his thoughts.
Yeah, running into this opening surprise was all sorts of unpleasant, and I took my time, but I couldn't find a concrete way to equalize. I mean, probably there is, but it was going too far, and I could give up a queen. No, not give up a queen, but take the pawn on b2. But then my queen somehow ends up being in trouble, and I couldn't take that chance. So played something more solid. But of course, my position is still a bit unpleasant. I mean, I I'm happier than I was a few moves ago, but I'm far from out of the woods because, if I manage to consolidate, to coordinate, to castle, for instance, queenside, and not run in any troubles, then actually my position should be fine, and I might even have some dreams, of being better. But before all of that happens, I definitely still have to be really quite careful because, again, it's clear that with my king still in the center, a lot of bad things could still happen, and until, of course, I managed to get my knight on h7 on a better square as well. So, I mean, it's doing some kind of job, but still prefer it, for instance, on g6. And of course, I like to castle, even though that's not really necessary if, say, I attempt to get my knight to g6. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's still a lot of fights happening.
So, MBL expressing concern, recognizing that he's not out of the woods, that he still has to play very accurately to diffuse this initiative that Fabi has after the move h4.
Yeah, that's a brutal move.
I like the stream of consciousness as he's just saying, you know, my knight on h7 isn't terrific, but if I could get my knight to g6, I might have some dreams of glory down there.
Yes, he's agreeing with you, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Well, indeed, the knight on h7 is basically Black's only problem. Put the knight on g6 and Black is actually fine. I'm looking at the position after the move h4. The most obvious is castles, and again we talk about the rooks connecting with one another. That usually signals that the opening phase of the game is over, and challenging white to capture this pawn, right? You can go, if you go knight takes e5, then I think Black is quite happy with the outcome because no bad things have happened, and right now I'm not being exploited on the h file. I could probably respawn knight takes g5 as well.
And bishop e3 could be met by...
sorry, in this position, bishop takes e3 might be just...
Bishop g5, bishop e3 could be met by, like, bishop c6, and now you're actually in some trouble here because you can't put your queen on a square that connects with that bishop.
Right, I'd have to block with a move like bishop d3, and Black after f7, f6 is actually getting coordinated again. So you don't do that, of course, but with the bishop on e2, you might start thinking like, well, okay, I'll just take this with the pawn and invite knight takes, f takes, if you recapture knight takes, for example. Now we see how the knight on h7 could find itself in a lot of trouble. This bishop on e2 is actually very nice. The rooks are connected, and there's ideas like bishop h5 in the position, but it's more specific about the fact that Black's knight isn't finding a very easy life.
Not only that, but we can also start thinking about sneaking a queen into a7 in some variations if you try to play king b8. Completing your castle, yes.
But with the queen nicely tucked in front of the bishop on f2 is nicely tucked behind the queen, as you were saying. Queen d4, queen a7 is ready to check you if you do go to b8. So again, Black is not out of the woods, and
what if we
all to play for.
So after takes on g5, what if we, instead of playing, because those variations look pretty bad, yes, or after knight takes f3, g takes f3, don't they? I mean,
well,
they look pretty ugly, so maybe after takes on g5, we have to, can we try just playing rook on d to g8?
Yes, rook d8 to g8, trying to win back the pawn, but, well, first of all, there's a move like rook h5, and that might cause some issues. There's, you know, I'm trying to build up for rook h8, but also simply bishop e3, just making Black work to win the pawn back. I mean, basically you got great compensation owning the square e5 for the moment, but a pawn's a pawn.
Yeah, and this is a pawn that Fabiano Caruana is happy to grab as well as grabbing a pretty large time advantage, of course, naturally, considering the fact that he was the one who had a big opening surprise for MBL. And, you know, if Fabiano was to win this game, how much this would change the standings here at the Sinquefield Cup, because it would bring both of these players to +1. It would bring Fabiano up to +1, and it would bring Maxime Vachier-Lagrave down to +1.
And by the way, for Fabi, that's precisely what he needs to make happen, because he's trailing by a full point. He would equalize MBL score.
That's right, and you see Fabiano playing very well in this game, very well prepared, very sharp. And, you know, it really goes to show that whole kind of theory about how what you want is not always what you need. Because I know a lot of players, after losing a game, they don't want a rest day. They want to get back in there and crush the guy. Right. But sometimes it turns out that it's not what you want. You want to play again, but it's what you need to get that full, you know,
day's rest,
36 hours
recharge,
of recuperation.
Yeah, reinvigorated. And I just wanted to say that actually on the free day, or rather the night before the free day, we played some Bug House. We had a Bug House session. Levon Aronian had teamed up with Fabi Second, former world champion Rustam Kazimjanov, and they held court.
Levon and Rustam.
Yeah, for like hours, they were just beating away MVL and Fabi, who had teamed up. I teamed up with both Alejandro and Christian, and we got ourselves smashed. It was pretty bad.
And so what was so good about it? What was it they did that you guys weren't doing?
They had Levon.
That's one answer. They just played better than everybody else.
Faster and better?
Faster and better.
And better trash talk as well? With Levon on the team, I've no doubt.
That was brutal.
I do have one of my favorite photos I've seen of you, Yasser.
Oh, no.
This is from International Master Eric Rosen, who's also a student over at Webster University.
Oh, no,
and it's a picture of you joyously fist pumping after beating Eric Hansen. And you can find that with our hashtag Sinquefield Cup, or go to Eric Rosen's Twitter feed. But wow, Yasser, you really show that the full emotion.
Well, what happened there? I got tricked. Yvette and I were off to dinner, and there was a big crowd of kibitzers and blitzers, and Eric Hansen had been holding court, beating everybody, and I got roped in. Somebody started to chant, Yasser, Yasser, Yasser. So I had to sit down and defend my honor. And Eric, it's very clear to me that Eric's a future world champion. He played really, really, really well that game and forced me to play my best.
Future world champion. Well, if you want to go meet him.
I mean, if you're going to trash talk, right, Maurice? I mean, you're from Brooklyn. You know what the trash talking is all about.
Man, the trash talking that happens in this place is fierce. There's so much ego in St. Louis. I don't know how anybody's heads get through the doors.
Right.
They've got to like rebuild these buildings and widen the doors. Two people can't walk through the doors side by side in this place.
That is so funny. Yeah, and if you do want to catch up with the future world champion Eric Hansen, he's actually over at Kingside Diner doing live commentary along with Varuzha Nakobian.
Yeah, and very, very enjoyable. Big audiences for that.
We're talking about a real deal world champion. Viswanathan Anand is showing why he is simply A, one of the best prepared players in the world, and B, why he has been a 5-time champ and such a legend and playing so well in this tournament. Nobody can grab a hold of him, and Sergei Karyakin did try, but it looks like he's not going to be successful as this game is coasting towards a draw. I want to bring this moment in the game. When he played this move, knight to e5, he well understood that he was going to be able to make these trades, get into this position. And after queen b3, he played knight to b6. Traditionally speaking, a knight does not want to be on the b6 square because it tends to get caught. There's no square for it to go to. a4 and c4 get covered, and then you're stuck. But in this position, Anand understood perfectly that this is the exception that proves the rule. Certainly by bringing the knight to b6, he's able to play this move when his queen got attacked, queen to a4, and the knight was on a valuable square, protecting the queen. And after bishop to e5, he said f6, chasing that piece. And after b3, didn't want to take on e5, of course, and mess up his structure. Played knight back to b6, bishop d4, rook a c8, e4, e5. This trade occurred, and they have gone straight into an endgame with knights only and the pawn structure. Let me just get this one on the board. I mean, look at this. Dead even. They're going to find some repetition at some point, and Anand will have drawn yet again, pulling him into a tie for first, at least temporarily, as the entire tournament, a lot of countries will line up as well, except France. Hopes that Fabi can take down MVL and give everyone else a chance to be a 3.5. So Vichy, certainly the pride of India and a former 5-time champion. Well, he looks like he's just coasting in this tournament right now, guys. No one picked him to win this thing, but right about now, I guarantee there's some bettors in Vegas going, put some of the chips over there on that guy.
Right.
He's pretty good.
Right.
Oh, yes, pretty good indeed. And we do have a move from MVL, by the way.
A very intriguing move. I like this move, Rook G8, a lot because it really does fit the needs of the position that Black has. I've got it right here.
Yeah.
It really does fulfill the needs that Black is experiencing the position. We've talked about that as soon as White is able to capture on G5, he unmasks a potential pin along the H-file that could be really disconcerting. The whole battle, it seems to me at least, a big battle is taking shape around the G5 square. Neither player wanting to initiate those captures. Rook G8 sidesteps issues that could appear on the H-file, while simultaneously buttressing the pawn on G5. Like, one of the things that White doesn't want to do is just capture everything on G5, because then Black has solved his G5 problem and he's maintained the knight on E5. So that would be an entire strategic error from White to play HG5, knight G5, and to capture on G5. You might want to play HG5, knight G5, and then simply encourage Black to initiate trades himself with the move bishop E3. But this is the this move, Rook G8. You know, what can I say other than, you know, MVL, he just has great understanding of how to handle the knight Orff.
And the jacket went back on.
Proving it right again. And we have our first result.
We do have a draw between Sergei Karyakin and Vishy Anand, and as we pointed out earlier, Sergei is all smiles and laughs in this tournament. He is currently on an even score, but plus another young baby.
Yeah, how sweet it is. So an easy draw for the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand, as he just basically just swapped all the pieces off the board and didn't have any troubles whatsoever. Sergei, challenger in 2016 to the world champion Magnus Carlsen, he started really well. Sergei started with a win, but then since that time he's actually fallen back to an even score, made a lot of draws, and not really pressed his opponents.
That's right,
Maurice,
he lost to Magnus. So
yes.
Yeah, beats Fiddler in the first round, lost to Magnus, and since then, it's all draws.
Exactly. Maurice, update on the MVL game.
Yes, the wildest game so far, but we should get to the Magnus game as well. This one first. This position is really interesting because this idea of knight take on E5, again, concretizing the square E5 so that no other piece can ever join the knight there or replace the knight is the word I'm looking for. Replace the knight on that square, which would be very strong for Black. By trading, and then this move, H5, and the game changes character dramatically with this move. Just absolutely dramatically. White has ceded the dark squares to Black, essentially. Of course, he has a dark square bishop, but just saying, I'm not going to deal with this G5 idea anymore. I'm not worried about the open file, the H file. What I'm going to do is just permanently create a passed pawn on the board. So, for example, if you castle, I can play a move like G4, and this is positional. Now, how good is this line, given that it's very difficult for Black to break out with F5 with any kind of effectiveness, and Black's queenside play is not evident? This H-pawn, is it annoying? Is it annoying enough, I should say, for White to go into this line? This is an intriguing position, as that permanent presence of the H-pawn will guarantee that lots of endgames are just winning for White. If you can trade absolutely everything off or just the right things off, especially the major pieces, Black will be relegated to guarding against his pawn queening. So this is another intriguing direction that White could go in. Whether or not it's enough to win the game, it certainly changes everything we have had seen about this position so far. And it's up to Fabi to see whether or not he wants to do this.
Right. That's one of the wonderful things about the Najdorf, which makes the entire opening complex so creative, is you can have these variations where you're calculating a series of sacrifices, series of attacks, and then suddenly you can just completely change the nature of the position by turning it into a total positional game. H4, H5 is one of those moves that gives whites a long-term positional advantage, but he also takes some pressure off of black. So is that something that Fabi would like? We'll see in a moment. I'm turning to the game of Magnus Carlsen because the players have followed the variation that Maurice had pointed out, which was after bishop takes b2, bishop takes c6. Black is not in time to capture this rook because of the Zwischenzug. Bishop takes b7. But now the question is after takes, rook takes, white indeed has emerged a pawn up. He's eyeballing the move bishop d6 as a potential in the position. But black has the two bishops in an open position. White would love to play bishop f4 to e5 to trade one of the dark square bishops. My view is that there's a lot of compensation. Is it enough? I wouldn't go that far. I would still say I prefer white Magnus's position.
Right, so
but
we'll
that's
see
a very crucial game for our standings as well, Jim.
Absolutely, that's right. And any bold predictions you have so far for this round, yes?
Bold predictions. That's a good one. I'm not sure about the bold predictions. I will say that I've just been enjoying everything the players have been bringing. They're fading us and treating us to some really great combative chess, and everybody is pulling out stops. Talking about pulling out stops, how about this move between Levon and Wesley? Really a stunning move. H2, H4 by Levon, attacking black's queen. Wesley said, okay, I am willing to trade my e5 central pawn for your wing pawn on h4. Took the pawn. Queen takes e5. Now this big mass of pawns in the center is kind of like a tank. Queen back to e7 has been played, and this position is just wild. It's not your regular positional chess. I'm looking at the move queen d4, sidestepping away to get in the move e4, e5. And like I said, if white ever gets his center rolling up the board, Wesley has to, Wesley could be in trouble. Also, there is ideas of sacrificing on the f7 pawn, two rooks for a queen and pawn. I would expect f7, f6.
There's knight c6 in that position, though, right?
Ooh, did not see it. Knight c6 in the position. Ooh. Oh.
And so instead, Levon has actually played queen to g3, so he's retreated backwards. So
right.
I have a question, though. I mean,
yes.
Does Levon have some kind of crazy prop bet here that he has to play h4 in every game with white? Because he's played h4 and almost h4 in the Grunfelds, and now well, we like that kind of play, though.
Oh, so. As did Ben Larson. Queen g3, same kinds of ideas. You want to play rook takes f7. By the way, the nice point. Well, the nice point about queen g3 is f7, f6 would be a howler because rook takes f6. You can't capture the rook because the g pawn is pinned. So queen g3 really puts the onus on black.
That's right, because now the ideas like knight c6 and knight c4 now fail to rook takes f7, and the problem is at the end of the situation, your knight's hanging. Let's take a look, actually.
Yeah,
see how
it's
this all turns out, because
very forced sequence of moves. Now here, the nice part is that I could just simply play the move e4, e5, because if you take, I could take, but I'm thinking about grabbing this
just grab the knight because your pawn's coming so quickly.
It
you know?
really is.
Check you and play c7.
And c7, and black's all tied up. Black's in a lot of difficulty here.
I think we bring the reinforcements here.
Yeah.
Pawn number B.
Yeah. You get your c7 pawn, your pawn to c7, you try to get your e pawn to e7. So this whole line.
Continue that line, yes.
Oh, really?
Just to take a look. King f7.
Just e6 check,
e6,
right?
E6
and then king
check.
e7.
King e7.
Yeah, this is pretty intriguing, isn't it?
Well, I just don't see
Queen
real
B-
moves for
Queen
black.
B7 is an issue.
Queen B7, he can take on E6. I'm just wondering, can't I
True,
run
yeah.
black out of moves somehow? It's like your rooks are all tied up. Your queenside pawns won't be able to move.
But if you
after
continue that
E4.
variation, if Queen B7, King takes E6, Queen E4 check,
Yes.
can you avoid the loss of a
Try to pick up this
yeah?
rook, you mean?
I'm trying to pick up the rook because I noticed that if you go to any dark square, I'm just picking it up with Queen D4, right?
Correct.
So you're forced to play King S7, and then,
Correct.
gosh, it just seems like I should be able to win somehow here. Queen D5 check.
Right.
Yeah,
And
King coming to
King
G6, and now I have
6.
Queen D6 check. But we do have Maurice Ashley with a guest, Sergei Karyakin, and congratulations on your son, and we're excited to hear about your game today against Anand.
Okay, the quiet daddy. No one knew about his child. At least we didn't. I say no one. I'm sure your wife did about it. But congratulations on that.
Thank you, but I think that you just don't read my Twitter. That's the point.
Guilty as charged. Let me fix that very quickly. Follow up on that. Well, congrats on having your second child. You played a game today where you didn't seem like you got much out of the opening.
Yeah. Actually, I looked this position with black, and I wasn't quite sure that it's so easy to equalize. But I think it was quite an important moment. I should have played Rook C1 instead of CD5, because after Rook C1 he has logical move Bishop E7, CD5, Knight D5, Bishop G3, and now Knight E5 is not so good. But I played CD5, Knight D5, Bishop G3 immediately, which was quite logical. But unfortunately, he got a good move, Knight E5, and
Could you take us through why this line with Rook C1? If we could back up a second, and we have it on the screen there. Why back up a couple of moves? Because you made this point, Rook C, right here, Rook C1.
Rook C1, and after Bishop E7, okay, I mean maybe something else, but Bishop E7, CD5, Knight D5, Bishop G3, and now Knight E5 is not good anymore. Okay, I just take on D7, and he cannot take on F3. Because Knight F3 and Queen D7, E4, and then Rook C7 is coming.
Keep going, E4, Knight B6.
Yeah, take Knight.
Knight B6 is forced. Let's play that move. Trade, and Rook C7. You know, this is the kind of line that 2,800 players says, oh yeah, it's no good, and just throws it out there. Split second, and the rest of the humans are going, whoa, wait, what? Why not? But that was a very important point in the game. So you did instead trade too soon, and ended up giving him not this position. Yes, the bishop, the rook is still on C1. Right here, he took on D5. Yes, and the game liquidated. Were you surprised by 95, or did you see it coming?
No, I have seen this move, but somehow I thought that I will get some initiative. But then he also found a good move, Knight B6, and I just didn't create any problems. But I mean, he played very solid, very nice, and okay, I didn't do anything. Yeah.
Well, so you're now at 50% of the tournament with only 3 rounds left to go. You gotta pick up some points.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to go step by step. I was playing today, but didn't manage to create anything. But we'll see. Anything could happen. 3 rounds to go.
All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. Well, again, this game, I just find myself in just great fascination between Fabiano and MVL. After the move Rook G8, by the way, the players have slowed down quite considerably. They're only on their 17th moves each, and 44 minutes versus 42 minutes, and Fabi considering his options against this move Rook G8. But Sergey's opponent has joined us in the studio, and we're getting Vishy Anand all set up to explain today's game.
Well, after the last game, we were all saying we're not worthy, as Anand played a game for the ages. Today's game with the black pieces, he neutralized all the dangers, and it looked like you got some good preparation in, and a nice little day at the office.
Yes, it was a nice little day at the office. My preparation didn't obviously go this far, but DC5 somewhat surprises me. I mean, if you think of the Queen's Gambit declined, it's almost a direct transposition with the knight on D2 instead of C3. So it shouldn't be, it cannot go dramatically wrong. I mean, there are nuances, but it can't be that wrong. And I tried to play a very precise, calculated variation with knight b6, queen a4. Obviously, I can sort of cuddle up with queen e7, knight f6, and just play a bit. But I couldn't see if he takes b3, I have knight c3, and suddenly c1 is not available, and things like that. I thought I did a pretty decent job equalizing, and obviously a quick draw with Sergei with black is not a bad result at all.
Not bad at all. There's 3 rounds to go. You're one of the only 2 players who haven't lost yet in the event. Does that matter to you right now? I mean, obviously it matters that you haven't lost the game, but are you going all out for the victory in this tournament?
Well, I will definitely try, but you know, it's a question of how you approach the game. I mean, generally, you try to play the best moves. Of course, there are situations like in a tiebreak when you have to just throw everything to the winds. But otherwise, I mean, I'll just try to play sensibly. I hope my repertoire involves playing for a win anyway, and hopefully I can score a bit more.
You play Jan Nepomniachtchi tomorrow. What's your experience playing against him? As we see, it's actually quite limited, only 4 games of classical chess, and he has defeated you in actually the one matchup you guys had a decisive game. What are your thoughts about that matchup?
It'll be interesting. He's kind of settled down after his start, so I'll just get ready for him. He's a very unconventional opponent, but
he's a quick player. I remember when we were in Leuven, he was making these wild moves, and you famously said he's playing so fast, so confidently, but he's playing so bad.
Well, it was that one game. That one game, he played what I thought was a very bad move incredibly quickly. But he's usually very good in the faster time controls. Let's see. I'll go back and try to get some preparation in.
All right, I'll let you do that.
Sure.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Vishy. And we have a special feature.
That's right,
Jen.
the Count's Corner with Grandmaster Christian Kurilla. Teach us.
Thanks, guys. And I do want to talk about a very important game of the round that we haven't been focusing as much attention as needed. The game between Aronian and Wesley So, which I think has the potential of becoming a masterpiece by Aronian. And we start in this position. Both players have finished their development. The theory has stopped, and right now we have to come up with some plans. White played the move knight to d2, which I really like. He's trying to play the move f4 or potentially knight to e4, bring the knight to c5. We see the rook on c8, nicely placed to support the move c5 and opening up the position on the queen side, as well as plans such as e5, trying to attack white's center. After knight to e2, knight to a5 was played, queen to b4, b6, and in this position white had 2 options. He can either play f4 and try to stop black from playing e5 at all costs. The problem is the light squares are starting to become a little bit weak, and after a move such as queen to g6 we see this interesting idea of queen c2 and trying to disrupt white's pieces. It's very, very dangerous. White understood that and he didn't play the move f4. Knight to e4 would have been a normal move. The problem is he found this intermezzo, bishop to a6, forcing the rook to move out of the c file. So now the move c5, opening up the position, is not as potent. Knight to e4 was played, queen to f5, bishop withdraws back to d3, bishop to c6, and in this position white doesn't want to play knight to d6 or knight to c5 because this discovery attack doesn't do anything. I'm simply going to move my queen to g5, attack the pawn on g2, and now the knight is unfree. White would actually be in trouble. f3, supporting the knight. And this is the critical moment in the position, in my opinion. Black made a very interesting, but I would say flawed decision of giving the bishop from c6 for the knight on e4. Instead of that, I think e5 would have been better. The problem with e5 is that it gives the f5 square. So knight to g3, queen to e6, knight to f5, and we see white's coordination is quite good. Knight to e7 is attacked. My center is still intact, and black's plan is nowhere to be found. So he took the decision of taking on e4, f takes e4, but now you see how powerful this center is. Queen to g5 was played, rook to f3, c5, queen to b2, e5, rook to f1, attacking on the f file, c takes d4, c takes d4, rook to b7. The problem is, in this position, this knight from a5 is going to have huge problems getting back into the game. d5 was played, rook to c7, threatening a move such as knight c4 or knight to b7, knight to d6, set up the blockade, which would be the perfect placement for the knight. h4 was immediately played in order to disrupt black's position. Queen takes h4, queen takes e5, and in this position, black misunderstood white's threats. He played the move queen to e7, and after queen to g3, he's having huge problems defending against the expansion in the center. For example, a move such as queen d6 would run into e5, queen takes d5, e6, blasting off black's position. The black king is in huge trouble, and I think black is almost lost. Instead of that, instead of queen e7, he should have played rook to e7, force the queen exchange. After queen to f4, maybe queen to g5, always keep contact with the queens. And black, if he manages to play a move such as knight b7, knight c5, we're going to see white's pawns in the centers feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Unfortunately for Wesley, he played a move queen to e7, queen to g3, and now he is facing real dangers in the position. I think this could potentially become a masterpiece by Aronian if we're going to see the variation with queen d6, e5. Very similar to the game of Vishwanathan Anand versus Fabiano Caruana, when black's king just got completely destroyed. Guys?
Thank you, Christian.
Thank you, Christian.
Earlier in the tournament, Levan Aronian said that bishops are better than knights, and it looked like he's trying to prove it in this game. Well, every day we encourage you guys to come out to the St. Louis Chess Club and see the Sinquefield Cup in person so that you can meet some of these great players, but also so that you can go to visit the World Chess Hall of Fame, which right now has some of my favorite exhibits ever, in fact.
Oh.
And we are actually in our 5th year now at the World Chess Hall of Fame, and we have Shannon Belly, who's the chief curator at the Hall of Fame, with Maurice Ashley to talk a little bit about what's going on.
Chief curator and chief bell ringer, we found out today. What was that like, ringing the bell to open the ceremonies?
It was so exciting. It was an honor.
You get to hang out with his grandmasters and tell them, move.
Come on, let's go.
Wow.
Let's get started.
That was certainly an exciting thing, a treat for you. I know that you're doing so much great work over at the World Chess Hall of Fame, but this fashion show that just recently ended must have been a real thrill for you guys to be a part of.
Well, first off, congratulations for being part of the winning team. Yeah, it's been really great getting to work with them over the last year on this project, and we will be opening up an exhibit on October 5th of all the winning looks, plus some extra work from each of the designers.
Am I going to get like a Madame Tussauds wax museum?
Oh, that was supposed to be a surprise.
Oh, yeah. Well, you have a bunch of other great exhibits over there. I have to say my favorite one is POW, the superheroes. That one is amazing, and in fact inspired me to go get some superhero chess sets for my classes.
That's great.
And they just loved it. It's such a great exhibit.
We did Kings, Queens, and Castles a couple years ago, and we had kids in all the time and families. And when, you know, we always have a lot of kids coming through, but it just wasn't the same. So I wanted to do another exhibition that was very family friendly, and it's been insanely popular. And a lot of it was inspired by my 5-year-old daughter, who's obsessed with superheroes. So I made sure that there were all kinds of things that kids her age and people of all ages would really enjoy in the exhibit.
It's just great. I was like a kid in a candy store. The Batman one is awesome.
Then you can
the Batman
dress
chess
up.
set. I wasn't dressing up.
Oh, come on. Well, because you are a superhero already.
Wow, I'm getting all kind of love today. Appreciate it. Tell us about other exhibits that you have.
We have another part 2 of highlights from our permanent collection that we've acquired over the last 5 years to kind of help round out our 5th anniversary celebration. And then we have an exhibition called Imagery of Chess, St. Louis Artists, which is 20 local artists were asked to create chess-themed artwork. They are in our, now part of our permanent collection, and it was based off of an exhibition from 1944 in New York that was organized by Marcel Duchamp.
Incredible, the stuff that you guys are doing constantly over there, innovating the store with all these goodies at Q Boutique.
Well, then we create a lot of in-house designed merchandise that is logoed or specific to each exhibition. And so kudos to Brian and Paige and Aiden for all their hard work and our graphics team and our store.
What can we expect next from the World Chess Hall of Fame?
So as I said, we're opening up the pinned exhibition on October 5th, and then we will also have an exhibition of artwork by Victor Vassarelli, who was the father of optical illusion art, or op art. In Rex and Jeannie's permanent collection, they have one of his chess sets and boards, and we built an entire exhibition around that, most of it on loan from Pan Arts out of Greece. So we're happy to partner with an international institution on that.
How far ahead are these exhibits? I remember I mentioned another idea to you, and you said, well, that's okay, we'll do that in about 3 years.
Well, we try to keep about a 3-year schedule. We do have some shows planned beyond then, and then we kind of have some loose ideas of, we like, chess and space, or is there a correlation between chess and baseball, or, we kind of have different pockets of areas we'd like to hit, but we always want to try to have something for everybody, a chance to look at the history of the game, but also look at some unique and new twists on how chess is related to our everyday lives.
Well, the World Chess Hall of Fame is certainly contributing to chess culture here in St. Louis. We appreciate everything you do, Shannon. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Shannon Bailey, the chief curator of the World Chess Hall of Fame. You think you come here just to watch the players, but then you go across the street and your eyes are wide open and bedazzled by all the great exhibits there. Definitely something to see when you come here to St. Louis.
Shannon, I got a quick one for you because I've gone to the World Chess Hall of Fame numerous times to see the exhibits, but my favorite by far was burning candles.
Burning boards.
Burning boards. Where
Yeah.
got the candles.
Glenn Kino? Yeah.
When are we going to have that one again? I love that.
I love Glenn. He is amazing, and that has to be one of the top programs we've done. I actually got to participate in it again. They did it at the Rose Art Museum and at Brandeis a couple years ago. So it was a completely different way to play. And Jen, you played in one of the very early ones.
Right, in the Whitney Museum in New York and also in San Diego.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you did too. So he's open to do it again, and that was definitely a fan favorite and a player favorite, and it was so fun and beautiful. So definitely need to bring that back.
Yeah, I remember my boards and trying to move those pieces that were burning down and the wax coming on your fingers.
Put our hair back.
I didn't have to worry about the hair back myself. But.
No, some people beat people right away, and then some people took a really long time. So there's that just beautiful.
Didn't Rex win in like 4 moves? Rex Sinquefield famously beat. This lady flew in from Canada to play, and Rex scholared me. It's terrible.
Then he came up to me as his coach right after and proudly said, "I won, Jen."
Terrible.
We'll do it again, but we just won't invite Rex.
You have to invite Rex.
He has to play D4.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining us, Shannon.
Thanks for having me.
That was really, really fun because I was playing next to Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus opened up H2H4 in his Burning Boards game, and he eventually gave mate on C7, and there was this big glob of wax, and he had to put his queen on C7. It was really hard for him to put it with his. But you had your clippers to put the pieces.
Yeah.
It was really, really fun.
It was beautiful.
It was
indeed.
very special.
So many special things happening at the World Chess Hall of Fame. I actually interviewed one of the artists from St. Louis, Imagery of Chess, and she uses wax in her paintings and in her collage work. And I found out through the course of her interview that her son Aiden works at the World Chess Hall of Fame, and he's one of the people behind all the beautiful designs for we've got our mugs here, the
Right.
T-shirts.
Yes.
It's really fantastic, and you can buy some of that merchandise over at the Q store online, and that helps support the programs at the museum and the club. But Maurice has an update in that game that Christian was regaling us with key variations on.
Yes, and we talk about it when you shift on one side, be prepared to get blasted on the other. And this is what happened in this game as Wesley So didn't play those precise moves that Christian had pointed out. Instead, he played Queen C5. Now, once you put the Queen on C5, we've said many times on this show, when Gary Kasparov sees you shift your body weight, all these pieces, 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces on this side of the board, it means something must be going on the other side. And if you look at this side of the board, White has 3 pieces already, and there's a black king sitting on this side as well. In one move, Levon Aronian was able to exploit this shifting of the weight, the move rook to F6. Rook F6 immediately threatening to take on H6 and gobble up a pawn. Your king can't move from the pin because F7 is currently hanging, and if it tries to stay in range of the F7 pawn, then suddenly rook to G6 can land on the board, and the pawn on G7 is under attack. The pawn on F7 is pinned, and there's really nothing to do right now. Queen C3, for example, immediately runs into E5, and you can tell the house is burning down as Black's king is about to be ripped apart. Rook F6, in one move, it's over. There is no reasonable defense after this move for Wesley So. His position is going to simply fall apart like a house of cards. The Grand Chess Tour champion not acquitting himself well in the second year of his campaign, and it looks as though Levon Aronian, who looked really good at the start of the tournament before losing a game, is going to go to +1 with this game if he pulls it all together. But it looks like it's hard to figure out what Wesley's going to do. This attack looks direct and overwhelming. The Indians already actually up at 6 points, 6 plus 6.5 for White. The game is just you allow a move like Rook F6. If you can't make any simple move, you're just going to fall apart, and that looks like what's happening to Wesley So right now.
Wow, and that's a huge, huge result. I know one player who's cheering. Again, we talked about the subplot that is going on during the Sinquefield Cup, that Wesley and Fabi, are, along with Vladimir Kramnik, are in a race for 2 of the high rating spots in the candidates. And Wesley lost in round 5, as did Fabi, losing in round 5, tightening up that a contest for those top 2 places. Wesley So did not want to go down again in this tournament. By the way, we're seeing a very poor version of the Wesley So that won 2016, where he went through a whole series of 67 games unscathed, undefeated, and if he were to lose today, he would be crashing to his 3rd loss in this tournament, and he just doesn't lose that many games.
And he would drop below 2,800 as well.
With, having reached, I think,
somewhere
his
near 2820?
2821 or 22 was his peak rating, and that's an enormous drop-off for a man used to success.
And what do you do?
Rook F6.
What do you do against Rook F6?
Well,
do you have a move?
That's the problem, as Maurice says. You don't have a good move. Wesley is facing, the challenges that Wesley is facing is his knight on A5 is offside at the moment. It's way out of the game. Oops, I went to the wrong game. I apologize. Come on. There you go.
I mean,
the knight on A5 has nothing to do with the kingside attack. This bishop on D3 is lurking for opportunities to land on H7. Rook F6, by the way, supports another idea, which is just to trundle with the D4, D5, D6, E4, E5. But most importantly, Rook takes H6 not only clips a very, very important pawn, but it actually rips open the cover to Black's king. That H-file would suddenly become open, and there's no counterplay. I mean, the knight on A5.
Those pieces just not doing anything.
On the queen side, they're just not in time.
We can't get our king away from all these pins. If we put it on the H-file, F7 hangs. If we put it on the F-file, there's Rook G6.
Right.
Oh, this is just terrible for Black.
Right. It is King F8 rook g6, queen c3. Defending the pawn on g7 is the most human play, but Maurice had a really incredible spanky move here. Which one?
E5.
Yes,
E5,
exactly.
just, yeah.
It's the most natural move, sacrificing the piece, but that's not a piece sack.
That is not
Yeah.
a piece sack, because pawns are coming to d6.
D6
like, for
and then
example,
checkmate, yeah.
Yeah, d6. Whoops, that's not the one I want. I want rook g7. Pardon me.
Because you don't want to hang your rook on g6 first.
Precisely. I want to take this pawn on g7.
we're gonna
Now
be
playing
hanging
d6. Hold on. How does the line go? Something like that. Or how about mate? Is there a mate here that I can just execute? Something like this? No, that's not the right move. There's got to be a mate here. What am I missing here, guys?
Look at queen g7, queen f6, rook d8.
Queen f7, king e6.
Queen f6.
Rook e8 check first, or queen f6 first?
I liked queen f6. I don't know.
Yes.
I just saw this one as
This is
mate.
the end.
And rook
Because
d8.
Rook
rook
d8,
d8.
yeah.
That's an easy mate.
But
Yes.
and why is it important to do this move order rather than d6 initially? Let's just check that. So after queen takes e5.
e5, yes.
Okay, I see. After
Well,
d6 immediately is not as good because
Not
what is
hanging my
there?
rook to takes on g6.
Oh, just queen takes f1 and takes on g6.
No, rook c1
and then rook
looks.
c1 check.
Doesn't rook c1 look good here?
Rook c1. If I take on c1
Then queen
now,
g6,
I've got
yeah.
g6. Yeah, and
I
that's
was,
the problem.
Yeah, I was thinking queen f1, rook c1 check, and takes on g6, but that line is even better. Absolutely.
But
so
this is a
important
very
to play.
convincing line for white. But it makes some kind of a nice geometry as well. You go rook f6. The rook can't be captured because of the pin. When the king goes to f8, as we just saw, then you move rook g6 and accept the pin pawn the other way, and you go after g7. So this is a very nice game by Levon. Where do we stand, Jennifer?
Well, there's going to be a lot of shakeup in this round. I mean, all the games are still pending except for that draw between Anand and Karyakin, but they're pending with lots of trouble brewing for Wesley So, and he's likely going to lose this game, which is going to put Levon at 3.5. If Maxime doesn't win, there's going to be a glut of people tied for first with 3.5, including Fabiano and Levon and potentially Magnus Carlsen, or Magnus could even surpass if he wins this game against Nakamura. But we did see, as Maurice was interviewing the curator
Shannon.
at the Hall of Fame, Shannon, we saw Nakamura play this move f5.
Wow, what a move.
Dicey move, right? Yes.
Totally. I was shocked when I saw it, Maurice.
And if you think that's spicy, the sequence Magnus has initiated is even spicier. It ups the game. How many times do you see 11 captures in a row? 11. Check this out. After the move f5, bishop to g5, ignoring his own queen under attack, attacking black's queen. And now this variation takes on e7, that's one. Bishop takes, sorry, takes on e4, that's one. Takes on e7. Now bishop takes c1. This knight is hanging, this bishop is hanging. But first, let's solve this problem. Taking on b7. So now we're up to 4. Bishop takes on e3 out of nowhere to save this bishop off of c1 so it is not captured. So desperado piece. Bishop takes f8. I'm not even going to bother counting the rest because we're just taking everything. It's just like a vacuum cleaner here. And then takes on a2. All the pieces have left the board, it seems like, but now rook to a1 is possible. Bishop f7 and rook takes on a7. White ends up a pawn at the end of this line. Black did not have to take on a2 in this particular position. Black could instead play rook to b8, still down a pawn, but saying this is much more dynamic. The rook is about to come down to b2 and hunt down this pawn and making life very difficult for white. So that 11th capture was the mistake. the first 10 were okay, but number 11 was the mistake by Nakamura. So you'd have to just hold off one more move and play that position. But how many times do you see that, Yaz and Jen? 11 captures in a row?
Maybe in burpee chess, where you're trying to flag your opponent.
No. You guys know the game Losers Chess or Suicide
Chess?
Yes, of course.
Where you
Giveaway
have to,
chess, where you have to
take-
capture if you can capture.
I thought they changed the rules to a giveaway chess exhibition there for a moment, but wow. But my first reaction, help me out here, Maurice. When I saw that move F5 by Hikaru, I was really taken aback because you don't usually want to expose your king, opening up your king. And Magnus did play this move, Bishop G5, what you mentioned. I think it was while you were interviewing Shannon. I like the move Queen B1
Also
for
possible.
Magnus. And I was thinking that, Black has real issues here. How did the engine want to defend against Queen B1? Because that looked like an advantage, clean advantage for White.
Well, remember, Magnus didn't play this move, Bishop to G5, Queen to B1.
Right.
So it's not just the engine, the world champion decided this wasn't the right way to go. This, though, your instincts, at least according to the engine, are on point. After Bishop takes on C1, then the best move here is Bishop to A4. And this, at the moment, Black is, am I right, up in exchange?
Yes.
Cold exchange. If you play the move Bishop back to A3 in this position, now Bishop to B3, and it's interesting that the engines are giving White a clear edge down in exchange here. Down in exchange with the exposed king and a knight going to D4, a potential piece going on this diagonal, maybe even a knight going to G5. And exploiting this danger along this diagonal. Very interesting line. In fact, the engines already say, give him a pawn, give him something in this position, although he's not going to take it. And then after Bishop to C4, take on this square, and then play the move Queen to B5. And suddenly this exposed king is feeling the wrath along this diagonal. A very interesting exchange sacrifice that maybe Magnus overlooked as a great opportunity to turn the screws in that position, as here the engines are giving White a clear edge. That was my fascinating line. That good move to point out.
That F5, really you don't like exposing your king, pardon me. And the move F7, F5 just opened up what I thought was a new world of opportunity for White on the A2, G8 diagonal, and I thought Queen B1 was the way to go. But I understand that it's not. It's an exchange sacrifice.
It is, but that's a really deep exchange sacrifice.
But it's a goodie.
It's amazing. Bishop A3, Bishop takes C1, Bishop A4, with the idea of Bishop B3 attacking a defended bishop. Right? That looks like the guy should have a tempo somewhere to save himself, and yet he has to waste a tempo to do this. And even here, it feels like, okay, so what's the tempo you need to save yourself? Bishop takes B3, Queen takes B3, and where does the king sit? King G7. Look how slow play this is, though. Rook D1? No, that doesn't look right.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, so Bishop E5 instead, and King H6, and now Rook D1, the engine's giving as the compensation, saying White's just winning.
Wow.
This is, I'm just going to keep making moves. If I put a rook on D8, suddenly trading rooks, and another trade, and back to this position, king here, and then Bishop to G5. Wow, trickery by the engine.
Wow.
You just blunder all of a sudden. These are variations that are very, very difficult to calculate from afar.
That's beautiful.
Because that just looked like it was fine for Black, and then all of a sudden it was not.
Beautiful variation.
Just a stunning line.
Because after rook takes D8, queen can't take ever because the bishop on A3 is hanging.
Right.
But what I really like is this purity of the sacrifice. Sacrifices where you win the material back right away. Those aren't really sacrifices.
The sham sacrifice.
Those are combinations or calculations.
Sure.
But
Sacrifice.
a sacrifice where it's really lingering and that compensation just lingers.
It's very
and
deep.
Eventually
That line
converts.
is super
it's quite
deep.
lovely.
But that wasn't my line, though, which was really weird. The weird thing was I saw Bishop A4, Bishop A3. I only saw Knight G5. And I thought, that looks really good for White, too, because you kind of got to put your bishop on a bad square, right?
It seems like it
just transposes.
It just transposes because
it does.
No! Now instead of B5, he actually has his move rook to C8, and he's going to try to hold on to this square at all costs. Why didn't he play it in the first place?
Because
let's see, Bishop
Knight G5, Bishop.
Where are we? We're here, here, here.
Right.
Why couldn't he play Rook here now? Oh,
So
sorry.
you
No,
want
Bishop
his
A3 first.
Right.
And then if, oh, you don't get the time. You just don't. Oh, B5 was played here. No, why can't you play it here?
Knight G5?
Now Knight G5, still Bishop C4. No, that doesn't work out as well.
Okay.
Apparently, the key move after Rook AC8 is the move Bishop to H6 first, and then.
Forces
Well, the
rook
rook,
D8. That's
the
the
rook
problem.
doesn't have a good square.
Yeah, because rook D8, bishop
Sorry,
D5.
this board is wrong. This is the position. This one, and now this one, testing the rook. And this rook cannot go here. If it goes here, then he runs into Knight G5.
Right.
And if bishop to C4 in this position, the
Trade.
astonishing Queen D3.
Ooh.
Wow.
Nasty.
And
Yeah, you know.
oh, because
I mean,
B5 takes and Queen D5 check.
D5, right, because now this square is hanging, so
Yeah.
it takes, and whatever you do on this square, Queen
Queen
D5
D5
check,
check.
and you're starting to get cooked.
Wow.
Yeah,
nice.
these computers.
That would have been a beautiful,
Yeah, but
beautiful
look at all those moves are
combination.
crazy. Those moves, I mean, okay, you can sit and find them if you're as good as these guys are, but it's hard to assess it from way out. You are judging it based on some fine understanding of that weakness of the F pawn
The
pushing.
king, the black king. The black
Yes.
king is getting exposed. So my spidey sense says, well, wait a minute. When you play the move F5, be careful about the king. And I was looking at the ideas with Knight G5. I admit I didn't look at Bishop H6. I didn't see Bishop H6. I was looking at Knight G5 and Bishop B3 and trying to dominate the light square diagonal. And I thought, I thought white was winning.
Yeah, great positional intuition, fantastic positional intuition.
We're gonna go to a quick break
Yes,
as
sorry.
we watch these games heat up in the Sinquefield Cup. But really beautiful variations there, Yasser.
All right. We'll be back.
A moment comes in chess when you need to test yourself at a different level. Chess 24 Premium offers the tools that you need to reach your maximum potential. From hundreds of interactive video lessons to becoming part of the Chess 24 community. You can analyze with friends or coach your students live. You get 24/7 coverage of chess news and events, access to premium analysis and commentary, and the chance to interact with grandmasters and other top players and coaches. Get advice from the best and even challenge them to a battle. Be the best chess player you can be. It's time to level up your game with Chess 24 Premium membership.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and Chess Fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Welcome back to the 2017 Sinquefield Cup, where we have our first decisive result of the game, of the round, and Levon Aronian has crashed through Wesley So's position, making use of that beautiful bishop and the weakened kingside pawn structure. So show us what happened at the very end of this game, Yasser.
Well, when we left it, we had just seen this move, rook f6, and as Maurice had been explaining, the move rook f6, just there's no possibilities for defense for Wesley's position. Rook takes h6 is the primary threat. You can't move your king to the side because that would end up dropping an f7 pawn with no compensation. Instead, Wesley tried to move h6, h5. Levon went hunting, pawn hunting. He played rook h6. After queen c3, he just captured the pawn. Bishop on d3 is not hanging because of queen capture c7. Wesley played the move g7, g6, but now comes the stunner. Bam! e4, e5, attacking the pawn on g6, threatening to sacrifice. e6 is on tap as well. In fact, we have Levon Aronian, the man himself, to explain what was going on in this game, and he's with Maurice Ashley.
Levon Aronian started the tournament with a bang, then middle phase not so great, but now again playing just a beautiful, beautiful game. Levon, congratulations on this victory. What's your feeling about the opening?
I think I invented this idea myself with black, to take on c3 and just to try to develop slowly with black. And I've been trying it maybe like 2-3 times, maybe like 2-3 years ago. But I'm not a great fan of it. It's a bit passive for black.
You made it up and you don't like it that much.
And I think I've got a reasonably, active position. But then I think Wesley just made a couple of strange decisions. I think taking on e4 and allowing me to do the only thing I can, attack. That's not very wise.
We see the position here. You built up this position. His knight wanted to get back to the d6 square at some point, but you didn't seem to.
But
he didn't seem
I
to
don't
have
think
time.
he's in time. And here, of course, c take d was a bad move. He should play rook b7. It's slightly worse for black. I can proceed either with bishop a6 and then d5, kind of making sure the knight doesn't come out and then trying to progress on queen side, king side. Or just play like queen f2 and then do something similar. It's a pleasant position, but not the end of the world for black.
But that trade helped you in different ways.
Yeah, it was a very, very strange decision because, as we know, the bishops need space to operate, and he's opening lines for me. So, and
we've seen this move h4 from you twice already this tournament. You're falling in love this move?
I think maybe 3 times.
Even 3 times, maybe.
Well, you have to play h4 whenever you can. And I thought that this position is very bad for black. Once the e5 pawn falls, then my pieces are just too active. And here I thought was the only chance for black to play queen d6. Maybe his last chance to stay in the game. e5, queen d5, e6, queen d6. And now I can play bishop h7 and capture the equality. Or I can also, it's an endgame. Maybe it's lost, maybe it's not.
Show that line, please. Bishop h7.
He has to take with the king, queen d6, e take f. And the rook disappears.
Rook has to go back or sacrifice.
Probably rook c8 is better, try. f8, take, knight c4.
Mm-hmm.
Or I could also...
Because in that position he has a pawn for the exchange at least.
Yeah. Or I can also try, there was an interesting try for me. Instead of bishop h7.
By the way, in this line here, did you mention, the same thing happened to Fabiano yesterday, where he could go into an exchange and suffer. Usually that's what you guys do. You suffer as opposed to just get destroyed.
Yeah.
It's surprising to see it happen 2 days in a row.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I think people, are just understanding that their opponents are very good players and they don't want to suffer. If you're going to die, let's, I mean...
Die fast?
Yeah, fast.
Wow.
And, yeah, it was...
So let's see
it
this
was his
position,
last
because
try.
we want to at least get this as a beautiful, crushing game
Yeah,
on your part.
This is kind of interesting, because I wasn't sure if I can play e take f, king f8, and a move like rook f4, because it looked kind of interesting. Queen d3, rook d4, rook d4, queen g7, but it's just a draw, yeah? Yeah, I don't have anything. So this was probably his last chance. Yeah, now it's a perpetual. f8, king h7, rook f7 check.
Close, but not quite. Not rook f6, but rook f7.
Sorry, my mouse slip.
Yeah.
Another queen sacrifice, like a la Anand. Were you trying to channel Anand?
Yes, actually, during the game I had this thought. When I could get this position, I was thinking, what would Great Vishy do? You know, is there some hidden tactical idea here?
Certainly inspiring player. Now take us to the very finish when he resigned. If we can just go backwards.
Yeah, rook f6 is just crushing. I mean, the problem is after rook f6 he can't go king f8 because of rook g6.
Right. I remember seeing this line.
Yeah, and otherwise there is no way to defend or anything.
So, but let's just go to the position itself,
Yes,
because it
yes.
seemed like some audience members might wonder why he resigned in this exact position.
Yes. Well, after queen d3, I have, I think, maybe like 5 winning moves. Because I can even play rook h3 if I'm a big sadist. And, and then, you know, just play queen h4 next move. Or I can win immediately with queen h4, queen e3, king h1, gh, then queen takes on d8, and I collect the c7. Rook. So.
Well, according to Yasser, you are a big sadist and bug house.
Yes, I have some tendencies.
You are now tied for first at the moment, at least. Your good friend MVL looks like he's got the slightly worse position, but looks like he probably will draw, so they may not last for very long. But still, back in business. You play Nakamura tomorrow. Tell us what your experience is like playing against him.
Usually we have interesting games, combative games. So I'm sure that Hikaru will try to come back in the tournament, get in a better position than he is. So I see it as a chance.
All right. Well, congratulations on a great game today.
Thanks.
And good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Levon. And again, love your shirts. Levon is always highly fashionable, and we've been talking about fashion and chess.
And this time the style on the board matched the shirt, right?
Absolutely,
Hey,
absolutely.
wait, your other favorite shirt, was that on a win as well? I think that was a draw. I think that game day was a draw.
the golden shirt.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
It was a draw. Magnus is enjoying an extra pawn, but I don't think it's actually enough.
After rook d4, I was thinking, that after rook d1 or rook c1, we have to play this move a6. We can't trade the a pawn for the e pawn.
That's right.
Right. So.
But this move a7, a6 invites bishop takes, rook takes, and then the 3 versus 2. Hikaru's chances are really better at drawing than Magnus is at winning. But pardon me, we actually had another result completed so far.
That's
Jen.
right. There was a game between Nepomniachtchi, another situation where we had a pawn up that was unable to be converted. In that case, because the bishops of opposite color. That was with Zither playing black in this position when it looks like he's in a woeful situation, but actually white can't make any progress. He simply can't enter black's position because the king's just going to shuffle from d8 to e7 and cover that crucial e6 square. That would be the way for white to win, to get his king into e6.
Right.
But he can't force it.
And the barrier, the door is closed. There's no entry points for white's king, and that's why we have a draw. So that means we just have 2 games left. Again, Magnus enjoying a pawn to the good against Hikaru. Hikaru has been defending a number of games where he's actually been a pawn down. He's not having a very successful outing. But the key game, and I want to turn it over to Maurice, between our tournament leader, MVL, going into the round against Fabi Caruana, who, again, is in that very, very tight contest with Wesley and Kramnik. How is Fabi doing?
Well, it looks like he just slipped up a bit, and MVL, as slippery as he is, has equalized the position, and it looks as though there's no way Black loses this position anymore, despite at the moment being a pawn down and that H-pawn on the board. That Black king is so active, and he's coming around very quickly to that H-pawn, and you don't know where else White's going to go for a win. There's no place else to look for advantage in the position. If we get to this position here with G4, knight E5, bishop H4, everything was going well for him up until this point. Takes queen to E7, and it's right here that Fabi made a mistake, according to the engines, made this error to take on G4 immediately. Apparently, he was supposed to keep queens on the board with queen to G3 at all costs. Don't give up that dark square protector, his final one, really, on the dark squares, and keep harassing this pawn and maintain all the other edges, also hitting the pawn on E5. But when he took on G4, MVL leapt to this opportunity to trade queens himself, and now his knight that had been relegated to the hinterlands over on H7 finally got back into the game on G5, and now bishop F3, king E7, king D2, rook H8, forcing this situation, a very dynamic play by Black, and the balance is all about this pawn. It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere, and neither is the rest of White's play on this side of the board. Though a pawn down, the engines are giving triple zeros in this position because the H-pawn is not significant enough, can easily be blocked, and potentially even won. So it looks as though MVL has dodged a bullet, but that's normal for him. That's what he does. He's such a great defender. But still, they're going to be working at it. Fabi's not going to give up until the last pawns are off the board. It looks, though, that MVL should draw and maintain his half-a-point lead above the rest of the pack if Magnus is not able to win his game. But he'll be hunted by even more players, as Aronian will join the two players, Magnus and Anand, who are right behind MVL. So there'll be no rest for the leader as the tournament continues to heat up.
That's right, and let's take a look at the standings and what we predict is going to happen this round, Yasser.
After three results, we've got 2 pending games.
That's right, we see MVL pending on 3.5, and it looks likely that that game will be a draw, which will put him on 4 points, which would give Vishy Anand and Levan Aronian tie for second, and it seems like Magnus Carlsen will probably join them, because despite Magnus's famous ability to squeeze blood from a stone, this position,
very hard.
How could you even fantasize here, Yasser? Because I know you're great at coming up with endgame constructions and ideas for wins, but how do you fantasize about winning in this position?
Before you leave this graphic, I just want to point out, if Fabi magically wins somehow,
right,
then he goes to 3.5.
Right.
Magnus with a draw goes to 3.5, and we'd have a 5-way tie at the top at 3.5.
Wow.
After 6 rounds with 3 to go. That would be a thrilling finish for sure. But it doesn't look as though that's going to happen.
Looks like MVL is going to maintain his lead.
Looks like he's going to maintain his slim lead. Magnus should move up to 3.5. Fabi should move into 3 with Karyakin also at 3. So it's still a bunched up field, but the surprising name there on that list, Wesley So at 2 points.
But let's play fantasy chess, Yasser.
Yes.
And we see that Magnus's fantasy is somehow to trade bishops. What do you think of that?
A great decision. Truly a very, very good decision. If you're going to win a rook and 3 versus rook and 2, you want the light square bishops off the board. And you remember, even though it's rook and 3 versus rook and 2, that is a passed pawn. Now, for those of you in our audience, my recall was a very famous game of Michael Bodvinnik versus Miguel Najdorf, where Bodvinnik won a 3 versus 2. You might have to look that up in the databases. I think it was an E pawn. This basic structure. So Magnus doing his best to make a straight rook ending. Let me get to that position as I bring it up on my board. And this is where White has just played the move bishop d5. Now, if I was in Hikaru's shoes, having said everything I've just said, I would decline the trade of bishop and drop back with the bishop going to c8. But this is not that simple for Black here. He's going to have to suffer. Let's just put it that way. Maurice, I don't know if you have very quick access to a database of Botvinnik versus Najdorf, but that's the rook ending that we might ask our Twitter audience to bring that up for us. But having said that, I wanted to go back to the game of MVL because there was something I really didn't understand about being the pawn up that Fabi has. I mean, I, of course, live for such opportunities of being a pawn up. When he came up with the move b2, b4, and I really didn't like that move b2, b4 that much. I would like to resolve the tension, but after takes, knight takes f3, g takes f3, takes on f5, I would like as White to play the move f4, but I don't want to hang my rook. Okay? So I thought that Fabi might start in this position with the move rook h2 in order to try to release his pieces with the move e4 takes f5, understanding, of course, that undoubles Black's pawns, but at the end of the day, I'm still a pawn up, and I want to play this move e4 takes f5. I thought rook h2 was the way to go, whereas the move b2, b4 doesn't attract me, is not attractive for me, because not only does it leave the knight high and dry, I don't understand why the move b4 doesn't end up basically crippling White's pawn majority. The move b5 holds back the 3 and 2 on the queen side. So I saw this move b4 as actually an error. I don't quite grasp that move.
So you really feel like Maxim's doing quite fine here?
Especially after the move b4, whereas rook h2, if there's an attempt to win in the position, it has to do something like this. Maurice was mentioning that Black's king can just dance over to the h-pawn, keep that passer under lock and key, whereas I don't think that this is actually that simple a draw when I get to play the move f4 after all of those trades. I mean, I see potential here for White, for Fabi's chances, whereas in the game position, I think his potential is much less.
Yes, so if you think that if somebody's going to win today, you think it's more likely to be Magnus than Fabiano? Would you predict that? All right, interesting. And you know, speaking of predictions, I just saw that the website 538 had a big article out on the holy trinity of American chess.
Yes.
And the chances of one of those players was still Fabiano Caruana or Hikaru Nakamura, as pictured here, of taking down the World Championship, or even one step before that, challenging for the World Championship.
Right.
They interviewed me and actually put me on the spot and asked me what I thought the percentage chances would be that an American would challenge Magnus, or I guess if Magnus is unseated, challenge somebody for the World Championship in the next 2 cycles. And as a poker player, play with Poker Stars, I would have liked to have done some simulations, but instead I just came up with a number because they just asked me on the phone. What would you say?
35. 40%.
Yeah, 40%, 40, 45 even potentially, but depending on where those cycles are and who the wild cards would be.
Very
but I said 55.
Whoa!
You know, I love my American players.
Clearly.
I mean, we've got some youngsters who could join in too. It's possible.
Right.
I mean, we're talking several years. You know,
Exactly.
Sam Sevian could keep winning
Jeffrey
every
John,
single tournament.
Right. Right. But I mean, the problem is like this tournament, and as you're seeing in the roster, the candidates tournament is likely to be as strong as this one. And right now, based on some results that Mauricio showed, you could have a 5-way tie for first, and it's like a pick'em, right? I mean, it's really, really hard to say that 3 Americans in a candidates tournament have anything even close to a 50%.
Right, but I have
winning.
I have 2 chances though. in the next 2
because of the
cycles.
2 cycles.
For
Okay,
an American
that's
to
a good point.
challenge. Even that, I think the problem is, are we going to get 3 guys in each cycle?
Right.
Like this one, we might not even get 2.
Right.
Especially
Precisely.
as the Sinquefield Cup progresses and we see Wesley So losing rating
Slipping.
points.
Right. It
That
could
is-
easily be that we only have Fabi in the candidates on the next go-round.
So, yeah, my number might be a little optimistic, but you know how American fans are.
You're ardent supporter.
Here's what we think, and there's what we feel. And
Right.
Speaking of predictions, let's take a look at our predictions for this tournament, not the World Championship.
Well, I know that I was with Maurice, which is maybe a good sign, a bad sign, I'm not sure. But we went with the world number 1.
What else are you going to tell me? That Mayweather's going to win? Is that your next prediction?
Right.
I went with Maxime, who's actually leading the tournament right now. And Fabiano is another good pick. I mean, he's had a good tournament despite that loss yesterday to Anand, coming out today with some nice home cooking.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's going to be a tough road to hoe after this move B4. I'm not sure that he's played B5, by the way. I wasn't a big fan of the move B4, and I'm just going, and of course B5 was played by Magnus, pardon me, by MVL, and in the game of Magnus, Hikaru said, I don't want to go into that rook ending, and he kept this light square bishop.
And we have a result. I imagine it is a draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Fabiano Caruana. Some great home cooking from Fabiano Caruana, but a measured response from the Nidor specialist showing that even if you are an open target, if you're really well prepared at all the counterattacking ideas, that still makes you a really tough opponent. And Maxime should be happy with this draw, I think.
No question about it. Showing great resiliency, facing a massive novelty. He managed to make a draw. Maurice.
This is the ending we have up here, Yaz, that you requested from your lips to our ears.
Yes.
And this is the ending, the Botvinnik and Najdorf ending you were talking about.
Right.
In this position where you have the 3 versus 2. Notice the extremely active position of the white king in this position, just dominating on the 3rd rank, on the 5th rank of the white pieces. And the game did continue here with D7, I believe. And white was able to get crashed through because the threat is already rook to D7, so black had to leave the rank and allow this rook to crash through. The game went rook A4 and G5 first, creating shelter along this rank. Very important to not give the rook a chance to take here. So when captures happens, rook check, the king goes back. This king is able to move down into the position. Botvinnik went on to win a fine endgame. So this is the kind of ending you had in mind that is absolutely a kind of dominant position for white, but only if white's able to get his king that far ahead. This came out of a 4 against 3 ending to start with that turned into a 3 against 2 with his passed e-pawn. So it's going to be up to Nakamura if he's going to go for that ending, which he is actually accepting. He's willing to go into this endgame to not have his king be driven back. Because if his king is driven back, then he could be in some kind of trouble. But he's offering this endgame now as an option to Magnus.
Okay, so the difference between the Botvinnik ending is Botvinnik had his pawn on H5 and black had a pawn on H6 and G7. So already the difference is that there's a pawn on G6, so you don't get that real nice grip on the king side to begin with. Secondly, the pawn was all the way up to the square E5. So we're not going to get exactly that ending. Sorry, Jennifer.
Oh, no,
Go
and
ahead,
I just
please.
was going to say that Magnus has played a move King F3, and also that one of our Twitter followers has tweeted a link to that game between Botvinnik and Najdorf, which you can find using our hashtag Sinquefield Cup.
And real shout out to all of our Twitter fans out there who are keeping us appraised and sharing with us their photos. I've seen some really, really nice stuff on that feed. It looks great.
Yes, and the Twitter feed is a huge fan of you, Yasser. Even though you don't actually have a Twitter account,
of course not.
People are asking you all sorts of questions. They're saying, we want more Pal Benko stories, referring to, of course, the wonderful Pal Benko story you told about Mikhail Tal, and I believe that was round 5. If they want to go back and replay it, that would be round 5 replay.
Right.
And there's another follower who is clearly a fan, but obviously not too big of a fan, because he says, I think Yasser should write a book with some of his stories.
Right.
Well, you have.
Yes, and I did on the World Champions, my games with the World Champions, but really some people really want me to do a book on Bobby Fischer. Why? Because I have so many stories from Bobby Fischer. Essentially, I started chess in 1972. And it was like two ships passing in the night because Bobby gave up. He stopped playing chess. He didn't play for the next 20 years until 1992. And it was during that time frame that, we had all of these young bucks coming up. And our dream was that Bobby would join the U.S. Olympic team at a certain moment and, carry us against the Soviets. And we were always waiting for Bobby to come out and play. And I would be asking all of my friends about Bobby Fischer, and I learned a tremendous amount about his private life and some really, really funny stories that I've shared privately. And people say, you got to put it in a book. It's just too much fun.
All right, I think that our fans, your fans, would certainly be very happy with that. New Bobby Fischer book coming out.
Not anytime soon, trust me.
We have Fabiano Caruana with Maurice Ashley about today's home cooking and its results.
Well, Bobby Fischer was certainly a big fan of the poison pawn and the Najdorf poison pawn variation. Fabi, you might have had a lot of fun fighting Bobby Fischer in this opening. But today you innoed with a move never seen before, at least we didn't find in the database, queen to d3. Tell us about this discovery.
It wasn't really my discovery. My Norwegian friend, Thorbjorn, suggested it to Rustam, and he suggested it to me. And everything was based on his analysis, so it's almost entirely Thorbjorn's analysis. And I thought it's a very dangerous new idea. I mean, black has so many options, knight e4 or queen b2 or knight c6 or e5. I mean, almost anything is playable, even d5, which looks bizarre.
So he played his instincts. We know he has great instincts, and his Najdorf instincts told him to avoid all that mess and play knight bd7 instead.
Knight d7 is it's the most natural move, and it's probably not a great one, which is why I thought queen d3 was such a good try, because if the most natural move is not entirely working for black, it's a good try.
So you got in castle.
g5 was a bit of a surprise. I mean, you could play knight c5 and
when you say it's a bit of a surprise, did you prepare against it, or was it something that you hadn't prepared anything against?
No,
especially?
I probably have some note on it, but I couldn't really recall what it was, and it doesn't look very good to me. I thought his idea would be fg5, knight g4, which I think is a better version compared to the game. And here I was thinking about something like bishop e2, hg5, bishop g3, and his knight goes to e5, but he still has to solve the problem of his king. Although he has a pretty solid position.
But his knight's not over on the wilderness on h7.
Yeah, after knight e5, queen d2, I already thought I had a very sizable advantage. And knight f3 is, I think, a good move. I think everything I did was, maybe bishop g3 is also good, but bishop f2 looks fine to me. I guess bishop g3 causes him some concrete problems, because if queen c7, maybe I have queen d4, and I can continue putting pressure on e5, and he doesn't really want to play f6 ideally. Although maybe it's not the end of the world, because then his knight can go back to f8, and he is pretty solid. But I think what I did was good enough. I saw this bishop e2 and knight e of h4, and I was very happy. Rook g8 is probably the only move to avoid losing a pawn or opening the h file with a lot of pressure. And h file, I wasn't happy with my decision after the game, but I'm not sure it's a bad move. I can also take on g5. Knight g5 and play, well, I have many options here, but I was attracted to rook h5, for example, which forces knight gf3, and I don't know, I guess he can castle long, and I'll play f4, and White definitely has an initiative. I'm not sure how bad it is for black. Maybe knight g4, bishop d4, and the game is definitely continuing, but I don't know, I wouldn't want to give him my bishop. I'd rather play bishop d4. And, again, the problem is I wasn't entirely sure what my idea is here, what my threat is. And I liked h5 because it is very desirable positionally. If I play h5 and then let's say he castles, and I'm able to take on e5 and play g4, I think he just has a strategically lost position. His knight is awful, f pawn is weak, and I have a passed h pawn. So what he did was probably forced, and somewhere around this moment, take bishop h4, bishop c6. Here I probably misplayed it.
If I may just throw in this idea, the Indians give after takes queen e7 to move queen g3 instead of rook g4. What were you thinking about that?
I mean, I thought that black gets queen g5 and knight f6, and I basically stopped my calculation. I guess king b1, knight f6, and I mean,
h6, yeah.
It's not king. No, king e7 is bad here. Is knight h5 possible, or is that bad for some reason?
And now the g pawn.
Queen g4. Yeah? This looks like a better version. Still not the end of the game, but for some reason I didn't consider queen g3. But in the game I just got nothing, so I should have
I would have given you a try.
I mean, this is immediately nothing. I don't see any ideas for white.
All right, well, he's slippery, huh? In those Neidorfs, even when you prepare for him, he's just got so much stuff. How hard is it to get at this guy when you know exactly what he's going to play, and he still says, "I'm going to play it. Bring it."
Well, the Neidorf is an opening where even if you find an idea, it's still tremendously rich in possibilities. And an idea like today, I mean, it's something, but black has many options, and in all cases, like, I'm not winning on the spot. It's very rare that you actually catch your opponent in some completely winning analysis. So I was sure it would be a game. I mean, I was pretty happy with the idea, but I didn't think that it would win by any means. I mean, I definitely got pretty good chances to. I mean, I probably had a very large advantage at some point. But Maxime is especially good in these types of very dynamic positions, and I mean, it's even if you get an advantage, it's not easy to beat him.
All right. Well, you're still in a good position in the tournament with options left, 3 rounds to go. Well, you have a big game tomorrow against your countryman, Wesley So. What are your thoughts about this contest? You're dead even right now, by the way. You score 2 wins and 2 losses with 11 draws so far. You guys drew the last couple of Sinquefield Cups. Wesley not doing so well this tournament.
I don't remember losing 2 games against him. I remember losing 1 game in Dortmund, and I can't recall the other game. But yeah, I mean, it's a very close score, and he's obviously not having a good time in the tournament after the last 2 games. I mean, it seemed to be going fine for him, and then I mean, not the last 2. I mean, well, actually, the entire tournament has not been very good for him.
He's lost 3 games already.
Yeah, that's very surprising for a player of his caliber, and especially since for one period he hadn't lost, I don't know, 50 games in a row or something like that.
67.
The first game might have been the World Youth Championship in 2004. Does that sound right?
Yeah. That was the first time we played. Yeah, he played e4, c5, f4, and I got beaten pretty soundly. I remember that game now. But I assume that he's just going to try to come back to his senses and play a reasonable game. I mean, once you start to lose many games, you just want to stop the bleeding. But he's white, so he'll probably also have some ambition.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Quick question, shout out to you there, Fabi. A subtext that I've been mentioning to our audience is that yourself and Wesley and Vladimir Kramnik are in a real death duel for 2 places in the candidates. Could you just talk to us about that, and how close is it by rating, and does that have an impact on your play?
I think it's probably like an average of maybe 5 points separates us all, which is actually not so little. I mean, we've already gone through through 8 months, and I think I'm ahead of Kramnik a little bit, and Wesley's ahead of me a little bit. And of course, a lot depends on this tournament. But it is very close, and a lot will come down to the World Cup. I mean, there we also have chances to qualify directly from the World Cup, and in that case, it will help out. I mean, if one of us qualifies directly, it'll kind of help out the other two massively. If none of us qualify from the World Cup, then it'll come down to maybe like Isle of Man or one of those. I don't think London is counted at the end of the year for the rating because it cuts off on December, and that's rated in January. So it's really not many rated events left. I mean, it's going to come down to the wire. But I feel pretty comfortable about my situation. I mean, I think I have a slight lead over Kramnik, and barring any major accidents, should be able to keep it.
What are your thoughts now that we bring up the World Cup? Any thoughts on why Magnus Carlsen is playing in the World Cup, which will decide a qualifier for the candidates to play against him, but he's playing in the World Cup itself if he wins?
Yeah,
it's kind of a strange thing.
Well, he's playing. I mean, I think it was a few years ago that he said the World Championship should be decided in the knockout format, which is the most exciting, I guess, when it comes down to Armageddon games and things like that. But maybe he's trying to prove a point that he's going to win the knockout format and prove that he's the strongest player in every format. But I wouldn't rate his chances at more than like 30% to win the whole thing, which is already very high, much higher than any other player. But it's such a random type of event. I mean, such a random format that you never really know. Players can get eliminated early on in tie breaks or in Armageddon games. It is interesting for the qualification because it opens up this. If he gets to the final, it opens up this extra third spot, which will be decided in another match between the semifinalists. So if that happens, it'll also be pretty exciting.
Make life difficult for everyone else. The ambitious world champion. Thanks very much for joining us, and again, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fabi. Thank you, Maurice. And we do have one game remaining. Jennifer, it is a very important game, obviously, to our tournament standings, as world champion Magnus Carlsen is nursing an extra pawn in a rook ending. And I'm recalling, I think it was a disastrous play by Hikaru against Levon Aronian in a rook ending from Moscow, the candidates, where Hikaru misplaced his king and actually even took his hand off his king. Here he is. He's defending this position. It's not that simple, but we have our tournament leader, MVL, with Maurice.
Still on top, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, despite a huge novelty put on the board. Now, MVL, we all know, everyone knows, E4, here comes C5 and a Najdorf. You keep doing it again and again, and this time you survived once again. But what did you think when you saw Queen D3, when in 211 out of 212 games, everyone plays Bishop to F2?
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect this to happen, and I was thinking for a while because I have a couple of direct moves, trying to, refute the idea. It's knight takes e4, bishop e7, queen takes b2, or queen takes b2 right away. And in both cases, I was not so happy, so I settled for something where I didn't risk losing by force, but at the same time it was clearly unpleasant, and I wasn't sure what to do. Then suddenly in the middle game I got the opportunity to exchange queens, and I took it without further blink.
You jumped all the way to the middle game and exchanging queens when there was a lot of stuff that came before that. First of all, what is a player like yourself when you see that your opponent on that level play a move like Queen D3? What's happening in your chest? Or are you feeling like, oh man, he has prepared something big for me? Or were you feeling confident? Because you mentioned that you were trying to maybe even refute the move.
Well, refute the move, I didn't expect to refute the move. I expected at best to force a draw against Queen D3 because, in general, it's too logical to be losing. But Yeah, somehow I couldn't make things work. I mean, after queen d3, the main line I was considering were queen takes b2, knight b3, knight takes e4, knight e4, bishop h4. And there I wasn't happy about king d2.
You found king d2?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was one of those moves we said was funky that might be overlooked, but you actually just found it at the board.
Yeah, because even if g3, bishop f6, black's just better. So king d2 controls c3. And yeah, I just couldn't make it work for me. So this was one thing. It's probably holdable, yeah. I mean, if I find the right moves, but I didn't, so I decided it was too big a risk.
But you sort of still didn't answer my question. My question was, what was your emotional feeling when the move landed on the board? Did you just think, just another novelty in the Najdorf?
Exactly. I mean, it just happens all the time. So, you know, Fabiano is really well prepared on this line, and you know, in general, the ball is in white's court in this line, so he's the one who should come up with new ideas. And yeah, it was a pity though that I overlooked this idea and just had to work on my own. And the other line I was considering was knight takes e4, bishop takes e7, queen takes b2. But there it just felt like too much danger, like knight takes e4, queen a1, king f2.
Hold on, let's just catch up with you right now. Knight takes e4,
bishop
e7, queen b2.
Yeah, knight takes e4, queen a1. Now king can go to d2, to f2, I'm not sure. I think king f2 was the most unpleasant for me. King e7, knight f5 check, take, queen d6, king e8. I think after bishop b5 I'm holding, I'm not sure. But I was not sure about bishop c4 even. Queen h1 and queen c7. Stuff like that. That's so bad? Probably I missed something there because it looked a bit dubious. I mean, I cannot castle as far as I know, so in general, I was just scared. Maybe actually I have queen d1. Maybe this is what I missed.
What happens if he takes on e4?
I mean, I thought bishop f7 and bishop g6, but probably it doesn't work because I probably have f3. E3, I mean.
right?
Yeah.
E3.
Yeah. Yeah, in general, I just got scared at all these lines, and yeah, possibly it's a serious attempt because in the game, of course, I was under a lot of pressure.
Well, at least you are still atop the leaderboard right now. I believe you play, is it Anand next round?
I think I play Sergey.
Actually, it's right. It's Karyakin you play. Tell us about the games that you've experienced with him.
Well, in general, I haven't played so many games with him.
We're seeing 6 games, actually.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
No.
I mean, my only win comes from 2000, so I'm not sure that counts. But, yeah, also we played only one game, I think, in classical chess since I made it to top 10. So we'll see how it goes, but I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to use my chances if I get them, but Sergey, of course, is a very solid player, so it will depend how much pressure I can put and where to get him out of his comfort zone.
3 rounds to go. You're still in the lead of the Sinquefield Cup. You get 2 whites out of the next 3 games. Do you put your foot on the gas and say, I've got to win this thing, I got to win at all costs? Or do you play a little bit cagey and closer to the vest, as like you said, take your chances, as you will be playing Sergey, then Anand, and then Nepomniachtchi in the last 3 rounds?
I mean, as I see it, same as the one before. I mean, out of those 3 last games, I have to make +1. So, which means there's simply no holding back.
All right, going for the win is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, good luck on your campaign. Three rounds to go. Get your rest, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice.
Maxine, a quick question before you do go. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You want to do it ladies first?
All right, yes, I wanted to ask you about your rest day activity, where I know I've heard you emerge victorious in the Mega Chess Blitz games outside in the patio. What was your technique for that?
Well, I just tried to play better chess than I did the last year, because I was just trying to play fast. But when you play decent chess, I mean, in bullet it's hard to say decent chess, but when you put your Danny under pressure, in general it collapses. So that was my strategy.
So Nidorf. You can see those games that he played against Danny Rensch on the chess.com feed.
All right. Maxine, I just wanted to pick your brain about this rook ending that Magnus Carlsen has against Hikaru Nakamura. 3 versus 2. Everybody knows rook endings are draw and so forth and so on, except this one has a lot more poison, I think, in it for the defender. How would you rate Magnus's chances in this exact position that I have on the screen?
In general, I'm guessing it should still be holdable, but yeah, it's definitely not present. I must admit I don't know particularly well this endgame, but I'm sure I will learn a lot today about it. And I mean, my gut feeling tells me 50-50, but we'll see.
50-50, win for Magnus and draw.
Yeah, I'm not expecting Hikaru to win.
Wow, well that's obviously very crucial for the standings, because if Magnus does win this, he will catch up with Maxime.
Exactly, and that just goes to show what a big point that swing game that Magnus won. Pardon me, that Magnus lost to Maxime. Maxime won that crucial game.
Exactly, and you know the thing is, Maxime says he thinks he needs one win out of the next 3 games, of course with no losses, so that would be exactly. 2 out of 3.
And that would bring him up to +3, which is a great score.
Exactly, but if Magnus wins this game, would he maybe need more than that? Probably not, but it becomes playoff territory,
yes,
right? Like 2 out of 3. If Magnus draws this game, chances are 2 out of 3 will be enough for him to win clear.
Right. I thought that if a player came to +3, keeping in mind that last year Wesley So won with +2. Somebody came into the tournament said you get +3. I would have said that is going to win it. But if Magnus and Maxine are both in great form and winning a lot of games, maybe a +4 is necessary.
So do you agree with MVL's? You seem to be a little bit surprised by that assessment. Do you think that Magnus's chances aren't quite as good as 50%?
No, I agree. I say that there's some real poison here in the position for the defender. It's not just like one of these very comfortable 3 versus 2 kind of positions. You put the E4 pawn on the F5 square, for example, I say it's a draw 90% for sure. The problem with the E4 pawn is that, first of all, it's already passed. So there's always these ideas, like we saw in that Bod-Bennett game, of white, being able to trade rooks, right? You got to go E6 check, rook D7 check, and the king and pawn endgame is a win. So here, what Hikaru has to defend against, first of all, is the E-pawn, running up the board and causing havoc. And secondly, you always has to keep your eye that there's a potential king charge, king G5, king H6, that in going after the H7 pawn at the cost of your E4 pawn. So there's a couple of defensive problems that are really annoying Hikaru.
I'm just trying to think of a way to put your king on H6 and my rook on H5 to get checkmate, just to prove Maxime wrong.
That is a
There's
really
no
bad
way
idea.
for Nakamura to win this game.
Welcome to a checkmate.
But
Maurice,
Maurice
you have something for us.
It's kind of strange because this morning I was having breakfast with Fabiano and his second, Kazimzhanov, and we were talking about this tournament, Badvisi, in 1997, where I drew against Kazimzhanov, and then I lost in the next round to Halifman, and had to make a draw in the last round against Gavrikov, Grandmaster Gavrikov, in order to get my second Grandmaster norm, and he tortured me in an ending. And look at the distribution of material here that could happen in this game. And I remember suffering and suffering before. This rook, of course, is more active than the game we see there. But if Nakamura puts his pawn on H6 in the current position and trades off on G5, we'll have the exact same distribution of material. Garikov wasn't able to find anything against me in this game as my rook was very active and kept his king out of the game. The game continued like this, and we went on. He finally just kept spinning around, and then in the end, with me harassing him, finally took this pawn, gave me this guy, and I was able to get behind his pawn and win his pawn and draw the game and get my norm, which you suffer going 70-plus moves before finally getting that drawn rook and pawn ending. So we have Nakamura, who is suffering at the moment. Again, he could put his pawn on h6 and go for that trade, and we'll have the exact same distribution, and Magnus would eventually have to play the move g5 and take back with a pawn. But just remembering that, it looks like it should be a draw. We'll see whether or not Magnus has some better ideas than Gavrikov did. Actually, Gavrikov couldn't avoid this because this ending was a bit further down. The pawn was already on g5. We'll see whether or not Magnus is able to come up with anything and possibly win this game.
I feel like the 50-50 assessment is a bit of a cop-out. Red or black, you got to bet on one of them. Let's bet on either a win or a draw.
Well, I would think that the chances for a draw are a little bit higher than the 50-50. So if I had to bet, I would say I would bet on the draw.
Right, that's what I was going to suggest as well.
But we've got people coming towards us.
Oh
We've got a
gosh.
group of people. What's going on over here? All right, what's going on set? Oh.
Kevin had a baby.
Kevin's baby.
Oh, now you get to hear us
Kevin
sing
Duggan.
again.
Kevin, congratulations.
Congratulations on your
both
beautiful
counts.
child. Wow.
Sorry to interrupt the show.
Oh, yes.
No.
First,
Not yet. Not yet. We
working
got
in-
to think birthday to you.
Happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear
Declan.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh, God.
All right. Yeah.
Big Poppy.
Yeah, Big Poppy.
Happy birthday to Kevin and to his newborn son, Declan. They share almost the same birthday.
Yeah, I think they're 2 days apart, in fact. Yeah,
That's actually the distance between me and my son's birthday. We're only 3 days apart as well. So.
Wow. And
here he is. Yeah. Oh, wow. Kevin
That looks
Duggan.
like, it says Kevin the night as
Whoa,
a baby.
his baby looks like him. Especially he's got an older brother, Declan does, who looks exactly like Kevin does when he was a kid.
Right.
Wow.
Kevin, of course, is the man behind the camera, the man behind the scenes that makes all those wonderful introduction videos that Maurice voiceovers, and he's really such a key part and has been with us for all of our broadcasts.
That's right. He's been here from the very beginning, and it's great to see all of the chess players. They all look so telegenic in the arms of Kevin and the other folks at Spectrum Studios. They look good in person too, though. And we are going to take a little break as we see whether or not Magnus Carlsen can make anything out of this endgame.
Wonderful.
surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Hello and welcome back to the 2017 Sinquefield Cup as we study this endgame, a crucial game for the standings as Magnus Carlsen attempts to join Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the lead of this tournament. But we've got Magnus has just played the move G5, and on Twitter, Histodia says, "I'm surprised at this move. I thought the best quote-unquote human tries would include the white king somehow entering the position via G5.
I agree. I find the move G4, G5 counterintuitive as well. When we had left it just around these parts where Magnus was debating whether or not to keep this opportunity alive of being able to play king to G5, king H6 in the future. And when he closed that gateway with the move G5, I think he loses some potency in the position. It's important to have options of being able to attack, and we have this current position on the board in front of us. Let's just go back to that crucial moment where Magnus did play G5 and go back a little further, because one of the moves that Hikaru could have essayed was the move H7, H6 to keep the king out of the square G5. The problem that Hikaru had is I'm sure he didn't like this trade where this pawn on H6, to defend it, you would end up getting your king cut away from this powerful passed pawn, and that would win the game for white, in my view. So that was why Hikaru didn't play the move H6, and I was expecting that in that case that perhaps it would have been an opportune moment for white to essay the move H4, H5. Again, keeping the opportunity of playing king G5 alive. None of that happened. Let's see what happened instead. G5 occurred, and we have this current position on the board with the world champion to play.
That's right, and lots of people are tweeting in about this endgame, including many players from endgame specialists and journalists from Norway, and agreeing with your assessment that King 41, playing 41 King G5 would have been a really nice try, and playing G5, blocking the king from ever to come to G5, might not have been the most...
King G5, King G7, and getting something like this, and trying to provoke black into pulling the pawn up to H6, and otherwise, also white's king, by the way, after the trade of the G-pawn, has won the square F5 and H7, H6, well, again...
Well, they were referring to the... sorry to interrupt, but they were actually referring to the situation with the king on E6, where they said King G5 was particularly powerful in this
right
position.
Here, so there's no King G7 opportunity.
Yeah.
I stand corrected. Thank you very much. King G5, King H6, that looks really good. Marie says Magnus missed an opportunity on move 41. That was where our friends on Twitter,
Girsune in particular, and Tarjei Svensson,
are suggesting King G5. How did the engine assess that?
Well, we should point out that this particular board does not have any table bases in any way. It wouldn't work here because let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's right. I don't think 9-piece table bases have been compiled as yet. We only have 8-piece table bases and sevens. So this one is not solvable, but King G5 is much more to be desired than putting a pawn on G5. That pawn on G5 is even more and more resembling that endgame that I had against Gavrikov, and still I remember suffering that ending, even though I had that active rook. Nakamura will suffer somewhat in this position as well, but it just doesn't seem as though he has as much, does Magnus, because he no longer has this route. He's trying to only now come through this forward route. And with the king there standing stalwart on this square, this rook able to check from the side. Notice this move, rook to C6, preparing to block if anything happens there. But it's very hard to make easy progress here for white, just because he's now closed his avenues to this side completely, and he must break through only frontally. That's going to be very tricky for him to pull off. Probably should just sit tight, should Hikaru, and wait to see what Magnus has in mind to try to make some kind of progress. It does not look easy for white at all.
Okay, having said that, let's, from the position that they have at the board, let me bring my king back for a moment. I'm going to play the move King E5. Why? Because I actually want to play H4, H5 and try to create some weaknesses along the king side, but I don't want to face rook a5 check. So I'll play king e5, and in case of rook a5 check, king back, rook a7 to stop me from playing rook to d7 check, pushing the king back to the 8th rank. Now I want to follow up with the move h5. Okay, this one isn't as good, I don't think. G takes h5, rook h6, king g7, rook takes. Is white making any headway by trading off the h4 pawn for the g6 pawn? I think I know the answer, but what?
It doesn't look like it.
It doesn't.
Work.
Right, right.
You gave yourself this position. Sorry, king here, king here.
Well, actually,
you were
yeah.
a tempo ahead in this slide.
Well, there was a check on a5 that I think I gave.
Okay, well, I'll
Yeah.
get to the position like this
Right.
anyway, something like
Yes.
this. And I just intuitively, you look at this position, and it's very hard to imagine how this king ever gets out of it. Even though the king, let's say this check, the king backs
Yes.
up here.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to imagine. You weakened your g-pawn, so now the
Right.
g-pawn becomes an issue. The rook's going to have to leave it somehow, and this rook will be just very active,
Right.
challenging your king in many positions. This is looking very much drawn, this type of position.
Okay, I'll completely agree with you there, Marie. So from the current position, let's say I do a little bit differently. I basically have only one way of winning, and that is to put my king on d6 and my pawn as quickly as possible to e6. So my rook is misplaced. Let me play rook b. Oops, excuse me. I guess it's black's. Well, what do I have? What's the current position? Pardon me.
White's just played rook c6.
I'm just going. Forgive me. I'm just going to
Yeah,
update my
go ahead.
position. So the last move was rook went to f6 check, and now the rook has gone to c6, and we're up to date with the position. So the only thing I can imagine Magnus trying to do is somehow to use this e-pawn as a decoy distraction. No, I'm not ever going to play rook d7. I don't think I ever have winning king and pawn endgame type of variations. So
The only thing to do is h5, it looks like. Because your rook can't get around. That's the
Right.
first. That's unless.
How about this as a try? How about rook c? Oops.
It's black's move after rook c6.
Okay.
So you have to make a move. for
Okay,
black.
so let's make a move for black. Okay, we take a timeout. Now the problem with h5 immediately is I'm running into a rook check, and my pawn on g5 is getting snipped. So how about rook to c8 with the idea of harassing rook h8? So how would black defend this
Rook
attempt?
b5 check, probably?
Rook b5 check looks very logical. King drops back. Now I do have a threat of check. So let's go back, right? I'll go up again, and rook check, king up, and rook back again. So I don't see how white is making progress here. Rook comes to the h file, king comes to e6, defending the pawn. Rook. This looks really tough. I don't like the move g5.
It really looks dead.
It
Once the pawn hits g5,
I cut the king off.
There's no way for the king to march in. And what's the construction? It has to be h5. There's
Yeah.
nothing else to do. There has to be h5 somehow.
Exactly.
But if h5 doesn't hit the mark,
there's no.
it doesn't seem like any other.
And again, this is the current position we're expecting. So.
Well, the card played rook d7 check, king e5, and then rook back to a5 or a7. Excuse me.
Okay, so the current position is rook check, king to e5, rook back to a7, and again, I have to fall back on h5. I've got no real choice, right?
You can still
so
take.
rook h6, check, king comes here, and we're happy. So I have
Wait.
to give check.
You're happy about.
I'm winning the h7 pawn. In
Oh,
that
that's what you
variation.
meant. Yeah, but he can play king f8 now, right?
Right. You have to keep the h7 pawn protected. And now what do we have? Well, this is the position that we were talking about before, where the rook gets really active.
You could probably start with a check too, no?
Indeed, I can start with a check. Okay, I'll go up though.
And if check again.
And then I'll linger here.
And check again.
Check again. I got e5. Again, you're going to one day have to play a move king g7 to defend.
Yeah.
And, okay. I got ideas like this. This is the ending that we were kind of looking at sometime before, where the rook gets active, right? Oh, I know what I'm going to do. Okay, Maurice, from this position, after king g7, I'm going to play rook h1, okay? So my idea is that when you get active, I want to run my king after a couple of checks all the way into e7, if I can. Something like this.
There might be a straight drawn ending coming because your rook has to come around. This fight with the h, if your g pawn goes off the board,
right,
then black has this h pawn,
right,
right.
And you're going to give up the rook.
Give up the rook for the e pawn, yes,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so
like rook d5 here, for example.
Rook d5.
No. Let's make it rook g. Let's make it rook g2.
Okay, rook g2 is right. Rook g2 is a far better try. Okay, I'll go here. You'll go here. I'll go here.
Yeah, there's the problem is you can't force the king in front of the pawn this quickly.
Right, when you're winning the g5 pawn.
Right.
So against rook g2, I got king d7, and I'm trying to escort my pawn up the board, essentially. Still challenges for Hikaru.
All right, so that means that initially when I allowed you to play the move e5 at some point to get that instruction.
That was too fast.
You helped me too much.
So you just bring your rook active earlier.
Well, I think you had to start, king g7 or king g8, but you have to start with this, and let me bring my rook back, and now you're going to check me. And this one is different because my pawn's on e5 and not on e6. Now you can check me and get the ending you want, which is to take this pawn, sacrifice your rook for my e-pawn, and then escort your own h-pawn home.
With a couple more tempos to boot, because the problem is with our pawn back on h7 and king on g7, you didn't show the line, but it was just we didn't have enough progress.
Right.
You were going to be able to cut my king off and stop me from queening.
Right.
Yeah.
These endgames are so tough. I'm forcibly reminded in Baku in the very, very, very final round, Anna Zatansky was playing, we were playing against India, and Anna was down a pawn and was drawing, and she got her king cut off. And the 7th hour of play, it was just, really exhausting. If Anna had drawn that game, we would have tied for second, silver medals.
You would have gotten the silver medal on tiebreak?
We would have tied with Ukraine for the silver medals. I don't know how the tiebreaks worked out.
That
was a completely different matter, but we were that close. I could almost taste it.
Crazy, because Anna's also such an excellent fighter. We saw her in the 7th hour against Nazi Pikidze win that game.
Exactly. And the first thing she did when she got up from the board, she goes, "Yes, sir, I've won exactly the same endgame myself by cutting off the king." She knew it so very well, but when you're exhausted after 7 hours of play, it's very easy to blunder.
That's why it's so important to review the basics, guys. I mean, the better you know the basics, the more quickly you can recall it when it's like several moves ahead and chunk it into a calculation, and the better you can recall it when you're exhausted in a 7-hour game.
Yes.
By the way, our crack team is indicating that according to the supercomputers in this position, king g5 would have led to mate in 26.
Whoa.
This was actually just stone cold winning after king g5. I don't have all the analysis, but this is what I've been told, that this move king g5 was absolutely a winning move, forcibly so. Mate, actually, that sounds hyper dramatic. We'll see if we can get some variations to buttress this idea. Main line with king g5, but definitely the best chance for Magnus was this move. And now this current position, those same supercomputers are saying that this position is a draw, or at least with best play.
Right.
Well, the humans playing now do not know all this information. They just have to keep playing, fighting chess. Chess is hard enough.
Right. But move 41, mate in 28. Wow. Okay. Big, big, big miss.
26, yes. Come on. Get it
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Okay.
But you can see 26 moves ahead.
Well, I'll take that extra repetition, just can't gain time on the clock, damn it. Okay, so Magnus with this has just played the move rook c5 and Hikaru to play. Again, we've been looking at ideas with h4, h5. We came a cropper with those ideas. They didn't pan out for us. The other idea we were trying was to escort the e-pawn with this move rook c8 to h8 to disturb black's defenses. How does this move rook c5 fit into any of those winning ideas? What's the point?
I think it's just a move that he's making to try to like rattle Nakamura, and then he'll just decide his plan later. It looks like a kind of more like an increment move where you would be building time on the clock. But do you really need more time on the clock? You have 58 minutes.
No, you don't. 58 minutes to 45 minutes. So time's certainly not a factor here. So this move rook c5, okay, it does defend against the check on a5. So black should probably just keep marking time himself.
This is an important point, by the way, in rook and pawn endings. When a rook is challenging a king, it's best for the rook to have 3 files in between it so that the king cannot get closer to that rook. So that move you made, Yaz, of rook to b7 and then rook to a5, white takes over the extreme file on the left, and the black rook is a little bit closer to the king just in case the king wants to go towards that rook. It'll only take a couple of moves and it'll get there. That's a fine point that may not be relevant in this exact position because the black king also will march up the board at the right moment at speed if the king wanders a little bit too far away. But just one of those things we learned early on, the checking distance, minimum 3 files. And so if white can now take over the a file, it makes that black rook a little bit less comfortable. And now you see the rook actually go to d7, really close to the king now, and has no checking squares whatsoever in this particular position. He's willing to play this move to cut off the king. Now, actually, the move rook d7 happened in one move here, yeah. So the white rook is still on c5, so he could play rook c5, rook d7. So if he wants to, he could play rook to c8 immediately, and there are no checks at all because the rook is too close to that king, and there's just no simple check to follow. So black definitely wants to be able to put the rook back on a7, and there he goes, stealing that a file. So making incremental improvements, knowing that principle of the checking distance, of course. You could write a book on the end game just sitting there, write 300 pages without a blink. But taking that checking distance away from black now, just mildly improving his position. It should still be a draw. Nakamura probably wants to put his rook on b7 right now, but Magnus making the most out of the position that he can.
Well, one of the things that I really credit endgame study for in my own career is that when I started playing chess, I just move on move. I didn't know what bullet chess was, but I just liked to play very, very, very fast. And I had absolutely no patience whatsoever. And then when I studied rook endgames, just endgames, I learned that you really need to be patient when you have an advantage in an endgame and simply milk it. Don't worry about repeating moves, but trying to put as many problems to your opponent as possible. Ask them as many questions. Don't just go for really, really quick forcing lines, but to be patient when you're having an advantage. Let the guy suffer. Let your opponent suffer. So this move, rook a5, rook, after the move, rook a5, what has been played? I'm going to just refresh.
King f7.
Refresh my board, sorry. So, king e7 to f7 was Hikaru's answer. Okay, well, let's creepy crawly our way forwards. How about this move, rook to the 6th rank now? I just wanted on a good day, advance my pawn to e5 and to e6 as quickly as I possibly can. I'm sure when he played king f7, Hikaru had in mind that he wanted to give a frontal check with rook e7. So I'm thinking rook a6. Do you have any suggestions here, Jen? I don't really like tossing out h5, especially when I'm not prepared to capture the h5 pawn immediately in return. So I'm thinking rook a6, rook e7 check, king d5, and this is not too different than a position we had a moment ago. A moment ago, the king was actually on e7, and there was rooks were coming, checking on the side. So
yeah, so it seems like Magnus was going to go for something like this. Certainly not king d6, another variation that would prove that Nakamura still has some winning chances in this game.
All right. So how about another try? One more try. King c5, and I'm hoping that you trick yourself by giving me a check. I wanted to go here, but no, I haven't broken the defense. Well, here
You're trying to play e5 now?
Well, except I get
there's
tricked.
still that rook e6 check.
Yes, exactly. Except I lose my rook.
Yes, Nakamura win.
Oh no, all of Norway groans.
But no, after rook c7 check, king d6, rook e7, so there's just no progress being made there. You'd have to go back to d5, right? Or would you move your rook to
a4 to defend? Because the only winning try that I'm really seeing is on a good day, if I can go e5 check, followed by rook f4 check, followed by e6, then I've got really winning chances. So let me just put that on the board so you can see what I'm talking about. If I get this position with white, this is...
Yeah, now you're calling my space, and my rook is in the worst place it could be.
Right. I'm really calling the shots here. This is probably winning because in this particular case, I've got another avenue to the king side vis-a-vis f6.
But,
so that's what
Magnus has gone the other way with the king.
That's what Hikaru absolutely has to avoid. What did Magnus do
after king f7, rook a1?
King f7.
Rook a1 was played, and then rook e7 check, king to f4.
Okay. So, sorry, I'm just going to refresh my board. I apologize. Okay. So we have had the last few moves. We were in these parts. Rook a1, check. King f4, rook b7. Very, very hard to find a winning plan. If you don't, I mean, your trump in the position is the e4 pawn. As long as the pawn remains on e4, it's not the greatest trump in the world, you really have to press it to the e6 square if you have any winning chances. If white can't do that, then it's simply a draw.
So what do you think the chances are for a draw now? You said earlier...
I kind of felt that Maxime was very close with his 50-50, perhaps a little bit too optimistic of victory. But once I saw that move G4, G5 being played, I really thought that his opportunity of winning went severely south. Now I think it's closer draw. And I've been told, as Maurice, you mentioned, you've been told supercomputers say draw.
Well, now, yes, but this position, and who knows, because as you make one mistake and they all go up, you messed up. But this position with king g5 with the plan of playing the move h5 was considered definitely mate. This was leading to difficulty for black. If you get active with rook a4, you run into this move rook to b7, and suddenly this capture is on tap. Your king is cut off out the way, and you might just lose this pawn directly as the rook will take and come back and take this pawn, and you'll be down two passed pawns. So this pawn has to push to h5, and then gh5, gh5, and now this important move, king to f4, and again, the h5 pawn is very sensitive on that square. No way to really save it if you're not careful. For example, a move like king f6, you're just going to be chased out of there with this move. The king will have to back up. This king will start the slow march, and you're starting to see how this pawn could get in trouble. Remember that if this rook decides to leave, or if this king gets cut off, this pawn's running down, this rook leaves, it will be very difficult to check the white king. And now white has tremendous progress. It's incredible. King g5 was such a thematic move, powerful move, natural move, and Magnus shut his door with the move g5. Instead, if he only draws, he'll be ruining this decision on his part, as king g5 really did look quite strong. At least it looked natural. It looked natural. Hard to say what was going on in Magnus's head that made him not want to play like this. We'll find out. Hopefully he comes down here to be interviewed. But at least this way, he doesn't have any avenue that's easy, and he's stuck with only one route, and that is somehow trying to break through the center. And Hikaru keeps on putting up sturdy defense, as by shifting his king over, Hikaru, to f7, he's opened up another file checking distance towards that king, giving his rook a little bit more space to breathe his pieces, keeping the white king out. Very difficult to imagine him winning this position, Magnus Carlsen, right now.
And, you know, that was the curse of the 41st move. We talk often of the curse of the 40th move.
Right.
But I don't believe he was even in any time pressure in the time control.
No.
So it wasn't like he was racing to get to move 40.
Right. Well, a few years ago, one of the things that Magnus had was this fantastic domination in endings, where he literally would squeeze blood from stone. And I still remember him winning a rook and 4 versus rook and 4 against Sergei Karyakin. And move king g5. That was a real Magnus Carlsen move. Remember in Chennai, he essentially won the world championship in an ending. It was a rook and pawn endgame that he won against Vichy to take a lead in the match and eventually win the match with an undefeated score. So some little slips have been creeping into Magnus's play in the last year, 2 years, which has seen his rating falling, and he's not winning the games where he's had those advantages that has brought him such great success.
And do you think that's mostly because of his less accuracy or better defense by his opposition?
Maybe it's just a combination of both things happening. Certainly Magnus has a lot of challenges in his life. He's a very, very busy player. He plays in a lot of competitions, but beyond that, he does his training, he does his public relations work. How many shows in Norway has he appeared on in the last 3, 4, 5 years? Fashion, model, and all of the rest. He has a very, very full schedule, and maybe he's lost a little bit of his chess focus.
Well, we'll see. He's also decided, speaking of busy, he's going to be playing, as we mentioned earlier in the show, he'll be playing in the World Cup coming up next month in Tbilisi, Georgia. And the pairings for that were actually just released a couple of days ago.
Oh, really? So we know a bracket or two.
That's right. I mean, of course, some of the pairings the pairings are always very lopsided for players like Magnus, Wesley So, and Fabiano Caruana. But there are definitely some interesting pairings further down when you see the grandmasters who are more in the middle and facing off against other middling grandmasters. Unfortunately, I think there is one All-American matchup. I think I saw Jerabuk versus Onishuk. Indeed, two of our own players are unfortunately going to be playing in the first round. Although the good news of that, the sunny side of the toast, is that
one of them is going to go to the round of 64.
Exactly, an American will definitely be in that as well, and that's obviously Jerabuk, who's a student at SLU, who did so well at the U.S. Championship, and also Alexander Onishuk, who ended up becoming the runner-up there.
Exactly. All right.
And that's how they qualified for the World Cup, of course.
And in fact, that's quite a long series of qualifiers. You have continental championships and the like. So after King F4, some back and forth, little mouse-like play is going on. We have this position, Rook E7 was Hikaru's last move. He's saying, again, as long as this pawn is on E4, black can deal with the challenges in this position. Now this move, Rook F6 check, is actually putting a very important and key question to Hikaru. White is hoping that black will play the move king g7, and thanks to the rook on the f-file, the king will be cut. And again, Magnus's only chance is that he'll be able to push his pawn as quickly as possible to the e6 square, especially with the king cut off. Well, you don't become 2,800 players by failing to notice such a situation. Normally, the defender wants to keep his king in front of the passed pawn, and king e8 was very quickly played. And again, same challenges for Magnus as before. What's he going to do now?
Hard to see what he does. H5 is the only break. He would somehow try to come up with some trickery with pushing his pawn, which doesn't look like it's going to happen. And
first, he's got to take the time to simply defend the pawn on e.
But if he defends it, then h5, he only can play for rook h6 and rook takes h-pawn. We've seen similar positions already.
Exactly.
And there's his king coming back to f4.
As expected, king f4 was played, and now Hikaru's rook on e7 really doesn't need to be on e7. Running all the way to the a file on the side is kind of an automatic move.
And we have plenty of people in our hashtag Sinquefield Cup still sticking with us on this exciting game, which will determine who's leading the Sinquefield Cup at the end of this round. Will be Jess Maxime, or will Magnus join him? We also have lots of people tweeting that they saw Maiden 26 themselves, and they were so shocked that Magnus missed it in two different spots,
right.
Not just 41 king g5, but also with 43 h5.
Right.
So
I have to laugh for those of you who watched our years of shows, some story retelling, but still one of my favorite is I played in a tournament in The Hague, and Aegon is a large insurance company from Holland, and they sponsored a tournament of human players versus versus the computers, and a whole range from amateurs to super grandmasters and so forth and so on. And my friend Roberto Cifuentes was in a rook ending, kind of like this. Let's just imagine that I thought that Roberto should play the move rook a7, a move that he played. And he did it after a long think. And then the computer operator leaned across the board and said, Grandmaster Cifuentes, mate in 47. I jumped back and I turned to Roberto and say, don't be intimidated, Roberto. Continue to play. They're lying to you. Mate in 47. It was a pretty hilarious moment. I don't see a mate in 47 after the move rook a7, though.
Yeah.
Fortunately for Hikaru's
Fortunately for Nakamura, and also like how demoralizing for our gold medalist Baku team. We don't want to lose twice in a row to Magnus, right? Yesterday, 2 days ago, beating Wesley So, and now potentially defeating our other massive star along with Fabiano.
And by the way, now that you mentioned that, as you can see from the standings, Wesley has had 2 dreadful rounds back to back. He's lost 2 games and is really in danger. Look at our current situation, Jennifer.
That's right. Wesley's still in danger of just being dead last in this tournament, unfortunately. Last time he lost a game, he catapulted back with a victory. So we'll see if he was able to do that tomorrow. But yeah, it's a terrible tournament for our 2016 Sinquefield Cup champion and our Grand Chess Tour champion, which really just goes to show the strength of these tournaments and this tour, that somebody can go from first to worst in 1 year and still playing fantastic chess overall, but having some missteps in this event.
Right. And remembering that Wesley was once a wild card, where he was the lowliest. He was last in his first outing, the Sinquefield Cup, and then he won. So from lowliest to the holiest, and here he's in last. Back again.
I don't think it's going to come last
either. I mean, he wasn't himself in Paris or Leuven either.
You were there. What was your take on the atmosphere of those 2 tournaments, Maurice? We haven't gotten a chance to ask you your personal impressions, what stood out for you, but you were just mentioning Wesley.
Well, I mean, Paris and Leuven were just incredibly exciting. The atmosphere coming in as Magnus entered into the tour once again, and of course famously, he and I had a funny hiccup in the middle of the event based on the understanding or misunderstanding of a word and an approach, and that certainly lit up the Twitter sphere and Reddit and the whole nine, and helped us to get 20% more viewership, which is all that matters in TV land. But Magnus was his normal dominant self. In Paris, he had some trouble as MVL caught him, and it was really about Magnus and MVL, to tell the truth, in both places, as they played very well. Wesley didn't do so well in Paris. I remember had a little bit better showing in Leuven, but he really had to bring it in this tournament. And to see him, after going 67 games without a defeat, and then now lose 3 games in a single tournament. It was a time it just looked impossible for that to happen. 1, maybe 2, but to lose 3, and he doesn't look powerful. He doesn't look solid, like something's going on. And it just goes to show how difficult it is to maintain yourself at the top. Only Magnus seems to be able to keep that going, that streak of, okay, things are not great, but I'm going to keep going. We saw MVL rise to number 2 in the world, electrifying fashion a couple of years ago. Right. Aronian was number 2 in the world. He dropped, and we wondered what happened to him. He was off by so much. We saw Fabi go way up, and then he was at 25.50, 28.51 in the live rankings, and then slipped back down as well. So everyone has been jumping over each other, having great results and then coming back, great results coming back. Only one guy is saying, but I'm number 1 always. And even he has slipped back and almost joined the crowd, but now this tournament, his rivals are not doing that great. So it's very, very hard to maintain that kind of consistency once you stay over that level. I remember Fabiano saying to me once, he says, it's really hard for me to understand how Magnus keeps his rating. Like, how do you keep that high rating, that high a level? It's just because a draw loses rating points. So it's natural you're going to draw 5, 6, 7 games in a tournament against these elite players, and to somehow keep that rating year after year, as Magnus did, it was simply incredible. I guess sooner or later the law of averages had to work against him, and now he's still number 1, but not by that incredible margin that he was before.
Right. Yeah, the buffer's definitely tightened up, and it was very, very tight 2 rounds ago before Magnus defeated Wesley,
and before Fabiano Caruana lost.
And before Fabi
so
lost.
Those things both worked in favor of Magnus, and now he's back to an almost 20 rating point differential from Caruana, whereas it was only 10 or less than 10 earlier in the tournament.
Exactly.
And Hikaru Nakamura, I think, is checking his score sheet before he gets his new one for move 61, because he wants to see how many moves he has to play in the structure before he can claim a draw. And I saw him glance down at the score sheet.
And not only that, it looks like there might have been a repetition. This exact position may have occurred already once before. He's certainly double checking. Now, one of the things that a rule that is very important is the 3-time repetition move rule, is that if ever you think the position's been repeated 3 times and you have the time on your clock, make the claim. Make the claim. Because the worst thing that can happen is, if your claim is not upheld, is you get a small time penalty.
Right, and he has plenty of time in this position, absolutely, and that's why you see Nakamura thinking and staring down his score sheet.
That's the second time when Rook D6 appeared. That was the second time.
That was the second time.
Position occurred, and also he has to get to move 93. Because move 43 was G5. If nothing changes for the 50 move rule, but of course Magnus can just push a pawn and start him counting again at any moment.
That's right.
Right. So Rook A7. So that's a twice repeated position.
But if you're hoping that your opponent forgets and repeats 3 times, you probably don't want to just aggressively glance at your score sheet and stare down the score sheet. Right. That might not be the best poker move.
No.
But of course, Nakamura not known for his poker face, and that's one of the things we love about him. Right. It's so much fun to watch the camera work on Nakamura's face.
If Magnus feels this game is a draw, then it's very easy for Magnus to just move his rook away and allow this check on D7, then play rook back to D6. And stop the game. So
no. I would never do that. Of course, I would just slap down the move E5, and say, look, my pawn on e4 has not, that's my only trump, that's my only advantage. I'm a pawn up, and the pawn on e4, if it stays there for the rest of the game, well, I got no chances of winning. I got to move the pawn and get it, like I've been saying.
Look at Magnus. He's also checking the score sheet to make sure
that he doesn't accidentally allow a 3-move repetition, right? So, I mean, you got to play e5. You're not just going to play rook f6 check and repeat the position. So, after the move e5, the dream, of course, is that you could get some kind of a king and pawn endgame where, you know, just by the luck, your king gets to slip through the f6 square. But you've got to play e5, and you got to play e6, and you got to go your king on e5, and you got to go rook d7, and you got to hope that that's a winning game. So just to show you what I'm talking about is you got to get a position like this where you're threatening the move rook d7. After the trade, the king has to take the pawn, and you got king f6. Some tweet has got your fancy. What does it say?
Oliver Ward is criticizing your apt metaphor. Yasser Sarouan described Magnus Carlsen's endgame play as literally squeezing blood from stones. Come on, literally. Yes, we got the video. Just keep waiting. It'll be in the
my bleeding fingers.
Yeah, we got the video of Magnus Carlsen literally grabbing a stone and squeezing blood out of it, and we'll be showing you that somewhere in the Rapid St. Louis Blitz, right?
Of course, the rhythm and blues.
Yeah,
right.
Even though Magnus is not playing in that,
right?
We'll show you the video.
So this is basically what I'm showing right now is the only winning attempt. You get your pawn to e6, you threaten rook d7, and you just simply win. Okay, so black doesn't sit back and let you go e6 check and king e5 and win the game. After e5, he's got to give you a check, and you step back, and the 50 move gets reset, but at least you managed to push the pawn a little bit further up the board.
To show that variation one more time,
Sure.
to explain why it's totally winning. E6, so you're mentioning here that, because now the problem is rook b5 check.
I can step back.
You can just play rook d5, exactly.
Right.
And now if we play rook back to b7.
This is the dream idea of getting your king through the f6 and gateway to the h7 pawn, and that's a very easy winning king and pawn game, because you'll get to play h5, and the g pawn will promote.
And this is the kind of thing Magnus was probably thinking of, these types of variations when he did play that move g5, but holding it in reserve, as we all immediately saw this made in 26, but the thing is, sometimes
well, we're as kibitzers, we see what is so obvious and the players miss. Right. So rook a7, I'm expecting e5, because I don't see there's ever going to be a better opportunity in the near future. What other moves can white play? Well, we've basically exhausted them.
It looks that way. And Nakamura's body language is saying, you can keep looking, I know this is a draw. Magnus has to find some kind of trickery somewhere where his opponent can slip up. But it doesn't look as if Nakamura is going to let that happen, as he's just sitting there essentially waiting and saying, what can you try? You're limited to just this one side. I always have checks. And you can make a move, but I'm ready. And he's been such a great defender recently, Nakamura. He's being able to solidly hold positions, although this game apparently King G5 would have won the game. But now that he's found something very concrete, he's going to stick to it and make sure that Magnus doesn't get the point. And Magnus, of course, searching feverishly for this opportunity. These are the kind of games that Magnus does not like to draw, because he's such an amazing endgame player that we remember famously right here when he drew against Levon Aronian, and there was this one line that he could have played that would have been exactly right, that would have won the game for him, and he was so upset about it. Like, are you kidding? And it was a super duper amazing razor edge line that required lots of calculations, and to him it was just like, oh, come on, please. I should have found this, and I should have just won the game.
Although I think the beauty of the line was, like, he thought it was kind of cool, and he was like, I'm supposed to see something like that, because that's like my trademark, seeing this like kind of cool idea. I think it was an idea that basically prevented Levon from setting up this Vancouver defense.
Exactly.
So yeah, look up that game if you want to study some more rook hand games while you're studying this rook hand game.
By the way, just talking about classical rook endings, and again, I was reminded of the Botvinnik-Najdorf game, and how to win that position of 3 versus 2 with the e-pawn. Had Magnus won this game with the king g5, it would have immediately have been enshrined as a classical 3 versus 2 rook and pawn endgame, and that would have been the go-to game for all the future endgame books that were written about this ending. So for Magnus, he would have been, not that he's not famous enough or enough already, but winning with a king g5 would have ensured that he would have been in the endgame books for all time.
Certainly, he would have been very disappointed. He will be very disappointed when he finds out about this missed opportunity, no doubt.
Which goes back to that idea that probably h5 was necessary. I mean, h6 was necessary earlier, even though h5 looked like it could have been promising, but not allowing king g5 automatically,
right?
And hoping for that kind of ending. I'm talking about this kind of position here, setting up something with h6 sooner rather than later, so that this king g5 couldn't happen, and then you if g5 happens, then you take. But h5 still a tough ending. It's so hard. These rook and pawn endings, they seem to remain hard forever. Even when you study them, they're still very difficult to appreciate all the nuances. And they're almost, I'm not sure if they're worse than, but they're almost as bad as rook and bishop versus rook.
Yes.
Where it's like, this is a draw, but you can screw this up.
Right.
And for both sides, to, you might be winning and you could screw it up. They say all rook and pawn endings are drawn, but clearly that's not the case. But it's so easy to mess up. You just have to play that perfect technique in order to win.
Right. We do have another rook a5 check, a check from the side after Magnus has moved rook d8. Rook a5 check, continuing to harass White's king. Magnus may find himself rather forced to go once again back over here to the f4 square, where we've been seeing so far that Hikaru's just defended with a rook along the 7th rank and said, hey, as long as your king is passive on f4 and your pawn remains on e4, I've got no issues. And after rook check, we do have the move king d4, by the way. Also, just a nice story, forcibly reminded. I was with Gary Kasparov at his apartment in Moscow, and we had a blitz session that Gary won 7.5, 4.5. And I had a rook ending where I had 2 pawns against 1, and Gary had no time. So I got this game, drawing the game, and Gary just shouted, draw, and stopped the clock. So what are you talking about? I'm playing for the win. He goes to his library, pulls out a volume of Rook Ending by Nikolai Minev in Russian, opened it up directly to the page, directly to the position we had on the board, and it was draw.
What was the position again? You said rook
I had rook and 2 versus rook and 1.
Oh, great! That's one of my favorite stories.
And then he goes like this.
I love it.
I was so stunned by his, instant photographic recall of that particular page. I said, well done. I had to give the guy a draw.
I like that.
Yeah. Remember a caller called in and said, what's the difference between the super grandmasters and the also pretty good, or pretty darn good, but not super grandmasters, and then the also rans. And we were talking about different things and different qualities. One of them is this incredible, potentially eidetic memory that these players have to have perfect. Some of them have the kind of recall that you go, how do you remember that? I mean, Gary remembers stuff that you just, like you said, he's forgotten more than you remember.
Right.
He just recalls stuff in a flash. You'll remember games he played against juniors, and remember the position, remember what happened. It's just incredibly gifted in not just in chess itself, but this ability to recall. That's just phenomenal. And I listened to Gary, like you said, that story, and he's a stunner when it comes to that.
That's hilarious because I can just visualize it. I can visualize just Gary jumping out of his chair. You know what? Yeah, you should write a book about these stories.
By the way, just on Gary, the theme of Gary and another one, there used to be the Spartakiad This was an Olympiad that was played in the Soviet Union between the republics. So the Spartakiad was a very, very big chess festival, and Gary is on his team, and the players were on a bus going to the Spartakiad, and all of the great players from the Soviet Union can imagine being on the bus. And a conversation broke out about a particular position in the Botvinnik pawn sacrifice, Semislav. And there was all sorts of hubbub as to who played what novelty. And Gary shouted out at the top of the lungs, you know, these two players played. And everybody listened to Gary for a second, and then the hubbub started, and then Yuri Balashov said, yes, Gary is right. The round was played in round 4. And the whole bus went quiet. So it's pretty good that you get the year right and the two players. But Yuri Balashov was a walking encyclopedia and remembered what round the game had been played in. And Gary said, okay, I bet a lot on my memory. The only guy I never compete with is Yuri Balashov. That guy was just amazing in terms of recall.
Magnus Carlsen apparently Magnus Carlsen also very well known for memorizing these key positions and knowing not only the position and the key move, but also knowing the year, the location of the tournament, and all that kind of data.
Yeah. That's what his dad said early on. That made his dad say, he had a freak on his hands. Because Magnus was able to, he's got a book about geography and was able to remember countries, capitals, and populations.
Wow.
And when his dad saw that, he said, I think I might have a chess player on my hands. And he kind of was right, sort of.
And by the way, a shout out, I don't know if you've seen the movie Magnus.
Great movie.
It's a documentary on the career, and it's wonderful.
Oh, yes.
Oh, that was so much better, in my opinion, than Pawn Sacrifice.
And it's on Netflix.
Yeah, and it's just great.
I mean, it wasn't a dramatic movie. The Pawn Sacrifice was a dramatic movie.
Right.
This one was really all that documentation they had on Magnus, the stuff they filmed over the years. It was great seeing him as a kid and with his parents and his sisters. You got a real behind-the-scenes look at the personality, the youngster with his aspirations. The first time he played against Garry Kasparov and got a draw, and he had a smile on his face, like, you know. And he was like 12 years old.
Right.
And big Gary, serious, formidable looking, like,
with
what's going on?
Yeah.
This little kid is playing chess like this.
Yeah.
Really very entertaining, very compelling. And to see his desire, or how important it was for him to become world champion from very early on, he had the hand of destiny with him to become the best player in the world.
And as we see them continuing, and I'm sure Magnus has that move 93 circled in his brain, because he does have to avoid the 50 move rule here.
Exactly.
Yasser.
And by the way, no progress has been made in these last 20 moves. With this last move, Rook D8 to D4, dropping back, King E6. Black's king is just brilliant on the E6 square, standing again in front of the pawn. And Hikaru is already, set up to play Rook F7 check, drive the king, play the Rook back to A7, get closer and closer to that 50 move rule on move 93.
But
Max
is trying to do a little merry-go-round and then play E5 and hopefully rattle Nakamura a little. I think that's his strategy.
Well, at the moment, he's not making any key progress, though.
Unrattled?
He's unrattled. So we have, after King E6, the move Rook B4 on your board, Maurice, is that right?
Yes, that has occurred.
Okay, so we can just chalk up Rook F7 check, King back, and Rook back to A7 as an automatic here.
How do you make progress here? The king can actually now go to E5.
Oh yeah, that's
every time. If your king shows up, you get checked. If it doesn't show up, you check the black king. The king can go up.
Oh, so you say we can't even go back to the position we had before?
No, the king can actually live on E5 now. It looks like
that is.
And again, Rook F7 check came very, very quickly. We could count on that one as 100%er, and I'm sure we're going to see Rook slip right back over to A7 to allow checks from the side. But you're making a very good point here, Maurice. How is White, you're saying now after the check, we've seen the king actually live quite happily on the E7 square. you're saying.
How do you eject him over E5?
On the E5 square. That's a very, very handsome square as well.
That's way easier because then we're going to get closer to. Also, we're not going to have to play as many moves because how are you going to avoid the 50 move rule?
And not only that, you're facing a rook A3 check, and just as expected, rook A7 came very quickly, and this looks dead.
This looks dead.
Dead.
This looks really dead right now.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Wojcik tweets at us, try asking Magnus for his signature after this draw with Nakamura and Rancic. Indeed, probably not the best time. The Sinquefield Cup, the players tend to be very gracious with their autographs, but if a player has a really long game and doesn't win, ask at your own risk. You know? Right. You might get it, and you might not. Then just let us know how it goes.
Magnus would work on B8. Well, you know what? You're saying that, but if he didn't know that he had King G5 winning, he would only be upset if you told him he had King G5 winning, and then you go to try and get the autograph. But as far as he's concerned, he's been giving it his best effort. And if it was just a draw and he had perceived it as such, then I don't see him having a problem coming down. It's just, I mean, sooner or later, somebody's going to tell him, maybe on the way or when he arrives here, we're going to win. We have to say, you know what, according to the supercomputers, King G5 with the plan of H5 was winning, in which case he's going to say, well, you guys show me exactly how that works, and we'll say, go talk to the supercomputers.
He might also have a glimmer of it already in his brain. I mean, you know, he might have.
I'm sure his spidey sense. I'm sure his spidey sense is telling him that he missed good chances in this game. I'm sure he has that feeling. By the way, we're just talking about autographs. Did you ever ask somebody and you were awkward about wanting their autograph?
Did I ever ask somebody for their autograph?
You know, like...
I like getting books signed because I'm a huge book lover.
Right.
But I don't think I've ever asked for anything else to be signed. I mean, I'm just
like... you didn't walk up to some Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and say, would you sign my book? And you felt a little awkward about asking?
Not that I can recall. I mean, I think I was taught... from an early age that you shouldn't ask people for their autograph because unless it's like a book
their book
because I don't know, I just feel like it's I always sensed that it would be like a waste of time or something. I don't know, I wasn't really into autographs. Were you?
Oh, always. How about yourself, Maurice? Any autographs? You were hunting down an autograph and you felt awkward about the ask?
No, I wasn't into autographs either. To be honest,
no collectors in the groups. Huh?
Yeah,
I like books.
I actually have no collections of anything. I was never interested in collecting anything but chess books. That's it. Spend all my money on chess books. Anytime I could get one, I wanted one. I'd ask my dad for one. Please, I just want another chess book. And that was it. My collection was just chess books. Now gathering dust in storage because I had so many books. Even if I never read them, it was like, I just want another book. I want this book. I want that book. Just whatever it was to just have more books. But as far as autographs, I don't recall.
I do have one now. I just thought of, but it wasn't for me. I had a very close friend who's had a Brazilian au pair, and she was a huge fan of the soccer player Ronaldo.
Of course.
And I played in a Poker Stars TV game with Ronaldo. This special game called the Shark Cage.
Yeah.
And afterwards, everybody was drinking, and I was thinking, like, yeah, maybe I should ask for an autograph from my friend. He'd really appreciate it. But he's, just partying, having a good time. So I decided to let him be.
Oh, really? So you didn't even in that moment, you didn't creep.
You think I should have?
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sure you would have enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because, generally when you're asking for an autograph in those types of situations, it changes the dynamic from being like everybody's all friends here to like, oh, you're like a fan now. Right. So I think that's why a lot of people.
It does. It makes an awkward ask if you feel that change of energy, right?
Exactly. But that's why I feel like with books it's different because it's so normal. Like it's kind of like such a part of a book almost, that signature, especially if you're giving it as a gift.
Right. Well, I mean, as soon as Maurice Ashley comes out with his greatest games, I mean, I'm going to say, Maurice, sign me author, personal copy.
I don't have enough of those.
You need more of the games that Anand won the other day. You add those to your collection.
I have pretty good games, but I wouldn't deign to collect enough to compare to the likes of you, of course. Yeah.
No.
Who have slew of games that we can learn from.
Have you ever had anybody ask you to autograph something weird?
Yes. We'll keep it PG. Yeah, no, one of my favorite...
There was a belly signing that I witnessed.
Well, let's not go there.
Some guy did ask me to sign his abs at one Sinquefield Cup.
Who's that?
A fan. They asked me to sign their abs.
Yeah.
Abs, like ABS, yes.
Right, that's what I thought I heard you say.
So that's a pretty good if you have abs that are signable. I think that's a good sign, right?
That's a very good sign.
Imagine if they weren't.
That's a bad sign. No, the one I liked, remember reading in a Playboy interview, Steve Martin, and he said that he was a very, very big Bobby Fischer fan. And he was trying to get Bobby Fischer's signature on his book, and he went to the Piatigorsky tournament, and he was standing in the lobby day after day, and then Fischer, like in a magic act, would be showing up on stage, and he understood there was a back way for Fischer to get to the playing hall. And day after day, no chance of getting Bobby to sign. And then he was watching Bobby, and he timed it to go to the bathroom, the restroom, at the same time that Bobby was at the restroom. And Bobby was doing his business at the urinal, and Steve Martin came and harassed him, moved his shoulders, say, sign my book, sign my book. So to get rid of this creep, Bobby gave his autograph, and Steve Martin ran away, and he was very, very pleased with himself.
Wash his hands before.
No, he wanted the
It's worth
the
more
signature.
that way,
Yeah, very
unwashed.
Whoa, let's not go there.
Please.
Any progress being made at all?
We're clearly loopy over this particular end game, trying to keep things interesting.
Okay, but
Nakamura did, just to add to the excitement, Nakamura did take his jacket off.
Really?
It looks like he's concerned about something in the position, and Magnus remaining quiet as a mouse, checking around. Magnus knows it's drawn, but Nakamura just has to keep finding the moves. Where's the mistake going to come in? Time is a factor. Fatigue potentially could become a factor. Draw schmaw, competitive games. Chess is a competitive activity. People ask, is chess a sport? And I say, maybe it's not a sport, physical sport, but it is a competition. And that competition involves winning, losing, fatigue, oversights, all of it. All of it can happen in a game, in this competitive game that is so razor sharp at all moments. So Nakamura definitely trying to make the right decisions here to keep it nice and easy so that he has no worries. He has different ways to draw, it looks like, because the white king now has been pushed all the way back and doesn't seem like it has any chance of coming up anymore.
Well, the thing about
the
thing about Nakamura is, you can't always match his face to his position. I mean, if you did a study of Nakamura and all his facial expressions, in contrast to Garry Kasparov, where I think a lot of times his face matches with how he's feeling.
Readable. Yes.
Nakamura's face is, sometimes he seems angry when he's winning, and he seems like totally chill when he's losing. Sometimes it's all over the place with him,
That last move was excellent, by the way.
Rookie 7.
I did not see this one coming. There are different ways to draw, but I love this one. The point is, there's only one way right now for Magnus to make any real progress, and it was to play rook e8 and try to chase the king away. But now that he's put his rook on e7, his threat is to put his king on e5. And once his king's on e5, there's nothing for you to do. You have to use that rank to chase the king. You have to bring your rook back to the 5th rank and chase the king back, and then you can't show your king's head at all. If I may just show specifically, let's say you play this check right now and the king goes here. How can you make progress in this position? There's no way for white to use any king moves. The rook can't get at this pawn. There's no way to maybe, if you had a pawn on h6, you put a rook on g7. There's nothing like that in the position. So this rook is just sitting here watching you, and what are you supposed to do in this position? If you move over and wait, then black is ready to do this. You check him. He's ready to do this. And then where's your king? Your king can't show its head at all because it's just going to be checked. So that move is very specific defense. He had other moves too, but this one is really nice. It's very specific. Nakamura finds moves like this one. Now the move that was played in the game after rook to e7
was rook a8.
Rook to h8 on the board. But what does he do after this?
Exactly.
I mean, what do? Your only way to make progress is to bring your rook back around and chase this king off of the square. The rook on h8 is not going to be able to do anything. There's no progress. There's no rook check here. King moves are going to get checked. It's getting closer and closer to a draw right now. And that move, rook e7, was really, really technically quite nice. It's showing the helplessness to white that you don't really have anything to do.
Exactly. The fortress looks very, very clear now for the defender, Hikaru. Just play king e5, and as you've been saying, if the king maintains its position directly in front of the passed pawn, that's your only trump. You're pawn up, but if that pawn goes nowhere, there's no problem for the defender, and king e5 is really a fine move. It's basically in the center of the board. And I was saying for the longest time that if white had any winning opportunities at all, they had to be associated with e5 and e6. And if you couldn't get that advance in, then it was going to be a draw.
And we see the move rook h8 now by Magnus, as we're also getting in some tweets about this game, which is crucial for our standings, including one from Columbia Chess Club. That's the university, not the country that the Twitter feed is from. And he says, Magnus Carlsen is torturing poor Nakamura and just laughing. I'm busy laughing maniacally. I actually don't agree with that tweet because I think that Nakamura could actually be pretty pleased with his performance now, especially seeing as he looks steered towards a draw. I mean, he was really struggling in this game.
Without question. Most remarkable game, those 10 captures in a row.
Right.
That Maurice, but there was no question that Magnus had this great opportunity after f7, f5 that he missed. Hikaru was in big trouble. There's nothing quite as satisfying as defending a tough position and getting the half point, very, very well-deserved half point. It almost feels like a kind of a victory of sorts.
The only thing that's more satisfying, doing it versus the world champion as black.
Precisely.
That's it. And especially for Naka, because he's traditionally struggled against this opponent.
For sure. I mean, definitely, Hikaru has been a great customer for
Magnus.
And actually, I'm a little bit surprised. I'm with you, Maurice, all the way. After the move, after the move, rook h8, I really like that move, king e5, because the rook on h8 actually does nothing. It doesn't bother anybody. And as soon as you were saying that the king, white's king, pokes its nose out, whether it be on the f file, there'll be a check, or whether it's on the d file, there'll be a check. And white is not making any progress, and the only thing white could do is actually bring his rook all the way back to a8 and then all the way back here.
But is that rook a7 okay too?
Yeah, I'm sure it is, but I just, from, the sake of accuracy and what is really cool, good coolness, king e5 would have had my...
your vote.
Precisely.
And another tweet we're getting in from Bushkan says that Magnus Carlsen is clearly in a slump, missing that very obvious mate in 26. Yes, of course we were always joking when we mentioned, that everybody saw the mate in 26 instantly.
I did.
But at the same time, of course, it's not possible for a human to see that there's a forced mate. That part is a joke, but I don't think people are joking when they say a Magnus in his best form would think on that move 41 or 43 and perhaps find the right path.
Well, actually, it's not even Magnus in his best form. I think a lot of grandmasters would have taken a look at this ending and said, look, it's 3 versus 2. Come on. There are so many rook endings that are drawn. You don't have to see the mate in 26 or whatever it was. You have to see that after king g5, king h6, you're really close to winning, and that's all you need. You don't have to see, and you go for it. So I think, a lot of grandmasters, and I'm not even talking about the world's top 10, I'm talking about the world's top 90 would have gone, okay, that's my best chance of winning the game is to get my king, march my king to h6. I can't lose the game, and I've got really good chances of winning it.
It's kind of funny, I go back to this game that was played literally almost 20 years ago that I drew against Gavrikov. And look at that king. I somehow managed this drawing position, the king on e6. Gavrikov, now this rook is very active here. The h-pawns are missing from the board, but just a very similar type of endgame, the king on e6, and Gavrikov was frustrated in this position because he couldn't make progress. We went to this line, a little bit of harassment in the position, and we finally got to this one that ended up in just a draw after this move. So that king on e6, I got pleasant memories of finally stopping the suffering once the king was in front of the pawn and able to keep the white king out of the position because this king actually had been up on the 4th rank for quite some time in this game as well. So it's clear now, it looks very clear that this should be drawn. And Magnus closing that door with that pawn on g5. And
yes.
But Hikaru is backing away from that structure, that setup with the king on e6. Again, there's so many different ways to draw, ought to be, but...
Well, he had just gotten the check from the rook on e8, so he backed up.
Oh, he backed
king
up.
f7.
That's right, I didn't see
so
that
rook,
while I was talking.
Rook went to b8, Marisa. Now the king is definitely going back to e6, which he played, by the way, with a little flair. It wasn't quite screwing the king into the e6 square, but he played that with a bit of extra on it. And, well, you know, I just don't see any. Yeah, I just don't see any winning chance whatsoever here for Magnus. Should this game be a draw, let's just refresh our viewers as to what our current standings are after all 4 games. If we have 4 results, and anticipating, if you will, Jennifer, a draw in this game.
Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will then be in the clear lead, just like he was after the rest day, with 4 points, and will have similar standings with the big change that Levan Aronian will be joining the big contenders who are half a point behind Maxime. So we'll have Maxime with 4 and Anand, Aronian, and Carlsen all trailing by just half a point with 3.5.
Gotcha.
And that will mean that our predictions, you with Magnus Carlsen and Maxime, will be looking pretty good, but Levan also really seemingly in good form in that when he wins, boy does he win in style.
Yes.
I mean, his 2 victories in this tournament were
very
gorgeous.
Impressive. Gorgeous.
And this is what round 7 is going to look like tomorrow. We're going to have Anand facing Nepomniachtchi. Big game for Anand is he's going to need to strike blood in one of these last 3 games in order to have a realistic chance of claiming the title. So a big opportunity for him tomorrow with the white pieces. Meanwhile, MVL, similar situation against Sergei Karyakin. Of course, he's not desperate, but he did say he thinks he needs to get 1 win out of these last 3 games to claim the title clear.
+3. He's saying +3 wins it all.
Yeah, and a big matchup from my point of view. Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, both of these guys trying to get into the candidates. You can bet that one Russian, Vladimir Kramnik, is hoping one of them loses, you know, and drives the other below his score. So that's a very big matchup with big things at stake.
That's
Continue.
right. And then we've got Nakamura versus Aronian, and Peter Svidler playing white against the world champion. So huge games tomorrow, and I glossed over that Nakamura-Aronian battle. That is huge as well because Aronian is now, of course, joining our main contenders for grabbing the Sinquefield Cup. And don't forget that if Levan Aronian or Magnus Carlsen ends up winning that title, they'll be the first player to win 2 Sinquefield Cups. And I think that that's going to be a real big honor. Who's the first person who's going to win 2 of these cups? I mean, it's right now the best chances are for the world champion or for Levan, but Maxime definitely has something to say about that.
Wow, Maxime doing well. And that list, by the way, as we see the past 4 champions having done their thing, Magnus winning incredibly in the first year in 2013, declining a draw from Aronian, even though a draw won him the tournament, and he decided to go and win that game. Fabi winning 7 in a row to start the competition. That we will never forget. Levan beating up on the Americans, his 3 wins against the American players to win in 2015. And Wesley saw Magnus. No, Magnus was in the tournament that year, but still ending up on +2 and winning the event last year on his way to winning the Grand Chess Tour title itself. But that list you just showed, by the way, of pairings, the pairings for tomorrow, what's interesting about that list as well is none of the leaders, the top 4 players, play each other. They're all separated here. You see Anand, Vachier-Lagrave, Aronian, and Magnus Carlsen with a draw today. None of them see each other. So they get a chance to try to beat up on the other players, if possible, who are not in contention or serious contention, although there are players who would argue, you know what, I'm not doing so badly, like a Caruana or Karyakin, for example, who are just behind them in the next group. So they're not playing each other at all. And for Karyakin, a big game, because if he doesn't beat Vachier-Lagrave, then his chances are going to start looking really, really slim. But he's got the black pieces. I think you're definitely going to see Caruana try to do something against Wesley.
Well, you know, when we have a really long game like today, you start to notice really important statistics and facts. And one thing I just noticed is that we're equal between glasses and non-glasses in this competition. And the glasses wearers are totally dominating.
Really? MVL wears Magnus wears glasses?
Yeah, if you look at the...
Anand and Aronian.
So it's 50-50.
By the way, Hikaru...
And Fabi is right there also. Fabi's up
what
at
are we saying?
He's
That's
at 50%. So you're right. 5 glasses wearers are all leading the event.
What does that mean?
We should look for sponsorships from maybe Gucci glasses.
Move his king back to F7.
I'm really surprised. Hold on, guys, just a second. I mean, I've been given up that this game was a draw, and an easy one at that. We just saw Rook B6 check, and I expected King E5 in a flash. Hikaru spent some time and dropped with his king back to F7. King E5 was definitely to be... And after King F7, well, immediately Magnus said, thank you very much, allowing White to play his king to F4. There's no longer Rook F7 check. The king should have been on E5. I mean, not that this blows it, but, you know, you always pride yourself on accuracy in such positions.
Yeah.
What the heck was King F7? What is that? That's just a weird move.
Well, allowing Magnus
F4
to play King F4 and E5 is also a chance for Magnus to reset the 15-move rule.
Exactly.
Which is going to create a lot more suffering for Nakamura.
Right. Ooh.
That is odd.
That is, yeah, please.
Maybe he enjoys suffering.
No. Killing the commentary team. We're going to call 911.
What could he have seen after King E5 that scared him off?
I can't imagine it because, by the way, King E5 just is setting up for Rook A3 check, and then you're going to just take White's E4 pawn off the board, and that's a dead draw. So you have to give a check.
You could start with Rook B3 just to get the Rook somehow, but even here you could play King back to E6 if you wanted to.
Right.
And ask him what his progress is going to look like.
Okay.
So check would be forced.
Yeah.
Instead.
Check, and then we've got the same position as
King
before.
E6.
And that's just an ideal fortress to check on
because the problem is that King D4 is responded to by Rook A4.
Right.
And you've got to hang out with this pawn.
Right. You're tethered to protecting the E4 pawn, so you got to come back, and if nothing else, I can go back as well.
Go back, and it's easy.
It's easy. Whereas, conversely, the game position, what they've achieved in the game, it was a Rook check. Sorry, I got this. It was a Rook check, King F7, King F4, and now White has dreams once again of bringing his king in front of the pawn and getting to play E5.
I mean, it's
still drawn. I get it.
It still looks like, how do you make progress?
Well, he's playing Rook E7 now.
Exactly. And by the way, this really does remind me of the position we saw earlier, where I had pointed out that King G7.
This would only be the second time, right?
I think so.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So the players have definitely reached this exact position before, where Rook F check, F6 check, and a King E8 has been played. And what move are they on, Jennifer?
They're on move.
I've been playing a lot.
They're on 74.
They need to make 19 moves until we reach that crucial
50 move rule.
Yes.
Okay. Well, at least from Magnus's point of view, you know, he can ready the move H4, H5, not necessarily that does anything to change the result of the game.
And he keeps looking at the score sheet.
Yeah, just to make sure.
He does not want to repeat this position if he doesn't have to, or make sure he gets to the right number. I think he knows that he's a ways away from 93
still,
but he does not want to repeat the position by accident.
Right. So H4, H5, White in that way can avoid the 50 move rule because any pawn moves or pawn trades and the 50 move rule gets reset.
And what is... I think also Nakamura has already looked at this position, established it as drawn. So we're back here again, even though the King E5 line looked drawn also. But this one he doesn't have to think because he's been there.
Right.
So he might think, okay, I know this one's drawn, so let me just go. And what were you doing before that suddenly you have a new idea if it's just still a draw? So maybe he's just very confident this is it.
That's probably right, yeah, Maurice. Looking for that repetition is Nakamura. Although, really, from his point of view, of course, he'd like the game to be as short as possible so he can start resting and relaxing for the next day.
Yeah, of course, the competitors in the tournament are very, very thrilled to see these two players play a long game. Just means that when they come for tomorrow's round, they may not have the same energy reserves in their batteries.
And he used to be his punching bag. Nakamura used to be Carlsen's punching bag, and people made a lot of snide remarks, of course, as he would lose positions that he was even winning. But lately, the story, the narrative is, it's getting harder for Carlsen to beat Nakamura.
Right.
I'm not sure what their record is recently, but since Nakamura beat Carlsen, has Magnus defeated him?
No.
No. So it's been over a year.
In classical chess.
In classical, I'm talking about.
Right.
Yeah.
I think in Paris Leuven, yeah. But here's...
Wasn't he 12-0 at one point?
Yes.
Right. So they played a number of... But how many classical games have they played in the last year since that victory of Ikaru's? Because they didn't play the Sinquefield Cup.
No, and you mean from after the Masters?
London 2016, right? No, sorry.
No,
that was...
Magnus did not
didn't play in
Magnus
that because of the World Championship. Yeah, I think
he
there's one.
And he didn't play in Vikensee.
No.
And the Grenke Classic? I don't think Naka was in that one.
Right.
They played in Norway.
Stavanger.
And that was a draw, I believe.
That was a draw.
So
actually, there hasn't been that many games in between.
True.
Just a lot of blitz and rapids.
Just a lot of blitz and rapids. Yeah.
True, that is true, but still, it does seem that this Nakamura is less haunted by this dynamic than he used to be.
Well,
you can even see that from his demeanor, I think, at the board.
Well, that was actually one of the things in my career. I definitely had my opponent. There was opponents Peter Biasis, Walter Brown, Ulf Anderson, and Predrag Nikolic, who really had really marvelous scores with me. But once I got a victory over them, it was like the hex was over, and I could play and compete with them. Up until the time that Hikaru actually won, it really looked like he was suffering a hex.
That's right, and Nakamura looking confident here, and yeah, I mean he's at -1, but he seems like he's not too perturbed about it, Yasser. I mean, he had that one tough game, but maybe in these last 3 games he's going to really show something, because you kind of got to feel like his confidence in this game that he was able to defend this so successfully.
He's also very much a realist. I've noticed about Nakamura. Here we have the Rook F6 King E8, so that's the second time that position has occurred. But lately, in the last few years, I think, you've seen this Nakamura that has gotten wiser. Maybe he's gotten older, gotten wiser. He's thinking, that's how I've done so far in the tournament. He's not going to overpress. I don't think he's going to try too hard to win the next 3 games. He's going to play the position. He's going to play one game at a time. And it just seems like he's more accepting of whatever the situation is what I have to accept. And have the right attitude about it, the professional attitude. And this tournament, he's not doing great. I mean, he ended up losing a game before, so it's not like it's his right to think he should win this event. And I don't think he's going to just go va-bonk and let me just attack and go for it and try to kill. He's just accepted I'm going to play each game, and if I got this draw against Magnus, on to the next one.
Guys, I just want to point out a moment right here in this position. Even though it's been, the players have seen it before, there is a trick in the position for white. Let's say you got to go H5, takes, and here, instead of my going Rook F6 to H6 captures H5, let me just say, fine, that pawn on H5 is not going to go anywhere. Let me advance my pawn as quickly as possible with the move E5. now, at least this is giving the world champion a smidge of an opportunity. Why? Because after, for example, rook here, king f5, again, just leaving this pawn, I'm hoping that you'll do something wild. You'll try to go active on me, and I've got a king. My king could hide out on e6 potentially. So if there's any opportunity for Magnus at this moment, it's based on h5 and not trying to recover the pawn at once, but go g6 takes h5, e5, and king f5. This would definitely put pressure, I'll put it like that, just pressure on Hikaru.
Well, if he's going to do it before you repeat.
Exactly. And also, just yeah, no. This is basically his only chance, and we know Magnus is going to use every opportunity that he can to put pressure on his opponent. So h5 is still in there with a shout.
The engines, which thankfully they're not fatigued.
Right.
And as we've been at this now for, it is over 6 hours.
Yeah.
But thankfully they don't get tired. Yasser, your idea is definitely interesting. And check out the defense.
Okay.
Rook f7.
Whoa.
I know. When I saw this one, I had the exact same reaction. The exact same one. Like, wow.
Really?
Like, yeah, like really.
Like, okay. King
like really.
f5.
King f5, and now rook f8. I mean, just absolutely amusing. This h-pawn is the key. You gave up that h-pawn and not letting you get your rook active in any way. And the only
that is funny. So
it's hilarious.
King e6.
h5, g5, gh5 have occurred.
And now rook g8.
And now rook g8, exactly.
Right.
And you can't make any progress because rook takes is coming.
Oh, how nice.
In a very strange way.
Didn't
So
see
h5, by the way, h5 has reset the 50-move rule.
Right.
So it's on the board, and captures reset it again with the captures. So pawn move, that's one. Captures is another. And now this idea of e5, as you mentioned, Yaz, and this very sophisticated, unusual way to save this position. Rook f7, rook f8.
Well, the funny part is, if you look at this position in a beginner, and you had a student, and they played the move rook f7, intending to play rook takes f6, you would be like spanking them. You don't play rook f7 to capture the rook on f6, but that's a very nice move. Rook f8 didn't occur to me.
Oh, please. Like I said, even if you're not tired, in fact, that wouldn't be your first line of defense.
No.
Because it's so weird.
Right.
Because there's also so much at stake. If you're wrong about it, you're really wrong.
Well, no, we've been talking about how thrilled Hikaru may be feeling about himself, that he's played a really good game and he's defended very well. Imagine the converse of that he was to blow it in the, literally the 20th hour, very, very, very happy.
Literally the 20th hour.
Right. Oh, my goodness. He would be so very, very upset.
But here he is nodding his head. So, yes, is there another way for Hikaru to draw this? I mean, it's not like rook f7 forced, is it?
No,
I mean, he's got to have other opportunities.
And
That's
E5
just
is
the
on the board.
easiest, most forced one that the engine sees.
Right. No, I was just looking at it from Magnus's point of view, like winning a chess game is all about putting problems to your opponent. If your opponent consistently answers all of the problems that you're asking them correctly, well, you tip your hat and you give them a draw. So I was thinking, just from Magnus's point of view, how could he put problems to Hikaru? And the only thing I saw was this h5, e5, king f5 idea. But that rook f8 still has me laughing and scratching my head.
That's a new one, right?
That was a new one.
You feel like it's new. It's not something that we're used to seeing.
Not at all.
When you're trying to defend endings like this one. It looked first like, you're probably going to lose. What are you doing? And then you look at it and you realize what the point is.
Right.
Very tricky defense. But the reality is, I mean, you're trying to mix it up right here. He can move his rook over to a7 and play standard defensive technique.
Well, indeed, that was my first move, not rook f7, and I was saying, okay, again, the only way I can win a game is to, keep testing my opponent time after time, putting problems in front of them. And if they answer, again, all of the questions that I've asked correctly, well, you tip your hat and shake hands and say, good game. And this is the only testing thing I found for
I got to tell you, yes. Nakamura is famous for finding moves like rook f7 because he's such a concrete defender. Right. If he can resolve one of his tendencies is if he can resolve the position immediately, he'll look for the way to do that
with concrete calculation.
Right. And I think what would most people do? They play rook a7 and continue the game. But he's such a concrete analyst that he could look I see he took the jacket off again. Right. I think he's looking at rook f7 as cockamamie as it looked to us.
Right.
Of course, the computer found it in half a second, but as cockamamie as it looked to us reflexively, that's the kind of move he looks at because he looks to resolve. It's a just common theme of his in his games. When he's defending, he doesn't like to just sit there if he can avoid it. He will look for the most forcing defense if it exists on the board, and he will calculate it to the end. So I think this move is on his mind right now. That's my guess. Yeah. That's my guess right now that he actually sees this move and is trying to check to see what he can do to make it happen by force.
This is a trait, what you've just described, Maurice, that to me, I see more and more. It was like the Veselin Topolovs, the Garry Kasparovs, now the MVLs, the Fabiana Caruana. They're marvelous, marvelous, marvelous calculators. I think in my generation of players, especially Karpov, far more intuitive and not necessarily searching for those 8-10 move variations unless they felt it existed. But today's players are far more concrete than in my generation of players.
Take a look at this very concrete line. As we look at this, we're in the marathon game, king f5, and this move, rook f8. And so I decided to test the engine with the move e6. I'm trying to make progress here. We'd love to see rook takes and pawn takes on the board so we can win. But now h4, king g4, and now very precise, king to e7, threatening the rook on f6. Rook takes f8, king takes h4, king e7, and just in the nick of time is black to draw the game as he latches on to that pawn. That's a real calculation, by the way, that ended on move 84 and began on move 77. Right. So in between all that, there are variations to look at as well, just to double check to make sure you're not losing in any way. So Nakamura will be putting in some work. Might take him 5, maybe 10 minutes to figure out this position with rook f7. But if it is a draw, and I mean, look at him right now. I feel like he's looking at that exact move because if it's a draw, he just answers all questions right now, and he's got the opportunity to do it, as opposed to rook a7, which might take some time, and we're still here, and potentially get down to that 3-minute mark, but he doesn't want to be there and potentially make a mistake.
Right. What's your bet on? Yaz, rook f7 or rook a7?
Ooh. That's a flip of a coin. I would say if I had little time, I would play rook a7. If I had the time to invest and I could calculate it accurately, rook f7 is a really nice way of shutting white down.
Liquidating, indeed. Yeah. But on the other hand, rook a7...
You don't want to get it wrong, though. If you play a move like rook f7 and you miscalculate something, you feel so horrible.
When he would have to make most likely a couple more errors to lose the game after rook a7. In a way, it's a very, very practical choice if you're not 100% confident in your calculations.
Exactly.
So the longer Nakamura thinks, the more likely he is to play rook f7.
And look how often
but I'll still bet on rook a7.
You know, it's weird how often he's looked at the clock. I think he's looking at this move, and he doesn't want to get his seconds down too much. But he's looked at the clock 3 or 4 times already when he's not in any time pressure. 17 minutes. He's got some good time on the clock. Yeah. He can invest it. But he's been looking at the clock. There's a little bit of a nervousness about this move. If he's looking at it, then he knows it's good. But he's not sure it's good. It might look good, and Got to make sure he doesn't burn too much clock because he might have to defend some other position playing rook a7. And, I mean, he really seems nervous over this situation. He looks nervous.
Yeah,
it's a decision.
Crept up on him because...
There it is.
There you got it.
7. Yeah. You're right, Maurice. He's just a phenomenal calculator. And if he calculated that 7-move variation and all of the other options that White has along the way, and he saw that it's a forced draw, he'd do that rather than play rook a7.
But
yes,
those who are watching
he's very
at home-
concrete. It's not just being a calculator. He's very concrete in defense when he gets a chance.
Yeah.
If he can see something very specific, that's what he's going to play. Like real, he wants to get there now. He doesn't like suffering. Not that anybody likes suffering, but some people might say it's just a draw anyway. I'm going to play rook a7 and work this one because I know it's a draw. But he's super concrete to opportunities, and he's opportunistic, and he's found this beautiful defense.
After the move rook f7, I was trying king f5 and e6 ideas, and they all fell short. How about another take? How about this move king g3, trying to round up the h-pawn from the other side? Is there a forcing dead draw that Hikaru can produce against king g3?
Yeah, but we actually just looked at this line.
Not king. We were looking king f5.
No, did we not look at this?
No, we did not.
Back to
okay,
E7?
so rook e7 would be the right way to play here.
Right.
Rook to e7, and what do you do now?
I got to go e6, right.
Yeah, otherwise it's a
Right, but the moment you play e6, then you...
Yeah, I lose that king.
Right, there's no shelter.
No shelters.
So the rook can go wherever. Let's go over here.
I go up king h4 to go after the pawn.
Right, and then the rook gets behind you.
All the way behind it, right.
Yeah, and then
then I don't I needed the e6 square, so you check me from behind. I got a place to
You can hide in. This is very critical in these endings.
Right.
Yeah, just a similar situation where you can't let the king in, so you can't
But
go
we can
behind
show this
the pawn
line with checks and just...
until...
It's going to be merciless checks all day long.
Right.
You would love to hide in front of your pawn,
right.
but the black king is just holding you out. And if you come all the way back to this rook, then play something like this.
Right.
And
draw.
That's going to be a draw.
Yeah. Very good. Well, I'm going to suggest just that we take a break before we get into the final and just get a little drinks.
They might be.
Yeah.
I've been standing here for about 3 hours. But
I was thinking it would be a very good time to refresh
Magnus
ourselves.
is going to calculate this as well. It may be that Magnus calculates this for the next 15 minutes, but...
Yeah, possibly. He
also might take the draw.
But you can certainly, I'm sure we can arrange your way to sneak away to get another drink of water.
Yeah, exactly. I'd love that opportunity. As the players are... They're not getting a third time control. Just want to emphasize once again, they only get their 2 time controls, but they always have the 30-second delay.
That's right, and it does look like Magnus may be hunkering down here for a little think.
He's trying to figure out if there's a hole in this move, rook f7. There's something, some trickery, some way to make a move that Hikaru has overlooked, and now he's looking at the clock. It's interesting body language there on the part of the players. For this moment, it's like they sense it, that the finish line is here, something critical right now.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not going to find anything unless he
doesn't
can.
seem to be anything there, unfortunately, for him. After
No.
this move, very, very good move, rook f7.
Nock is just head nodding now, and I said earlier it's not always one-to-one, his expressions and his mannerisms to his position, but sometimes it is one-to-one. Not always one-to-one, sometimes.
That's just a nice move. Rook f7 so attractive.
Liquidation. And those, we're getting so many rook endgame lessons, but also some pawn endgame lessons.
Yes.
So make sure you're setting up a board and trying to figure out some of this stuff for yourself, because that's how you really get the most instructional value out of something like the Sinquefield Cup.
But the thing about this move is that it's not threatening to trade rooks.
Right.
Right? You don't dare trade rooks in this position, you just lose. What it's doing is it's highlighting to white that the pieces are uncomfortable, and the king cannot make any progress because of this maneuver, rook f7, rook f8. You would never put your rook on f8 and think that that's where you belong in this ending. You go from being, we're all taught right away, get behind the king, right? Rooks belong behind the pawns. Right. You would play rook a7 so that you can bring your rook down and switch sides, right? That would be what you want to do in a position like where were we?
Well, I'm just fiddling around, seeing if there's any cheap tricks that I can try to trap my opponent with, and the answer is no.
Right, so the point, and there he has played king to e4, taking his king away from the g-pawn, and again trying to keep the game alive. But we're not taught to play this kind of move, rook f7, so you could just be blind to it.
Right.
But
yeah, it definitely sideswiped me. I wasn't thinking about rook f7 whatsoever.
Not at all. Not at all. It looked, I mean, when I first saw it, the computer suggested, I was like, what are you doing? That looks ridiculous. And then you go through the variations, and he's like, wow.
Okay.
Just concretely holding the position and now attacking the pawn on g5.
And Hikaru played rook g7 very quickly, as if he had it all calculated out as well.
His plan is, if you bring the king to f5, he's just going to put the rook back over to f7 and say to white, what's your next move?
Right.
Yeah. And
king
it looks
e6.
like there was a quick king at king f5, and
right.
Nakamura bounced back to the board.
And we're expecting rook f7 with the idea that if white's king does march to e6, just to check, to drive it right back out of that e6 square, rook f7 holds everything. Impressive fortress, a new fortress.
Very attractive. Which would mean we only had one win today?
Right.
Big win for Levon.
Huge win.
Other games today seem like so long ago.
Yes.
Don't they?
Well, this game for me, that was that extraordinary moment where Hikaru played the move f7, f5. That really took me aback. And I thought that there was going to be a way of exploiting that for Magnus. Magnus ended up a pawn up. I mean, he calculated a variation, ended up a pawn up, and tortured his opponent for 6 hours, which will probably end it in a draw. But it seemed like Magnus really overlooked a very promising exchange sacrifice in that game that might have brought him greater success than.
What do you think you'll feel worse about, that exchange sacrifice or king g5? Because the one is so beautiful, like a brilliant surprise. The other one is more
prosaic and direct, right? I think he'll be much more angry about king g5.
But he might be more like...
I mean, if you miss a very deeply hidden combination, you can't really, shoot yourself for that. But if you miss, a very standard, just go and enter into your opponent's camp and win an ending position, that was very, very neutralized. There wasn't a lot of pieces on the board.
Now, your intuition was great in that position, Yaz, when you felt the weakness of the king when he played f5, and you hadn't calculated everything, but your positional sense said something's wrong here.
Spidey sense
that was deep, and Magnus didn't explore that line. He went very concrete for the extra pawn. So that's that position. But
having said that, that was quite a treat to see 10 captures in a row.
Yeah, right.
The board just got vacuumed up with all the pieces. That was very amusing. Have you had a game like that where not since I played in the beginners class.
Take chess.
It was like take. Hey,
that take chess could be actually good for making sure that students see all the different captures.
Right. Losers chess, I love chess variants, but that was pretty funny.
And this time it's interesting because Nakamura is spending so much time again looking at this variation. It's almost like you wonder if he should have played the practical rook a7 to keep the extra 5 minutes on the clock and defend. It looked like it was defensible. This one is so specific that he has to keep checking it. Hopefully for him, Magnus doesn't come up with another wrinkle to force him to stop and look again for another 5 minutes. He's making sure that there is no win. Some kind of a weird move that he's overlooked, but it seems as though rook to f7 does maintain the draw.
If there was a theoretical endgame, Yasser, this is inspired from some of our tweets, that you were in a worse position, but it wasn't totally lost, which one would be the most torturous for you? Like, as a defender, which one would you hate to defend the most?
A worse position where I wasn't theoretically lost, queen and pawn endgames.
Okay.
Oh, those are horrible.
Oh, they're so horrendous. And I remember there was a queen and pawn endgame between Anish Giri and Wesley So, where Anish was better, but it wasn't like over. And the computer was going 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. Wesley made a move, and it was like minus 90. Anish made a move, and it was 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Wesley made a move. It was minus 90. And it was all based on long forcing lines of 20 moves deep and so forth in the 7th hour of the game. And those queen and pawn games can just be, nightmarish.
Yeah.
So that's I remember I talked about this against Dmitry Gurovich in the New York Open, that I had to defend 8 hours on a queen and pawn ending. And that was a nightmare. I ended up losing the game, too. I mean, that's just...
That's so bad. It's so brutal.
It's no fun trying to work out all the checks. That's the main problem, is working out all the checks and making sure you have checks, the other guy doesn't, and the whole... I mean, it's just now...
the players at the board.
We see
I was
the
about to
players...
say that it was a very lonely-looking figure there of Hikaru Nakamura. All the games are completed, and he was just the only one at the board, looking until Magnus joined him. Sorry, Maurice, please.
No, I was just saying, that the queen and pawn ending is because it's so hard to calculate, right?
Right.
You can't go on only generalized principles. Of course, in some cases you very much can, because there are positions that are just drawn. But the more pawns get on the board, the worse it gets, the harder it is to look at those positions.
Yeah.
But look at Hikaru, jacket off again, keeps going on and off, and trying to make sure, but is he flustered in any way? I mean, rook f7 is his beautiful find. It still works, even with the king on f5.
Right.
But he does seem like something's bothering him.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what's troubling him either. That you mentioned it yourself, Jen. It's sometimes his expressions don't accurately reflect how he's feeling. He looks like he's flustered, but you can't be 100% sure.
He just has cool faces, very emotional, but like I said, not always one-to-one. Sometimes throwing you for a bit of a loop and upset when he's actually satisfied with his position and satisfied looking when he's dead lost.
I'm sorry, in the last 2 moves alone, he's used almost 10 minutes. He is now almost at the 10-minute mark.
Ooh. I'm telling you, I'm trying to look into the position for a second. Do I lose for Hikaru if Hikaru plays the move rook g6? I was just thinking, what else could he be looking at beside rook f7 or rook a7? The move rook g6 is a kind of a funky move. Does it lose, Maurice?
According to the engines, you go down 23 in one move.
Answer yes. So,
yeah.
I mean, you play rook f7 or rook a7, so why is he's down to 9
because
minutes?
the rook goes super inactive on that square. On g6, e6 happens.
Well, then I was going to drop back with rook g7.
Right, and then rook h6.
Ah, that's no, right. No, that's a different can of worms. No,
Yeah,
I don't want to. I don't want to open up that can of worms.
Because the king is threatening to go to f6 too fast.
Right. Okay, makes sense. So king e4, king f5, and now we're looking at rook f6. Rook f7 is the main move.
It's almost as his own brilliance has caused them trouble. He found this rook f7 idea instead of the prosaic, boring GM rook a7 thing that those of us not nearly as good as he is would have played.
Right.
Instead, he found his genius rook f7, and then rook g7, and now he's back to this genius idea again, but he's doubting himself and looking at variations that no doubt are spinning wildly. I mean, we can't imagine what's in his head right now as he's looking and looking and looking and looking and calculating tons of stuff. But he's bothered incredibly in a position we were just saying, wow, looks like he's found another draw. But he has not found anything to his satisfaction, and he's seeing something right now that he's not happy with. And this is what happens when you've been playing almost 7 hours.
And it looks like Yasser was the correct one in suggesting that we take a break.
I thought it was a brilliant idea, actually.
Yeah, but if we were taking a break, we would have missed this drama happening right now. Sorry to say, look at his face.
That would have been all on the webcam.
Yeah, I mean, look at him right now. He is suffering in this moment, not happy, almost like,
and there we see a move, but Magnus is blocking it.
No, he reached, but he didn't play it. So that means he is uncertain right now about the position, one that was, or seems clearly, not clearly, sorry to use that word, but one that it seemed as if he had found this idea of how to draw. Now, not at all happy and looking at the clock every so often, that nervous tick he's showing. And Magnus knows that clock is his friend right now.
That's his biggest ally in the position. Yes. Ooh.
That's the second time he reached for a piece.
Do you remember the candidates where it was a rook ending with Aroni? Yeah,
yes, Aroni and he lost.
Where it was that fatal king move, and maybe some ghosts of endgames lost are troubling Hikaru at the moment.
He is now down, guys, under 7 minutes.
Wow.
Is that true? He's under 7 minutes.
Yes, I think I see that. Yeah.
And we'll be in a panic mode really soon. And you know, Magnus, he's going to keep squeezing and elongating the game and making you suffer, looking for opportunities. And Naka, he's just not happy anymore with his choice. And he should still be drawing, even without rook f7.
Right.
But that's the move he's looking at. And notice he's reached for his pen. He's tapping his elbow. A third time now, reached for the rook and didn't move it.
Another hand fake.
I mean, wow.
He's certainly keeping us on the edge of our seat. Okay. What's the chance he's going to play rook f7 versus rook a7?
Oh, 100% rook f7.
You nailed it, Jen.
Wow.
Rook f7. Well, that move, how many minutes did that move take? Because he just, he had
10 minutes.
Wow.
Almost 11 minutes.
Wow.
Because that was the move, that was the fortress that he had found quite some time before that.
And originally it only took him 5 minutes to find rook f7, so it actually took him more time to reiterate it.
Right. Well, maybe it was the triangulation that threw him off. King e4, king f5.
Oh, yes. The king got an extra move by being on f5 in the same position. So he had to make sure that this one wasn't losing with the king on f5 versus when the king was one square back. 15 minutes, though, on 2 moves?
My king
more than 15, right?
Do you want to show again what he spent so much time on?
Well, originally when Hikaru played the move rook f7, he was definitely anticipating king f5 being the move, and then what he had been calculating thereafter with the king coming to e6 and the rook going to g8, a line that Maurice had shown that the engine had calculated to a drawn king and pawn endgame. So what threw him off a little bit was the king first step, e4, rook f7, king f5, and he was trying to understand what was the subtleties between white losing a tempo, so to speak. And something concerned him, we don't know what it was, but he eventually settled himself and he found the correct move, rook f7. And that's our current situation.
That's our current situation.
Well, the thing, actually, we saw something similar to this line. Remember, when the king is on f4, so we're back here. When the king is on f4, if you play e6 right now,
I think the problem was rook g8, rook f8. And what can you do?
Right, because king g3, you just play king e7.
Right. And we're just in time. This was the rook ending that you had, the king and pawn endgame that you mentioned. After this move, you're dead lost. King h6 and wins, except there's one drawing move.
Okay, so if you go back, and the same thing happens now, the move e6. Go all the way. Go to the game position. So king e4, rook f7, king e4, king f5,
king e4,
rook g7,
rook g7,
king f5, rook back to f7. Now e6.
Yes.
Now you must play rook f8.
Right.
Now the only difference would be white is able to play king e5. Right. No, he would have been able to do that on the other move as well. So it's the same. So it's basically the same thing.
And I have rook g8 harassing the g5 pawn,
forcing king f4
or f4 rook f8. King f4 rook f8.
And if king f5 now,
king e7.
Then king e7, and it's the same.
And it's the same business. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no.
Oops. Apparently, the computer just didn't like my king e7 move. Let's try to understand why. I guess
trades
king e5. Now you don't have rook g8 because I have rook check. Ooh.
Yes. Ooh. Now we're getting somewhere that concerns him.
There was some, and I think we found a line that finally Hikaru discovered.
Right, h4, forcing the king to go stop this pawn.
Right, and
immediately, and now king e7.
I'm in time to collect the pawns.
Okay.
Chess is hard. Chess is hard, and again, all this time that he's been playing this game so long, it's easy to slip and make a mistake right at this point. That's why these guys are in the gym. Hikaru, I remember seeing a Facebook post where he was training for a half marathon. Half marathons don't last as long as chess games. I mean, he is in a true marathon right now. And, I mean, marathons don't last as long as a chess game. In fact, well, I guess if you're an elite athlete. But these guys are physically fit for a reason, for moments like this.
That's right.
Hikaru buckling down. Remember watching him walk around before?
Yeah.
Calmly? He's not getting up anymore. He's like, no. He is in his chair, and he's calculating everything.
That's right. Both of these men are very, very fit. Nakamura did successfully run that half marathon in Washington State. He used to live in Washington State, just like
What was his time?
Seattle area. I don't see it.
According to we got 1904 from Magnus and 6:33.
No. I mean, it's narrow.
Sorry, 1902.
About the half
that's
marathon.
not possible.
Sorry. I spaced.
I don't see it. So that'll be a good question to ask Nakamura himself. But I think he's very fit. He's also a tennis player and involved in all sorts of sports. Big fan also.
Mm-hmm.
You want to guess his time? I don't know.
For the 5K?
5K?
I mean, the half marathon.
It's a half marathon.
Oh, sorry, half marathon.
Yes.
Ooh, I'm going to say 2 hours.
No, that's fast.
You're taking me over?
It's not that fast. It's endurance.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying he runs 13 miles and change, and if he runs 10-minute miles,
right,
that's 130 minutes. So that's 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think that 2 hours is a pretty good bet.
It's not a bad bet. That's
so
not.
you're
It's
gonna take
actually
the over
not
and the
that
under.
fast.
I would go with the under, even though I suggested 2 hours.
Oh, you should get only 2 hours, and then
Okay,
Maurice gets the over, I get the under.
Oh, I see. Okay, you guys
you want the under.
You just get 200. That's all you get.
That's all I get. Who's close?
I'm taking the over.
Okay, I'll take the under. Although, Maurice, the fact that he didn't mention his time in the Instagram and Twitter posts
raises the question. Raises the question.
My over in there.
Inquisitive minds want to know. And so, what was the final time for a half marathon?
She still doesn't.
We don't know. We have to ask Nakamura.
Oh my gosh!
Neither of us know.
No, we're waiting for him. We'll wait for him to come down to ask him that question. Meantime, Magnus.
Is there any tricks that Magnus could possibly? I mean, he's basically Hikaru's answered all the difficult questions thus far. Is there any further tricks in the position that the engine has spotted?
No, it's forced draw right now. This,
Forced
by
draw.
the way, is the number of moves my game against Gavrikov took. I got to draw exactly on move 79. So this one's going to be over, I believe, over the 79 move mark. They'll make it to at least 80 moves. Magnus will try something else in this position for sure and just confirm that it is indeed a draw.
But will we see our second 100-move game of the Sinquefield Cup?
I can't see this going another 20.
I suspect I take the wager that they'll play the king versus king. That, you know, it basically go into that king and pawn endgame that you referenced a while ago, where everything was off the board and it was just king versus king.
We have a tweet from Jeff Back at Leaf in the Stream who says, is physical fitness actually good for chess?
Yes.
Grandmaster Jan Timman became a fitness buff and said that he had too much energy and was fidgety at the board. The exception proves the rule?
No. No. I mean, in chess, having energy and bringing that to the game is absolutely vital, and especially as you've taken away adjournments. With adjournments, maybe you didn't have to be as physically robust as the players of today. But when you play to a completion and just look at the challenge that the players have had, what did they eat? When was the last time they ate? How, what is their energy output? It's absolutely vital that you have good stamina.
Think about it.
Absolutely.
Look how sedentary our sport is, right? They're spending hours and hours playing, hours and hours in front of a computer studying, and look at the body mass of all the top players. Every one of them. You take a look. You go to MVL. You go to Aronian. You go
Fabi.
to Fabi.
Yeah.
These guys
are fit.
Anand as a elder statesman, Kramnik. You don't see any slobs. I mean, you don't. There's no slobs. Where do you find someone you might say, right? Pretty much.
That's right. I mean,
top 10 easily. There is no slobs in the entire group, and actually you see some slim, fit-looking guys. Anish, Karyakin.
Yeah.
Karyakin looks like you mix it up with him, he might hit you in the face. And you got some good, solid, or svelte players. All of them, could put on a suit and look all right. So definitely, they're clearly some level of fitness. If you're sitting down that many hours and they're still maintaining it, and Magnus now moving back to F4, little repetition again.
Although just Back's point perhaps refers to the fact that most of these players don't actually work out right before a game.
No.
So it's the rest day,
before the tournament.
Before the tournament.
It's before the tournament. Yeah.
During the tournament, it's difficult because while you're in the tournament, you're burning energy working out, and you need to rest.
So sometimes a walk.
So a walk is brilliant. A walk is excellent.
Nice long walk.
During the tournament.
Yeah.
But actual intense cardio runs, as we mentioned earlier,
that's counterproductive.
It's problematic, especially because when you're playing these 6 or 7 hour games, you also need to be really attentive to your fuel and your caloric intake, because you're gonna have 7 hours where you're having almost no calories.
Right.
So if you combine that with the run, you're just taking too much from yourself.
Exactly.
So perhaps somebody like Timman just getting into fitness. I don't know the whole story behind this, but maybe he was actually working out during the tournaments, and he discovered that was too much.
Look, Nakamura shaking his head vigorously right there, seeing some potential ghosts. Maybe H4 is actually a straightforward draw according to the engine. He has it just in time to deflect the white king away from the E pawn. That's the critical pawn in the position right now. So he can play this move H4 and get away with it quite nicely for him. But he's down to the 5-minute range. And Magnus just wants to keep, and he has found it. This guy is not a 2,800 level player for no reason. He's finding all the moves, but he's burning so much clock doing it. 17 minutes or so in the last 3 moves.
I like the way he played
It's been
H4 though.
slow, yes.
The way he put that pawn on the board, it almost looked like he was ready to play the St. Louis Blitz and Rapids.
Right, it kind of like rolled around a little bit before it landed on its center square.
Totally legit though. Yeah, he didn't do one of those things where somebody gets, and that's one of the nice things about increment and delay. You don't have these situations anymore with a sudden death time control where somebody doesn't fully put a piece in the square.
Right.
So there are some drawbacks, of course. I know that some people really enjoy this totally sudden death because of the drama, but one of the benefits is that you don't have any kind of questions over that.
Exactly. I remember a 3-move repetition where essentially Nick DeFermian lost 3 times on the clock in the same game and won. It was a 3-move repetition. It's a great story. I'll tell you someday.
What? We got time.
It was brilliant. From a U.S. Championship, Michael Rowe versus Nick DeFermian. And Michael Rowe, his king got chased out on the board, and Nick was delivering mate, but basically had no time. And Michael played the move king e6 to d6, went to hit the clock, knocked his king over, pressed the clock, Nick's flag fell. Game over. Michael says, I win. Nick says, but look, your king's on its side. It's not even on the square. Where did they... So the arbiters all huddle together and give a couple of seconds back to Nick. A few moves later, the exact same thing happened. Nick lost on time. The game's knocked over. I'm on the appeals committee, and I'm watching the whole thing. And I just know this thing is going to go to the appeals. It's like, how do you lose on time twice in the same game? The arbiters decided to give Nick an extra minute, which meant that, well, the game was basically over because Nick would be able to win the game comfortably with the amount of time that they gave them. So... but it was really, really funny.
King G4 has been played in this game, by the way.
And so we were joking, the members of the appeals committee, that Michael should have, gone for a 3-move repetition with his king on its side and saying, "Look, a 3-time repetition. My king's been knocked over 3 times in the same game."
Well, that's funny, but it's not funny for Nakamura right now that he's actually now down to 4 minutes. And here's a problem. He cannot trade rooks. He cannot enforce the trade of rooks in this position because his pawn's going to drop, and he has to now move his rook away.
Which he has done. He's played rook e7.
And now the move e6, although can he repeat the position? No, if he plays his king back, would it be a 3-fold? King f5 be a 3-fold?
King f5, no, because we just played h4.
He just played h4.
King f5.
The 50 move rule has been reset after h4.
Or the
right,
repetitions.
So what if you play?
And all the repetitions.
So what if you play king f5 right now, just to go with his clock a little bit, threatening rook h6 maybe, and I don't know. I'm just trying to
f7.
Rook f7, and then bring the king back. Just for the first repeat, just to get his clock to go down a little bit more.
It's up to 410.
So how would the line go after e5, e6?
The rook has to swing over to the
other side.
Other side and start these checks. And once that happens, and the king is just stuck for moves in this position, although the Indians are coming up with little weird moves like g7 to create shelter, that's got to be a draw. That's silly. So if he takes this pawn on this square, then the rook can just come down, and the king has no shelter at all. This rook can try to come back. This king will go to e7. So this will be a clean draw. So he wants to see something like that, something concrete on the board. Magnus's job right now is to find a position that keeps the game going.
Right.
That's his job, to force Naka to be in that posture he just was in. But it looks like, I was about to say Nakamura feels comfortable, but he's here's the jacket. It's coming back. That means... That means he's somewhat comfortable, I guess. Looks like he's a little hot under the collar. I won't call him comfortable. He's under some heavy stress as the marathon continues. They have now officially hit the where are we?
81st move.
But the 6-hour mark.
The 6-hour mark. Mm-hmm. I thought they've been playing for more than 6 hours.
We started at 1.
It was started at 1.
Somehow it feels that way.
It feels like it's been 7.
The other games were over kind of early today.
Well, my watch is on New York time. That's what it is. I had an hour on this watch on my wrist. But
back to the Midwest.
Yes.
Well, one of the things, we saw that, we were here early, of course, getting set up. We saw that Henrik, Magnus's father, had come into the playing hall, talked to the arbiter, and said there's a AC vent that's right above the board. Could you do something about the air conditioning? I'm seeing Hikaru flip his jacket on and off constantly. Maybe that is also affecting,
maybe
he gets
said,
cold,
like,
and then he gets hot, and then he gets cold.
Pointed towards this guy instead.
There's a film of it.
Yes, this is from earlier in the day. Henrik explaining to the arbiter that really Magnus had an issue with the AC, and that was what we had seen.
You see Maddie there from the chess club helping him out as he's insisting. I think it's only on that spot, and Magnus has sat there before, so he knows that there's some air happening. And it's good to have Daddy show up and say, look, my son's not happy with this.
Yes, you need advocates in your career, right?
Absolutely.
And it's great to have somebody in the family.
And he's looked cool throughout this whole game. I haven't seen Magnus break any expressions. Have we noticed anything from his facial expressions? Zero. He's had the poker face from move one.
Right. Pretty good poker face indeed.
I mean, not anything. Only sometimes I was looking at the clock at some point when he felt he needed to make a little bit of a breakthrough, but by and large, he's been Joe Cool the whole game.
No, one of the things that really impressed me about Magnus very early in his career and right up to the present time, he always had this kind of California laid-back cool going for him. Inside, he's really, really, really churning and he's analyzing, but you know, his posture had always been like, boy, I can't wait for my cappuccino to show up. You know, like, no problem, I'm just chilling. And he is a remarkable world champion.
He's now down to under 10 minutes himself, and we know it's a draw, technically speaking.
He knows it's a draw.
He knows it's a draw. This is all about the clock and trying to push Nakamura to make some mistake based on the time. Because look to the variations. The variations say that the game is even. Nakamura should draw. There goes his jacket again. And E6 is now on the board. Rook A7 played instantly.
He had 30 seconds to do it, but he decided to do it instantly.
Right. Once again, it's not increment, 30-second increments. It's 30-second delay. But nonetheless, Hikaru showing that time, he realizes the clock is not his ally, and he wasn't about to use any of his clock, and he played Rook A7 instantly.
Well, he wouldn't have used any clock if he had waited 15 seconds. He could have written the move down, and 15 seconds would have passed. He made his move. He would have gotten his 15 seconds back.
Exactly.
Prasad Nakarni says, the game between Naka and Magnus is clearly a draw, but great defending effort by Nakamura. Indeed, we agree with that.
Wholeheartedly.
And Chess Note says, props to the commentators for staying strong through the grind. Thank you.
Dr. Souls I can get from somebody. Maybe I can get a sponsorship deal.
We'll get you a bucket of water and some Epsom salts. You know?
My feet are going to be burning tonight. Rook H6 has been played. Again, trying to keep more energy in the position. This is a sneaky move. I'm going to tell you, this is a sneaky move. He found, and Naka found it exactly what to do. He was trying to trick him so he could get his king to F6. That is the key attempt here. And this game is a bit sharp. I mean, complicated. Notice, if this king could march down here, he's trying to do something like that and get the shelter from this rook. And this king insisting as it gets ready to go to G7 and stop all that nonsense. So if he can get here, then he'll be fine. And this rook is buried on this side of the board. So Naka, just knowing all the moves and playing them instantly and letting Magnus know that he knows how to draw this position. Very, very sneaky attempts by White as White tries to keep the game going. He doesn't want to see any liquidations. If he could just keep the game going as much as possible.
King takes H4 has been played, Maurice.
And King H4 was played. Knock it down to 347.
Well, Rook H6, the threat was G6, right? And then
yes.
Yeah, you can't take.
Very nasty.
That would have been a very nasty move. Let's just show that for the audience because I hadn't picked up on that one. After the move Rook H6,
it's like,
but Is it true? Because
Is it true?
Because the
if
rook
we
in
had
check.
played
There's
H3,
You're saying you could
your G6 is the trick that you had in mind because you were
No, but
looking
he can
for.
check. He can check
Yeah,
instead.
you were looking for a skewer, right?
Yes,
Jen?
because this is so typical in these rook games, isn't it? These
Oops.
skewer tricks.
But unfortunately, G6 could just be met by rook A4 check first, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Rats. And then recapture.
Well, not rats actually. I don't want Nakamura to lose that.
No, I know. Well, you're just thinking as a way of winning. Now, after King F8, King takes H4, Rook check has been played. King H5.
King H5 on the board, and now
And
a quick
the
rook
rook-
E4 from Naka.
Right, the rook slides behind. Finally, you have an active rook. We love our cherished endgame principles. Your rook should have active.
And the jacket back on again, off again. We've been watching that go back and forth. The problem here for white is his king is frozen.
Yeah, he can't do anything anymore, can he? Yes.
Exactly. Rook F6 check. Magnus has played that move. By the way, does it disturb you when your opponent does something like Hikaru has been doing in those last 3 minutes? You know, taking the jacket on and on, off and on and off. I mean, I try to be very neutral at the board. I don't want to disturb my opponent, but I can imagine this is a little bit disturbing to see this.
I don't know. I think Magnus is just
G7.
disturbed that his
It's
chances of
the
winning the
moves.
game are dead.
Right. King G7, Rook F7 check, King G8, Rook E7. Magnus is trying to worm his way in. By the way, we said that there was no chance that Hikaru could ever possibly win the game. King H6 does
Exactly.
walk into a
That's what I was
one.
trying to say to Maxime.
Yeah, there is a maiden one against King
But how
H6.
do you even fall into it? Yeah, because you can't lose a move here as white
Right.
to make the move King H6.
Sure, you can play rook check, king G8, king H6, mate.
Right.
Play where?
He can play rook to F7 check.
Rook to F7. Okay.
And then the king moves to G8, and then play king H6, winning the H pawn.
Right.
And hanging mate. That's
Right.
that's like a 1 in 10 zillion.
So in this position, what Maurice is saying, how can you blunder the game? King H6, going after the H pawn. Okay, rook takes E6 as a draw, but oops, rook H4 would have been
Now
checkmate.
captured.
And somebody who bet on the Nakamura winning is about to get like $10 billion.
Yes, exactly.
Now we do have a draw on the board. This one is cleanly a draw.
Let me
except
catch up to the players for a
yes,
second.
and now no trade of rooks. He's got a position where this white rook is not great, and his king is going to just land on G7 at some point. And
So after King F8, there was a trade of H pawn.
For the instructive moment, just show people why you can't take on H6.
After
Yeah.
rook takes H6 here, king takes H6, and oopsie
And
daisy.
this is one you really have to have memorized, guys. This got to be in your building blocks
Exactly.
because otherwise
With
you'll
the
lose
king-
a lot of points.
With the king on either white king on either F7 or H7 square, the king escorts the pawn nicely to promotion.
So instead, it's Nakamura, and it looks like we are going to end up in
Well, let me update my board for a second.
And we have
a Philidor
Philidor.
position.
Philidor
Indeed.
position, well known, and here it is, and they are about to draw at any moment. As the G pawn, he is impossible to win, and they have agreed to a draw.
And
The marathon's over.
That's right. So I hope you guys learned something about rook end games in that, or something about pawn end games.
The 2017 Sinquefield Cup continues to produce some extraordinary endgames.
94 moves.
94 moves.
Yeah.
Yay!
You get all the end game
I
lessons.
get to sit down and do an interview. Thank goodness.
How sweet it is.
You got all your end game lessons right here at the Sinquefield Cup.
No kidding, Jennifer. Wow.
Oh.
And I just looking at Magnus, I don't think he's that upset about the overall result, but he has that feeling. He just knows that he had opportunities in this game, and he's let them slip. He hasn't really. He hasn't put his thumb on it yet. But as soon as he starts thinking about King G5, and I'm sure Hikaru is saying to him, you know, I was worried about King G5. Maybe you should have thought about that. Magnus is probably saying, oops. Oh, my. Yeah.
And what does this do to our standings, Yasser?
Well,
let's take a look.
MVL remains our clear first, but a big three-way tie for second. 3.5 points by Vichy, Levon, and Magnus, all chasing MVL a half a point behind.
And both of our predictions, Yasser, looking pretty good now with Maxime Bachir-Lagrave in the clear lead, but Magnus Carlsen, a very big contender right now.
Of course.
I noticed on Twitter that some people were saying, what about Levon? Well, touche. Levon is doing great in this tournament, and despite a loss, he's produced 2 sparkling victories. Meanwhile, Vichy Anand undefeated.
Right.
So the least emotional result of a lot of these players, which is great because it means that he retains energy going into these last 3 games.
And this is what I mean when we're talking about who's going to be the challenger to Magnus Carlsen. When you look at this field, you say, this is the field of challengers right here. You can take Magnus out, replace him with Vladimir Kramnik, and you'll get a result like this. And who wins the candidates? It's a pick'em, and it's very, very hard to see out of this group who is going to be emerging first place for sure. I didn't say that very well, but I think it's because it's a very long day for us here in St. Louis at the Chess Club.
That's right, but what a day it's been, you know, the day after the rest day, although I can imagine that some people would want to have this game before the rest day.
Yeah, right.
So that they could actually sleep it off, right?
Right.
We also got a comment from Tarjei Svensson, who always seems to know these fun stats, that right. Carlsen Nakamura from Sinquefield Cup 2015 lasted 95 moves, and then he suggested they can set a new record. How wrong he was, as just after he tweeted this, they agreed to a draw on move 94.
94.
So 94 moves in 2017.
They were so close.
Yes, 95 in 2015.
Wow. Well, we really have been treated to some great combative chess. And I'm sure one player who is relieved by this result is Hikaru Nakamura as they leave their tournament hall, and hopefully will come and join Maurice to share some of their thoughts.
That's right. And yeah, that game between Carlsen and Nakamura from 2015 was a draw. I do remember it was mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast that although Nakamura has a tough score against Carlsen, he does okay against him in St. Louis.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, you saw it on the
he's never lost to Carlsen in St. Louis.
Right.
So, and I remember one of those games famously was when Nakamura broke out the sunglasses.
Yes. Yes, that was nice. Hold on, Nakamura's never lost to Magnus in St. Louis? I seem to remember a game where he lost like in 17 moves. He just had this horrible...
Was that the first Sinquefield Cup you're saying?
It might be the first Sinquefield Cup.
I'll check that out.
Let's just have a look at the pairings for tomorrow as we tee up the players of today for their interviews. There you see Vichy versus Jan. MBL, Sergey, Wesley So Fabiano. A huge game for the rating race. Hikaru versus Levon, and Peter versus Magnus will be on tap for tomorrow.
And he did it. He defended successfully today after an almost 100-move game. Maurice is with Nakamura.
Well, it was a nice, quick day at the office for somebody, but not for this guy, and not for us for sure. Hikaru, this was definitely the epitome of torture, but you defended well and were able to save the game.
Yeah, I mean, I played a reasonably good game for the first 25 moves or so, but then I got really careless. I just started using too much time, and I got careless in this rook and bishop end game, and I made many very bad mistakes. I never should have let Magnus play g4. And then I think at time control, probably he was winning with this king g5 move, which I actually saw. When I got up after my 40th move, I kind of realized that king g5 was probably winning. But, Magnus still tried. I think probably g5 was inaccurate. Maybe he should have tried h5 or I mean, maybe try to get the king to g5 somehow at any rate. 'Cause it seems like after he went g5, I mean, it's definitely, I mean, drawish, but there's still quite a bit of work left to be done. And then at the end, fortunately, I found this nice idea with this rook f7 idea, which was very critical because it's almost lost actually. And I kind of, I mean, I for some reason I probably could have gotten a better setup than I did. I mean, of course, Magnus could have just played h5 much earlier too, but somehow, yeah, like I went like, I mean, yeah, if you keep going, I mean, of course, it's so many repetitions and stuff. I mean, it's, I mean.
So I mean, this is just pure circularity, and have to make sure of everything being right, or else.
Yeah, I mean, it's very tricky. This endgame after he goes h5. I mean, I think I played it correctly. I mean, the thing is, you know, I kind of seen all these ideas long before they happened because he always had h5 ideas. But somehow when he did it, like, it's a lot trickier than I realized. Because I mean, I think if I don't go rook f7, I think it's just lost actually. Because white just goes king f5, rook h6, and then it's just game over. I mean, okay, maybe there's some computer line, but I thought I played it very precisely here, like with rook f7, king e4, rook g7, yeah, and rook f7 again, right, no. Yeah, and rook a7. I mean, rook e7 and rook a7. I mean, I was a little bit lucky, because also Magnus used a lot of time trying to find a win here after I played rook f7, so I was able to think on his time and find this, because originally this was not my idea. I was actually going to play rook a7 right away after king g4, and I'm not sure if it works or not, but yeah, it was a difficult game, but I mean, at least I defended well at the very end when I had to, with very little time left.
Speaking of which, you had about 18 minutes or so left, and on those two moves, to find was it rook f7 and rook g7 and back to f7, you burned about 15 minutes on the clock. What was that like?
I mean, like I said, I mean, I thought, like, I had seen these ideas many moves earlier, and I just thought it's like, okay, I just like play rook a7, put my king on g7, something like this, and it should be an easy draw. And then when it happened at the board, I mean, I kind of was a little bit surprised. I didn't realize that, you know, it wasn't quite that simple. So so I had to find another idea, and luckily I found it. I mean, it's I mean, very computerish. I don't think it's easy to find for a human, which is why I use so much time. But like I said, I mean, I didn't have much time, and fortunately, I didn't panic. Unlike towards the end of the first time control, where I just went insane.
You are. We saw you post about running a half marathon, and finally you did run that half marathon. It was for charity?
No, it wasn't actually. And actually, it was not a traditional half marathon. I think. In the future, I'll try something more traditional on flat land, because it was in a park. There was a lot of uphill running, but it was very beautiful. I mean, it was out in Washington State where Yasser lives, or he used to live at least. So I really enjoyed it. And in general, you know, I think it's good to exercise some, and obviously, if you do have the chance to run for charities, which happens from time to time, it's good as well. And certainly, I mean, for me, I did the Red Bull Wings for Life run, which is for charity. And I think any time you have a chance to donate or give money to good causes, it's very important. I think it's good, especially when you know, I've been so fortunate in my life. I have a lot more than most people, so I think it's good to give back when you have the chance.
Admirably said. We're more egotistical than you are. We want to know, how much time did it take for you to run this?
It was around 3 hours. It was not.
Oh
very
yeah,
good.
I won,
yeah.
baby.
Yeah.
Pitch in.
Yeah, like I said, it was not. It was not a traditional flat marathon.
When you said that, I knew I was going to win.
Yeah,
it was even more clear.
Yeah, I mean, I just ran out of gas, but still, I mean, it was fun, and probably in the future I'll do one. Just not a trail run, more like just a standard, you know, half marathon on flat roads at least.
All right, well, you're in a good mood now after such a long game. We'll let you get your rest. Congratulations on your draw, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you, Hikaru, and congratulations. Running a half marathon or a marathon is one thing, but running up and down hills is a completely different animal altogether. That's harsh.
Well, today must have felt like an uphill battle as well, but he got it done. He scored the draw.
Yes, and again, very, very fortunate that he could hold off Magnus in a position that Magnus was certainly pressing him for 7 hours. And as we get the position, as we get Magnus set up, I will set up what I thought was the crucial moment
Oh, yes,
in the
that
game.
beautiful line.
Just for Magnus, because for me, it was this move F7, F5 that really threw me backwards, and I said, that move can't be right. But Magnus is in studio with Maurice.
Well, he probed for 6 hours plus, looking for a way to get in, wasn't able to do so. Magnus, this game looked like it had different lives. First the opening, the middle game, the end game, so much in it. Tell us your thoughts just immediately after the game.
Yeah, so first, clearly he must have underestimated this idea with bishop b5 because he thought for over 50 minutes, and but I guess he found he found a decent solution there. He gave up a pawn, and I have many ways to win a pawn, but I didn't really know which one was best. And then, yeah, from afar I'd missed this move f5 that Yasser was talking about. It looks insane, but I couldn't refute it. But,
Yasser said his intuition said play queen b1 right here and sacrifice an exchange, which the more we looked at it with the engine, at least, it started to look very promising for white after the move bishop a4, which intuitively at first with this idea, was it knight g5 first, guys, or bishop b3? Anyway, this was the main point to play with knight g5. Did you consider anything like this? Because it just looked way computer-esque. Of course, Yasser with his amazing positional intuition said he's got this one down. Did you look at this line at all?
Yeah, not this particular one. No. I mean, I looked at many other ways to just continue playing the exchange down, but not this particular one.
All right, definitely a bizarre line for us, but it looks like it's somehow working out. This endgame.
I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised if there is a good solution for white, and
because of the F5.
Yeah,
F5
because
weakness.
He has some glaring weaknesses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then you got to an endgame, and there was this chance to play this move, king g5. I believe it was move 41. What were your thoughts about that when it was possible on the board? Because he let you get some things he said that he shouldn't have let you get in the endgame.
I mean, what can I say? I was extremely sloppy of me. So I saw king g5, then I thought king e5, and I just intuitively felt that he should have enough counterplay, and then I went on to other variations. The problem was that I thought at that point that it should be winning anyway, and that there was no reason to rush. Yeah, then at least after I played g5, I mean, I knew that g5 was a bad move, but somehow I did it anyway. I mean, to have some chances, I need to preserve h5, but I thought still g5. I'll somehow, manage to make progress, but there wasn't anything. So that was it's not very good.
All right. Well, we have 3 rounds to go, and tomorrow, I believe you play.
I play Svidler, I think.
You play Peter Svidler.
Yeah.
Any thoughts about the kind of matchup that is for you? You do have the black pieces. There's been a lot of draws, and he has a slight edge in terms of classical chess, at least, is concerned. It's their first meeting here at the Sinquefield Cup, as you didn't play last year.
So we haven't played too much classical chess for many years, actually. But we'll see. I mean, I have a couple of black games now, so it's not going to be easy. So should have gotten something more from this one, maybe.
All right. Well, thanks so much for staying with us. It's been a marathon for all of us. I know you're in great shape, but everybody gets tired. So let you get your rest for sure. And guys, yeah, it's been a long day at the office for all of us. It's over.
It's over. Thank you, Magnus, and thank you for your insights as to this very fascinating game that we've been witnessing. But we've been so treated by the players. They've been so combative. We've had so many decisive games, and even those games that have been handed in a draw have been great fights. I'm really surprised by that 2-1 and 10 classical draws in the Peter versus Magnus matchup. Peter may have one of the best scores of anybody in the world against Magnus Carlsen.
But remember, Peter is also older and got him early, right? Got him early, and also Peter didn't stay in the top 10, and Magnus has been playing a lot of top 10 competition. So Peter's been outside of that, as Magnus has been playing a lot of other people. So they haven't crossed paths enough for Magnus to catch up.
But the unforgettable last round of the candidates
in
London
2013, that was a big deal.
Magnus lost with the white pieces against Peter.
That featured in the movie, in the documentary, Magnus as well, as he was trying to get his title. So that's a famous game. Magnus, of course, remembers very well.
All right, Maurice, your final thoughts on today's round, today's marathon round.
You said it. You said it. You got to hit the gym when you do this kind of work, as we are here for hours and hours, and you're looking at variations and your head spinning, and you can see Magnus was despondent after this game, working so hard and getting tired. Everyone is getting there, and the players have only played 6 rounds so far. There are 3 more to go, 3 long days ahead that's going to potentially change somebody's life. As you see MVL looking to win this first event, it could be a breakthrough event for him that catapults him forward. Who knows? You also have the rejuvenated Viswanathan Anand, who seemed like he finished 3 days ago in this round, looking very strong indeed. It's still a race to the finish line. Should be very exciting as tomorrow will come. But in the meantime, guys, we're going to deserve a much-needed rest tonight, as is the audience who stayed with us.
Yes, thank you all for sticking with us. This has been really thrilling as we see whether the Sinquefield Cup will crown a new champion or whether someone like Levon or Magnus will reclaim it. Find out tomorrow as we continue our coverage here of the Sinquefield Cup at 12:50 in St. Louis, and that's 1:50 in Eastern.
Good night, everyone.